Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Okay, today I definitely cannot say noon or morning. Today it's definitely afternoon. All right, guys, what's up? How are you doing today? How are you on this lovely Thursday? I got my coffee. I also got done eating my pasta with a knife because I forgot my fork at home. So, yeah, that happens. I first tried picking up the pasta individually with the knife, and that didn't quite work out, so I just scooped it up with the knife and used the knife as a spoon. It worked okay. Honestly, worked a little bit better than I expected. Also today I'm drinking cold coffee. Cold brew. Well, it's not cold brew. It's Freddo Espresso is what we're going to call it from now on. That intro always makes me feel happy. I'm so glad it does. I'm glad it gives you this vibe. That's why I changed the intro, because I felt like the old intro, even though it was very nicely done and very epic, it was done by Jens, so one of my longtime viewers. But I wanted to make, I felt like the vibe afterwards needs to fit, you know? It was just like a super epic intro, then I'm just sitting here, it's like, hey! So I liked it. I wanted the vibe to be more like happy and, cozy. Happy and cozy, I guess. So I'm glad the intro makes you happy. Alright, guys, so today, I will be coached by the one and only Gingi. He's gonna join me in a little bit. And then we're gonna see what we can do, what we can learn. I'm excited. I drink cold brew coffee every day, but it's sadly only because I forget my coffee. So you're telling me that you just drink normal coffee that went cold? I do that too sometimes, honestly. And when I say sometimes, almost all the time. Hey, Rafamar. Hey, Clary. What's up? Have you guys seen my my Disneyland sweater? Look at that. Is it cute? It only cost, for the cheap price of $70 or something, I was allowed to have a hoodie because I was freezing in Disneyland. It's weird how iced coffee tastes good, but hot coffee that goes cold is nasty. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. But I guess it's because it's not cold enough, I think. Right? Because I think if you have a cold brew coffee and it's kind of warm, like if it's not cold anymore properly, then it's also not good, right? Like it either needs to be cold or it needs to be warm. But like anything in between is like. So, yesterday, I kind of wanted to do nothing after I was done streaming because I wanted to introduce one day a week where I don't do anything, like during the week. But then I did stuff anyway. Unlucky. But I'm mentioning this because I added some stuff to Throne because people were purchasing stuff on Throne again. Throne was like, it's my wish list in case some of you guys don't know. And it's like this wish list, and I kind of stopped putting stuff on there because people didn't really purchase anything anymore, and then I kind of like let it just run out, and I didn't really do anything with it anymore. But then I started gardening, and I put some gardening stuff on there. And someone or some anonymous gifters were gifting some stuff from my throne wishlist again. So I was thinking, you know what? Let me put some stuff on my throne wishlist again. So I just quickly wanted to go through and explain what it is that I put on, in case somebody would rather like gift something here than like subscribe on Twitch or something, you know, if you want to support. Either way, I put some stuff on here for my bike. This is for bike packing streams. You know, when I do bike packing streams that are going to be a bit longer, I'm going to have to take stuff with me on the bike without having a backpack, because backpacks are very, like, you really don't want to have backpacks, basically, because it's just really bad for your back overall. So David found these backpacks from a brand, Italian brand called Miss Grape. And they're super, super cute. Look at the logo. It's a very nice logo. I love it. And they're very functional and very good. And they're not super expensive. I mean, obviously they're expensive, but they're not like insanely expensive. It's pretty reasonable for what they are. Because obviously they're going to be waterproof and they need to be high quality to not move around on the bike. Because the one that I have right now, I have a small bike pack. And that one is kind of cheap. And it already started like kind of ruining my bike's, like, what is it, like the top layer of my bike frame. Which really sucks. So I'm now trying to get higher quality ones. Because you see this this bottom part where it's attached on the frame? The one that I have, the cheap one, it was like going back and forth on the frame. And it like, you could see now that it's already like going off a little bit, which really sucks because it's a completely new bike, right? So now I'm trying to get better ones that are high quality to make sure that doesn't happen. Thank you so much for the 5 months, Cassatria. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. So this one goes into the middle of the frame. This one goes in the front, on top of the frame. This one, I actually don't know where this one goes. Where does this one go? Is this one behind? No, because this one is behind the seat in the back. And this one is in the front. So this one, if you have like this one is out front. And this one is behind the seat. I don't know where this one goes. Maybe this also goes on the top, but it's just like a smaller one. I know. And then there's also a multi-tool that I would need to like repair my bike eventually, or like fix my seat or whatever. And then there's a tire repair kit here. And this is like a bike repair kit, like all sorts of like repair stuff. Then there's a tire pump. And that's it for my bike stuff that I put on there. Then I put some jewelry on there that is silver, because I was thinking I would try some silver jewelry. Because I have a lot of like golden jewelry. But I was thinking that maybe silver actually suits me better. Because I have like blonde platinum hair, like more cool toned hair. So maybe silver would actually just like fit me better. I don't actually know, because it kind of depends on your skin tone, right? But I don't know. So there's like earrings, a necklace, a watch, and some like fake earrings. I really like these fake earrings. The ones that you don't put on your like earlobe, but the ones that you put on the top. I kind of want to have real ones instead of fake ones. But the problem is I'm wearing a headset all day when I'm streaming. So you wouldn't really see them anyway. Which I guess doesn't really matter, because you also don't see my legs, but I still care about my legs. So, so maybe I put some piercings into my ears. I would love to do that. Well, anyway, I'll think about it. Okay, and then I have some aloe stuff. Because aloe stuff is amazing and I love it. It's way too expensive though. I already have this shirt in black and I love it. It's very nice. I have this shirt in white. I'm actually wearing it right now. It's very nice. Well, I mean, I have it in white, not in this color, obviously. And then I want like a longer sleeve one. And I tried this hoodie when I was in Santa Monica. I tried this hoodie and I really loved it. But then I didn't buy it because I had already like bought a bunch of other stuff. And I was thinking, nah, I shouldn't buy it. And then I was thinking, if I really want it, I can come back the next day and get it. But then there's a situation where the person that worked at the aloe shop kind of like small talked me up and asked what I'm doing and stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm a streamer. And they're like, oh my God, like you're famous, blah, blah, blah. Give me your Instagram. So I gave him my Instagram. And then he messaged me after I left and asked if I would want to go for dinner. So then I didn't want to go back to the store. Otherwise, I would have went back and bought this one. So, yeah, that's why I don't have this. That's why I didn't buy this sweater. Otherwise, I probably would have bought it. And then I saw this the last time. And this just looks so fucking cute. I really want this one. It's probably a little bit too warm to buy right now, but it still looks very cozy. And the color looks so nice. It looks like the nicest color ever. Anyway, and then there's a bunch of soil that I still need for my... Right? The color is amazing, isn't it? I think... So, okay, hear me out. I personally like pink colors and like some lilac and whatever. But if it's like a really bright pink, then it just does not suit me. And I hate that. Because I'm like very like pale and blonde, right? And if I wear really like whitewashed pink, if it's like very bright pink, basically, not like neon pink, but like whitish pink, you know what I mean? Then if I wear that, it just looks really bad on me. Like it just washes me out and it kind of like melts into my skin and it's like, ugh, it looks bad. But these like darker pinkish colors that are more like purple pink or like reddish pink, like whatever this is called, mulberry, I don't know. They tend to look much better because they're not so close to my skin tone, I guess. So I really like these colors. Hey Bella, what's up? And at this one, I tried it on when I was at the store and it looked so nice. I really liked it. They don't have it in other colors, I think. At least not many others that I liked. And black is always a bit I don't think they have many others. Actually, I'm going to see if they have another one because I do have a bunch. I have so many black hoodies already. I mean, this is not a hoodie, but... What is it called? Cropped accolade crew neck. Let me Google this. Oh, yeah, they have it in this one. I remember now. Yeah, they have it in this pink color. That is going to wash me out. Yeah, true. True, they have it in this, like, pink color as well. Which one was it? What would this be? A top? Sweatshirt. Probably that. This one. So they have it in red as well. Oh yeah, they only have it in black and in red. Candy red. I don't know if red looks good. I don't know about that. I don't have any red, like, things. I don't know if red would suit me. I don't think so. I don't have any red things. Hey Maria, what's up? I mean, the black one's nice though. I like the black one. It also has like big sleeves, and I love that. I love like cause it's like gets a little bit puffy here, and then you have like big sleeves. It's very nice. Big fan. But yeah, anyway, so that was it about my throne. If you guys want to check out the stuff that I put on there, I'll link it in the chat there if you want to check it out. If you want to browse through Throne in general a little bit, it's a cool website. Donating in, thank you so much for 22 months. I appreciate that so much. And for the tier 3, thank you very much. How are you doing today? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, I'm going to be a little bit hyphy because I'm drinking my double espresso shakerato within like 20 minutes. More like 10 minutes, but it's okay. Sometimes you just need a lot of caffeine in your bloodstream. It's so good. Why is it so good? Man, I don't know what it is with this aloe stuff, but aloe just says, they're way too expensive. Aloe is way too expensive, but their stuff is so nice. I hate that. It just fits so nicely. It looks so good. God damn it. I could buy the whole store. I wish they would do biking stuff. Cycling clothes. I would buy all of their cycling clothes if they made any. Also, they have this like really nice green color. Oh my god, it's so pretty. Okay, sorry, I'm done talking about this now. I swear, I'm done now. I'm not looking anymore. Fine. Okay, let's play video games. Just have David go in and buy an outfit for you. I mean, we don't have an aloe store here, yeah? Aloe does not exist anywhere here. I honestly don't know where the closest aloe store would be. Probably at least 1.5 hours away. All of this stuff, it's so unfortunate. Like, I don't have any famous, like, chains, like clothing franchises close by. So whenever there's these, like, really cool stores that I would like to buy stuff from more often, I have to order it online. Or I can't buy it, which sucks because then you can't try it on properly, and then you have to order it and then maybe send it back, and it's like, ugh. We don't have IKEA here either, no. Nope. Thank you, Maria. You never heard of aloe? Really? That's interesting. I do think that aloe is more of an American brand, though. They are really nice, so. For female, like, sportswear, they have really cool stuff. I feel like it's more sportswear that you would wear, like, in an everyday kind of scenario, rather than very niche sportswear. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to buy something very specific, then I wouldn't buy it aloe. Like, if I want to buy cycling stuff, or I want to buy gym shoes, or I want to buy something for running, like, if I want to buy something specific for a specific sport, I would buy more functional stuff at a actual store that's made for functionality rather than it looking good. But if I want to just have sportswear that I can wear when I'm not doing anything specific, let's say I go to the gym, And when you go to the gym, you don't need to wear super functional something, right? But you're going to be sweating, so it needs to be, active wear in some shape or form. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it's nicer. So if you go to, like, for gym clothes, or if you just, like, go for a longer walk, or if you go for, like, a normal run that isn't, like, crazy, then these clothes are very nice. And they also look very cute. No need, tops for a few euros, doing just fine in the gym as well. They do. Yeah, they do. You can... I totally wear normal shirts and normal stuff at the gym all the time. You don't need to wear, like, anything crazy. One thing that I do like the activewear for is when I go to the gym, many times I will go to the gym and then afterwards, like, go to stream. Like, I'm not taking a shower in between. Because I don't want to take multiple showers a day, you know what I mean? And no one's going to smell me here anyway. And it's not that bad. Like, if I go to the gym, I don't do, like, super sweaty workouts most of the time anyway, right? So it's not that I'm, like, drenched in sweat or whatever. So when I do that, like, when I go to the gym and then I go to work, then it's nicer, in my opinion at least, to wear active wear, because then, it's better when I keep on these clothes for, like, a longer period of time afterwards before I take a shower at night. Smelly stream, yeah. I mean, maybe I'm too old to understand all this stuff, but honestly, you don't want to buy this stuff. You want others to buy it for you. And that's something I really don't understand. You most likely make more money than the majority of your viewers. Still, you've got a wish list asking others to buy stuff for you. And something I really don't understand is that people actually do so. Okay, so I personally am not necessarily somebody that would buy something from my wish list either. So don't get me wrong, it's not that I am somebody that necessarily understands this, but when you logically think about it, it does kind of make sense if a person wants to support you in a different kind of way. You know what I mean? And like you maybe said it in a little bit of an... I totally get what you mean, though. Like, I totally understand what you mean. So I have this wish list, not because I'm asking people to buy this for me, though, right? Like, in no way, shape, or form is anyone forced to buy any of this, right? As the same way as nobody is forced to subscribe to my stream or to give me any money ever, right? People can choose to watch my stream for free and consume all of my content for free. There's no content that I create that is behind a paywall. Nothing. Zero. Okay? Just to make that clear. Not a single thing I do needs to be paid for. So you can watch everything I do for free, right? But there are people, like, that's how streamers and content creators generally make a living, by people choosing to support the content creator because they make the content for free and people enjoy watching it, right? And obviously for a content creator that does not ask for any money to be paid, for those content creators to exist, they need to make money somehow, right? So obviously there are some people who choose to support the content creator, the streamer, in some shape, way, or form. Doesn't matter how, right? And there's some people who like to support the content creator, but they don't like to support them with, like, money directly or with a subscription or with this or with that. They like to buy, like, a product directly because then they know what happens with their money. And that I understand. So that's why I started using this wish list, not because I want people to buy this for me, but because I want people to have the opportunity to support me in a way where they can see what happens with the money, because it's literally the product that I will then receive, right? So if there's a person that's like, oh, I don't want to, like, I kind of want to support Naguura because I like watching her content, but I don't want to subscribe because I have Twitch Turbo and I don't chat. So, because some people subscribe because they don't want to have advertisements and they want to use the emotes in chat and stuff, right? But there might be people who don't chat at all. They're like lurkers. They just watch. And they have Twitch Turbo, so they don't get ads anyway. So for them, subscribing maybe doesn't make much sense. Because obviously when you're subscribing on Twitch, you're not really using the benefits. And then why subscribe? Especially because you're giving a bunch of money to Twitch as well, right? So some people maybe would rather support through different means. And then having different avenues on what they can do is, in my opinion, like, doesn't hurt, right? So understand where a wish list, like, understand why people think, or where you're coming from and how a wish list sounds like, I want people to buy this for me, but that's not the thought process behind it, right? Like, if people don't buy these things for me, I'm not gonna be like upset about it. I'm not gonna be like, guys, come on, like. This is obviously like an optional thing that people can or cannot do, right? Same with all of the other things. Viewers may wish to purchase drawings of Big T. Exactly, Lime. Yes, but your wish list progresses yourself at the expense of others. Yeah, but everything I do, that's how content creation works, right? Or that's how generally everything works, I guess. Or maybe I'm not understanding what you mean. Because if somebody subscribes to me, then it's also progressing myself at the expense of others. Right? Or maybe I'm not understanding what you mean. Again, nobody has to pay for this. It's all free. This is all an optional thing that people can or cannot do, which in the end doesn't hurt anyone, right? Like, you don't have to protect the people that voluntarily spend money on a content creator if they feel like giving the content creator something, right? Because if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But if another person wants to do it, then it's up to them, isn't it, right? Like, I'm not forcing them to, right? Thank you so much for 5 months, Yuli. What's up? Thanks for doing what you do. Love your IRL content. Thank you so much, Yuli. I appreciate that so much. I'm so glad you enjoy my IRL streams. I'm returning to WoW. What class do you recommend as range DPS? Mage. Well, it depends what you want to do. If you want to play in Plus, I would probably play Mage or Moonkin. Mage might be a little bit on the safer side with the new changes and stuff coming up soon. Yeah, I do think that Mage is almost always a safe choice to play. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, Spell Shivers. Thank you so much. It is so nice of you. Welcome to Xithic, Nandi, UK Stealth, X, Sorry, I almost forgot to pronounce the X there. Prodigy 650 and Rusox. Thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sponsorships is a relationship that benefits both parties. Wishlist is at the expense of others. I mean, you have to think about it. Like, again, I understand what you're saying, right? But sometimes people just want to support a person because they can, because another person is providing a service for free. Which is what content creation is, right? Content creation is basically a free service that the content creator provides to people. Right? And then people can choose to give something back. When you say that it's only, like, when you say that the person that is gifting something is not gaining anything, that's actually not true. You're not considering the fact that the content creation that I am doing can be watched by them. Yes, you don't have to pay for it, but it's still something that you kind of benefit off of. Like you watching my stream right now and you interacting with me is partially to your benefit because it's currently entertaining you, right? So you're currently entertained for free. You know what I'm saying? It's like when somebody plays the violin at the side of in a street. People will listen because they like it, and then they give some money because they want to donate for, you know, the music that they were playing. Did they have to do that? No. But does that mean that it was only to the benefit of like the violinist and the person that gave the money got nothing out of it? I mean, not really, right? Because they were listening to the music that they were playing, right? So that's how you have to think about it, right? Again, I'm not saying that anyone needs to understand this or do this or whatever, right? But in the end, oh my god, holy shit! What the fuck, Sam? Holy! What the fuck? Sam! Holy shit, thank you so much for 50 subs. That's crazy! Oh my god. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Sam. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. Holy Jesus. Oh my god, welcome everybody. Make sure you all say thank you to Sam if you got a sub gifted. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say anymore. Thank you. Oh my god. You're the best, Sam. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Are you going to read all those names? I was thinking about it. I was... For a second, I was thinking about reading all those 50 names. And then I decided, you know what? That might actually not be that great of an idea after all. The gaslighting stuff is top tier. Oh my god. Bethia, thank you so much for gifting us up to Sam as well. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna be done talking about this now though, because again, like I'm not trying to like gaslight people into gifting subs or whatever. If you don't get it, it's okay. You don't have to get it, you know? If you don't, just the most important thing you have to understand though is that all of the content I provide is 100% for free. Nothing I do is behind a paywall, okay? It's all for free. And if people choose to give something to me in any shape, way, or form, then that's up to them. Nobody is forcing anyone. And that's that. And if you don't want to gift anything, and you don't want to subscribe, and you don't want to do any of that, then that's totally fine. And I appreciate you being here either way. I'm honestly like cool with that. I don't expect anyone to give anything. So if you just want to hang out and not pay anything, then you do you, and I'm happy you're here. Hey Lissy, what's up? You look so cozy. Thank you, Lissy. I actually bought it for way too much money at Disneyland. I was cold, and I didn't know that you can't go back to your car, where I had a jacket. And it was also fucking wet, because the first thing that I did was go on this ride that splashed water all over myself, and then my shoes were wet, my underwear was wet, my socks were wet, and then when it was dark, it was cold. So I bought this Disney hoodie. Look at it. To be fair, it's kind of cute though. So I don't regret buying it. Oh, Gingi's ready. Oh, okay, perfect. Did he message me? I can't believe it's already 2 p.m. Shit. First time I saw Naguura, she jumped off a mountain. Wait, the first stream you watched was a paragliding stream? That's so fucking cool. That's amazing. He's explaining the bootcamp on his stream. All right, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so today, I think, since we did all dungeons already, it's possible that we don't have too much to talk about like the small details of each dungeon, but I'm still gonna queue up to random stuff. Maybe I'm gonna talk to Gingi. Maybe there's like specific dungeons where he would have more to talk about, and then we can focus on those dungeons. But yeah, we'll see. Let me just call him up, see what he has to say. Look at that! 57 subs. Let me open this. Did you guys see the new animation for the chest? Oh my god, what the fuck is this emote? What is that? I got a lady that's eating an apple? Or what is it she's eating? I'm confused. I don't know. A chicken leg, or I don't know, maybe. Thank you, Mephisis. Thank you so much. I always love coming here for tips and gameplay. Hope you're doing well and have a nice stream. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well yourself and have a nice day. Well, hello. How are you doing today? I like how we always speak at the same time, so no one knows how to answer. I think your mic is also a little bit strange. Oh, it's better. Yeah, it's better now. Alright, let me fix your voice for my stream as well. Chat, can you hear Gingi loud and clear? Can you say test 1, 2, 3? Wow, he muted himself.
Hello, chat. No. There we go. I had to turn you down because you were like super loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go, I think.
Alright, I think it's good on my stream now too.
Okay, so you've done this before. Like what do you usually do? Am I just gonna be reacting to your gameplay? Are we gonna jump in a key together? Like how does it usually go?
So if you want to do the call-up thing on Twitch, I also send you an invite, by the way. Don't have to, but just if you're down. So the way this usually works is that I will queue up just to a random pug. And then we can, as I'm going through the dungeon, you can watch either from my stream or from like a Discord stream. And then you would just explain some stuff. How do you like the route? What kind of route would you do? Then you can honestly talk about whatever you want. Just like high-end tips or tricks about like the dungeon itself, or maybe even like super in-depth stuff about TGP, MDI, whatever. Honestly, we can kind of chill and just do whatever we feel like talking about. Because the basic stuff that I've done already, we went through all dungeons with other people already, like Miras was here, and Teddles, and Lamike, and Krona. And we went through all dungeons already at least once, where we talked about like the more basic stuff. So now at this point, I'm at the more advanced stage where I'm going to be talking about more high-end stuff. So you don't have to hold back. My viewers are all like at least intermediate level now. They're all at least 3.4K score. And from now on, we have to talk about high-end struts.
Okay, so what's your average level across all dungeons right now?
Okay, so I'm currently at 16s and 2 15s.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good. That's not bad at all. You're only pugging, right? You're not playing with a team or something?
Yeah, I only pug.
Yeah, but then it's super fine. Sounds fun. Okay. Yeah, but then I think Discord is better just because there's no delay, I think.
Yeah, I can do Discord. I don't have Nitro, so that means the quality is a little bit worse. But if you don't mind, then we can do that.
Yeah, we start with Discord, and then if it's like really bad, we can just swap. But should be okay.
There you go. Is there a specific dungeon you think where there's like a lot of info or tech or whatever that you would want to talk about, or should I just queue up for anything? Yeah. I don't know if Mike is still around. Hello? Is he actually gone?
No, hello, can you hear me?
Oh, okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
I fucked up. Yes, is there a certain key that people are struggling with in pugs? One that's like more, that you feel like is more advanced than others, that you feel you would benefit the most from? Like, what's the number one key people are wiping to in pugs?
I do think the key that I'm wiping to the most is probably Priory, Brew, and Floodgates. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I mean, Priory makes sense, and Floodgate too, because they are one of the more difficult dungeons. I think Priory is a good one.
All right. Yeah, I saw you guys were cooking in Priory last weekend.
Oh yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of a different approach to that dungeon than most people, for sure.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. All right, so while I'm queuing up for a key and playing the whole LFG game, would you mind introducing yourself and basically listing your achievements to make sure that you are actually capable of being a coach for this M+ Bootcamp here? We don't just invite anyone, we don't just listen to anyone. So we need to make sure that you're up for the task.
Yeah, well, my real name is Mike. People know me as Gingi in game. I have won 10 and plus tournaments so far, split between MDIs, which has been the speedrunning tournaments, and the TGPs as well, which is the high key tournaments. I've gotten several worlds first. I kind of lost count all the way back from Legion. But I haven't competed in the last 2 seasons of MDI, and I've lost the last 2 races, so I'm kind of washed now. So that's what we're trying to to change. So we are now competing again in TGP. Well, it's called MDI now, but we started off good with our return so far. Got number 1 seed in the time trials, which is the qualifier, and we won our cup as well. So we qualified for globals. So that's kind of my achievements. Outside of that, I've gotten world's first max level, a few expansions as well. And I'm just generally a competitive guy that likes to kind of push what's possible in WoW. PvP, I haven't dwelled into that much, so maybe that's for the future. But in dungeons and raiding, I do think that I have a bit of knowledge that I can share with the rest of the people.
All right, well, it sounded pretty good up until you said that you lost the recent like race and stuff. So
Yeah.
I think you're gonna have to make that up with another achievement. Could you tell me your highest PR on a barbell squat?
240 kilograms was my 1 rep max at my strongest. But I'm not as strong as I used to be. I've been not training at the same level I used to, but maybe we'll get back to that at some point. Yeah, I think the biggest achievement and my next goal is trying to see if we're getting Naguura to time an 18 key. If we can do that, then we can do everything.
Honestly, true. All right, I'm gonna accept your your application as a coach. I think you will do.
I appreciate it. I'll do my best.
All right. Unfortunately, we are missing a tank, which means this could still take a while. While we wait, so do you actually ever pug, or when you play a live service, do you also just like play with a group?
When I play live keys,
Yeah.
I mean, I usually don't do high keys with like pugs. I just do my weeklies with my viewers. The only time I pug high keys is like when we're not practicing with the team, and I'm like, okay, so it could be interesting to play this spec in this dungeon, but let me not waste practice time when I'm there with my team. So then I go into that dungeon and I play that spec with like pucks and 17, 18s to just get an idea of like how good it is and what it's good at. So that when I come back to practice, I've already done my initial gathering of information and knowledge, so that I don't waste time in practice while the team is there on testing stuff. I will already know a little bit ahead of time. So that's kind of the only time I really do high key pugging. Or when I'm bored and I just want some stream content, then I could also do it once in a while.
Okay. That makes sense. When it comes to routing, so I guess you don't really know what like standard routes are, or like, I guess let's talk about routes that are puck friendly for something like Priory. This is the one that I just opened my MDT, and this is like the last one I got. So I assume this is like a puck route that I had up here. What do you think of this route here?
Yeah, so if I were gonna make a puck route in Priory, I try and make a route that's like very puck friendly. So you wanna try and avoid having too much like random damage going on. So as you can see, the first pull is kind of nice. So skipping the knight, which is something that people used to do. The knight does the demo shout, does AoE damage, and it does random impales on targets. There's also a lot of damage, and it applies a bleed. So skipping that is good. That's what they're also doing here. The first pull has a lot of casters though, so it's gonna be a little bit awkward to set it up without people like assigning interrupts, right? So are you playing with a Vengeance Demon Hunter right now? Because that's gonna help a lot. Yeah, okay. Then and is that the guy that linked the route?
No, he didn't link a route just yet.
Okay.
That's why I'm just looking at this random previous route that I have.
Yeah, there's a lot of casters to the first pull, but I would probably do it a little bit different. I'll probably add a little bit more footmans and stuff like that, which is a little bit less available, I guess. Because like if you don't have a good CC chain, then there's gonna be random bolts flying and people will take a bit of damage. But if you have a good group, then it's usually not an issue. This is a dungeon where AoE stops is required to a big degree, right? I also think this pull 3 where they added the
Okay,
mini
this
boss.
is the
Yeah,
proper
exactly.
route.
This is more of a
loose link.
puck-friendly route, but the first pull is quite rough on the damage taken department, but
1 sec.
should be fine. The
I always
15.
like how in the pack groups the tank links the route and then immediately does a ready check, not giving anyone the opportunity to actually check the route.
Hmm.
All right, let's look at
But
this.
you can see a different thing he did, right? On the High Priest, he added footmen and sharpshooters. So there's nothing else to interrupt other than the mini boss on the pull 4.
Oh,
That's a bit easier.
4.
And there's no light
3,
spawns. Light spawns,
2,
they are really good count,
1.
but they do quite a bit of damage.
No comments
Right.
on route, he asked. It's fine. Perfect. So we didn't do a skip here with this route, right? At the start.
No, he does a pull with the footmen and the knight.
Okay.
So
So on this first pull, what would you watch out for as a ranged DPS? What should I be doing? Or
well,
be
you should
careful of?
first of all you should be moonfiring a little bit earlier than what you're doing here, but the
I'm scared to get
level
aggro. I'm
Yeah.
used to getting aggro.
But what you should be looking out for is the cooldown of the Thunderclap and the cooldown of the Disrupting Shout. This one, boom, this
Yeah.
does a lot of damage. And if you're targeted by an Impale as well, and if you have any of those mechanics happening and you're getting targeted by Pot Shot, which you're getting 2 of right here, because Nova. So it's just about looking at the different things happening at the same time, really. And then
Okay.
when the Footmen go to 50%, they're gonna do defend, which is gonna reduce the damage taken of everyone that's around it.
Oh, they
So-
only do that 50. Okay, that's good to know. Didn't know that.
Yes. So it's just being ready to stop that as soon as possible. It's about being
I
proactive
guess
with
this
your
guy is
personals
just
here.
passing it through, but...
Yeah, here, for example, I would probably do like a I mean, you could track the cooldown of the defend as well. You have it on nameplate to the right. You
I
pre-put
do
down
have it here. Oh, I guess I
Yeah.
only have the Thunderclap cooldown that I'm tracking. Not the defend cooldown.
AoE.
Yeah, you did do Incap Roar as well, which is good. You could have probably done like a Vortex Typhoon to help out a bit more with the
Yeah,
stuff,
I had
but-
I didn't want a Typhoon only, I guess, and I had used the Vortex to stop the sharpshooters jumping out initially, which I guess is not needed if the ranged are in.
You
AoE.
don't have a DK, so it's not too bad that you did that. But they were up against the wall. I think you could just have knocked it into the wall.
Yeah,
Would have
maybe.
been fine. Yeah. Okay, so he's using a line spot. This is what I said. It was a bit awkward with the amount of casters, but this is actually a pretty good line spot that he's using here. Are you tracking AoE stops anywhere? Or below? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Now
below
the
there.
Demon Hunter is most likely going to do a grip sigil soon. He doesn't have silence yet. He's probably going to know when to silence now, I'd imagine. Yeah, he's doing a silence now.
Yeah, I need to check the silence sigil on the nameplates as well, because I guess with Solar Beam, I have to be very careful to not interrupt the sigil, right? I definitely do that sometimes because I don't see it properly.
Yeah, what you could... where do you usually look? Because you have like CC stops as icons below the raid frame. Do you like that? Do you look at that?
No, not really. I mean, I do look at it when I know that he's gonna do sigil, but if it's like in the middle of combat, then I will just miss it. So that's why I should add it to the nameplates, in my opinion. I think that's probably where I look at the most, or where I would see it the most when he uses it.
Yeah.
Because I also don't track, like I don't look at interrupts very much because, I mean, I obviously have like a really long cooldown on my interrupts, so I'm not keeping track of it all of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think beam is kind of broken now that you that you can get it down to 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So you kind of have it for like every pull, kind of. Like here would be a good beam because he had silence 2-second cooldown, right?
Yeah.
If I were you, I would probably. I mean, it also depends a little bit. When you're pugging, I think it's good that people are actively tracking stuff, right? Like, but you also don't need a crazy amount of stuff, right? Unless you wanna be a shot caller. But
Yeah.
since you're as a Moonkin, whenever you're pugging, I think the most important thing is just that you are actively seeing when the tank is doing stops, right? And
Yeah.
kind of like fitting in your solar beam outside of his stuff. Because I think most vintage Demon Hunter tanks, they're kind of gonna go in and they're gonna do their setup, like get some initial aggro. They're gonna do their grip, then they're gonna do their nova, then they're gonna do their silence. And that's like a good time to then after that silence use beam. Like here, he doesn't have silence; he uses nova. So I beam here, for example. It's a great beam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he also, yeah, you saw he uses spear sigil here. So I think most Vintage Deep Hunter tanks are used to like their role is kind of just doing as much as possible themselves. Now you guys are out of stops. Now, at least from the Demon Hunter, this is where the mage should pitch in. You should pitch in as well and help out. But I don't think that mage pressed this Supernova or his Blast Wave a single time in this key so far.
So
and I think
that priest
yeah.
just casted like a healing, whatever it's called, and I could have knocked it, but like I don't know. Like I feel like I'm always hesitant to knock, but if I don't have my vortex ready, because I feel like then things are. I mean, like completely out of control. I guess
you should also be that. I mean, whenever you start knocking stuff and it starts getting spread out, it's not really ideal for let's say people's damage. So I think that's not a bad idea. I think you can use the Vortex Typhoon as a stop in most cases, also towards the end of a pull when people are running out. What I like to do whenever I'm playing with people is kind of get an idea of like what you can expect from the team.
Oh, okay.
So looking at, for example, seeing that the mage is not using his stuffs very often, then you can expect that, okay, whenever the Demon Hunter tank is done with his stuffs, you're probably the one that should pitch in, otherwise Cass will be going off, because he's not going to be pressing much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You kind of just need to step in a bit more and help, well, complete the key without shambles happening, right?
So what you're saying is that you would actually like take the first pull or something.
It's like,
goodbye.
Oh no, you died.
Yeah, I did die. What was that? Did I get smited?
Okay, you're the only combat wrestler in the group as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a rest either.
What did you die to? Big deathlock?
Oh, I got
meleeed.
Meleeed.
Yeah. Demon Hunter aggro is not the best. So I'd probably not be in melee.
Yeah.
As you're dotting. Get a little bit further away and then...
Yeah, I'm always a bit worried,
very,
but like when we do these kind of chain pulls, like whenever my tank does chain pulls, I'm super worried because I have a bunch of starfalls already
I think you accidentally muted, by the way.
Oh, I did mute. So what I was saying was, I'm usually scared when my tank does like a chain pull, because basically my starfalls are already running and the tank pulls, and then I know, okay, all of this stuff is going to be aggroed on me, so I try to position myself in a way where they walk through the tank. But I'm not sure if that's good, because then they maybe don't necessarily understand that I have a lot of aggro, because it walks towards them, I don't know.
But I mean, it's true. If the tank starts gaining and you have like 3-4 starfalls flying out, I mean, and he doesn't do good initial aggro, that is like you definitely need to be careful in those moments, for sure. Demon Hunter just has bad threat and a lot of bugged abilities in general. They have fixed a few of them, but
lately, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this cast here, how important is it to actually interrupt this Cinder Blast? Because I understand it stuns the tank, but
it depends on like how ready the healer is to dispel, because it is a dispellable cast. But I mean, this is a good time, like let's say you can fit in your solar beam, but then you can use solar beam on, let's say, the mini boss as well, just so that you also get the lockout on that guy, right? Because this is a special case. Like if you solar beam on one of the priests or the mages, then you would not lock out the, let's say, the mini boss as well. You have a pretty long lockout with solar beam when like on your main target. It's actually quite good.
How long is it in comparison to other stuff?
I think it's 5 seconds, right, solar beam?
I don't
Does that say
know.
in the tooltip?
Let me see. It only says that
It
those
doesn't say,
items
right?
last 8 seconds. Yeah, doesn't say.
I mean, so far it's been going pretty well.
Yeah.
I don't think the route has been that difficult at all. Pretty
No, I
decent
like
puck
it.
route. Yeah.
What are some adjustments you might suggest for a group that wants to do hierarchies that maybe is not a pack group?
I mean, I think a lot of the trash that you guys have been doing, you could, of course, like combine that and get more value out of each pull by adding more count and stuff. But then, of course, starts becoming a bit more complicated, where you need to have like a nice CC chain and stuff like that. Like for example, the two like the pack you guys are doing right now. The standard thing here is to actually play this pack with the boss.
Yeah.
And then you can have someone like you, for example, be outside. The Lynx's leaps on target, like in range. So if everyone's a melee and you're standing outside, you're gonna be the one that's gonna be guaranteed
Oh.
getting leapt on. And then
Okay,
you can
that's
just
good to know.
combine that with like a vortex, for example. Or you can just sidestep as well. Like you can also outrun them, and then you completely avoid the bleed from them.
I guess the sharpshooters would then jump out, but it's not that big of a deal if they can just get gripped back in, I guess. Maybe it would be better if they have a DK in the group, I guess.
Yeah, if you have a DK, it helps a lot. But you can also be in melee and then just out heal and press a few personals on pull, and then you can step out on the second wave, for example, because then the sharpshooters will have their leap on cooldown.
Okay, yeah.
Because you only have one vortex for one leap, right? So you can be in melee on pull, and then if you really want to optimize it a lot, then you can stand outside with vortex on the leap wave, where that also overlaps with the sharpshooters getting their disengage back at the same time. You double dip the value of the vortex, but then it requires a little bit more pre-planning and know that
And
exact timing.
If you vortex the cats, they don't like do any damage in melee, right? Because there's other cats that did that in the past.
No, they don't.
Like when they get gripped in. Okay.
Yeah.
So
But
can you
DK
also interrupt the
DK
leap
definitely
with jump? So if I incap roar them before they hit me, would I stop the damage too, I guess?
Yep.
Okay.
You can.
It's easier
so
to just sidestep it, I guess. Or it's not easier, but it would cost me less damage.
It also works similarly to I don't know if you knew in the past, but you remember those guys that charged in Knockhood Offensive, the dungeon, and applied a bleed in the beginning of the dungeon? Yeah. Did you ever like root those mid-charge to like avoid the damage?
I always just incap roared them or typhooned them, or just like I disengaged. I guess vortex also worked. You could root them as well. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, you can exactly. You played with the instant root talent when you were playing. I remember Feral Druid. You had that was so nice. And you just timed the root, and then it also just would go on cooldown and would do no damage. But yeah, those you could also sidestep. So they're kind of similar to that mechanic. These dogs.
So for shadow melting the fixate or the jump from this boss here, is there any downside of doing that?
No, there's not. If I would just like, if you know you have strong damage or personal up, you don't melt it. But whenever, let's say, there's an overlap and you don't have strong damage to break the absorb shield, that's a good time to melt, right? Like when the AoE from the boss is happening. That's like a good way of playing it in a high key. It does do a lot of damage, especially in combination with the AoE from the boss. But yeah, Night Elf is broken on this fight.
I guess Night Elf in general is really good in this dungeon for the light spawn fixate as well, I guess.
Yeah, it's a really good Night Elf dungeon. like you said, first boss and all the light spawns. And light spawns, I mean, you guys didn't play any of them so far. I mean, they do quite a lot of damage, but they also, you know, they kill themselves off at 25%.
Yeah.
And they give a lot of count. So they are the most efficient count in the dungeon. When you look at like how much HP you have to, you know, how much damage you have to do in order to kill them, it's very low because 25% of its HP just gets cut off. But they do quite a lot of damage. That is true. Especially in combination with like you're playing it with the High Priest, for example. That was like the standard pull that we did, right? We were doing the double light spawn with the mini boss.
Yeah. I saw that. That looks crazy.
Yeah, it is definitely a very technical pull, right? You have to. There's a lot of AoE stops. There's a lot of light spawn damage at the same time, and there's also you need to rotate kicks as well on the mini boss too. So
yeah,
there's a lot of things happening. You need to play personals good. You need to do your CC chain, and you need to rotate interrupts as well, while you know being good at pressing shadow meld and defensives at the same time. Because reflective shield also does damage, right? Like you kind of like deal damage to yourself while the shield is up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the easiest pull, that one. Fair enough.
So if you would either do like a lot higher keys in a pug or there's a coordinated group, would you recommend that you want to pull a little bit more light spawns for efficiency's sake, I guess? I mean, maybe not 2 light spawns with the mini boss, but
yeah, I mean, if I was gonna make a route that's pug friendly, I would be looking at the like efficiency of like routing, right? So first of all, like make count that's like does as little pulls as possible in an efficient way, and at the same time, maybe you want to. If it makes a big difference if it's with comms or not comms. One thing you could do is reassign like certain things. You can have like an auto marker weaker or something with kicks, and then generally I would not do too many, let's say, casters. I'd say in this dungeon, try and like avoid that. So play a little bit more warlunks, sharpshooters, light spawns, and try and be a little bit light on the intro department because in pugs there is cast expected to go off. So you don't like having 1 or 2 casts goes off here and there is not gonna kill your pug, but if you start doing like 6+ casters and someone doesn't do his AoE stop at the right time, then it's a very high chance someone's gonna die. So like the ending part of the dungeon is actually quite easy that way. Not too much going on, but there's a lot of damage because there's paladins, light spawns, and then every single mob that's like undead in the end of the dungeon, they explode whenever they die and do damage. But that's something that can be stopped as well. Like if you do any type of CC on them as they die, they actually don't do any damage to the group. So you could do an incap roar, they can be mid-air with a typhoon, or whatever, you have a stun, and then when they die, they do no damage. That's a good thing to do.
what did you guys, or what's like the most reliable thing to stop that damage from happening? I assume it's a stun. That would be the best. Chaos Nova or something?
Yeah, Chaos Nova is good, right? AoE stun that lasts a decent amount of time. You can also like do a CC chain that starts, with a Nova, and then you do like a few stops after that until everything's dead. So you have like a scripted one. You have the DK single target stun asphyxiate, right? Which is 5 seconds, really easy to time. But of course, incap roars and disorients and knockbacks and stuff like that is not the best things to use, right? Because obviously, while you're doing that, you're also not doing damage to finish them off. And they're also getting knocked away from the team and not in the air for very long. So those are like the last things you should be doing when you're like out of stops completely. But there's also casters in those pulls as well, right? So you also need to think about which stops you're using on those pulls, right? That's why Beam and Silence Rune is really good because it does nothing for footman damage, but really good at stopping the caster.
Yeah, for this, but I just realized that we don't have a DK, so I don't know if everyone else realized too, but I was like, maybe I should help Soak, like, because nobody felt responsible.
Yeah, that's true. This boss becomes a lot easier with a DK in the group. You can just AMS every second one. So it looks like tank is going for 2,
Yeah,
and the rest are just like splitting it a little bit. Yeah. If I were you here, I would probably done a little bit earlier while the darkness was up, but
yeah, that
that
makes
would
sense.
probably make you take a lot less damage.
Yeah. So for the assigning that you mentioned, like, is that something you would recommend people do in packs? That you say, like, at the very start of the dungeon, maybe like assign 2 markers, like one is the tank interrupts mainly, and one is maybe the DK or the melee that you're playing? Because I guess it's hard to assign a marker for a Moonkin. Maybe even a mage would be hard to assign when their interrupts are a bit longer. But I guess for DK and tank it would be fine.
Well, I would assign the kick on the mage as well, because it is 20 seconds. Whenever they have 24 seconds baseline, and then when they, similar to like when you hit a target with it, it gets reduced by 4 seconds. And then you have shifting power too. And you have a longer lockout than the rest of the team. So I would assign the mage too. I mean, is it required to like assign those things? I'm not quite sure if it is. I think going in with a little bit more YOLO is not necessarily a bad thing if you just build a route around it and not make it like too complicated. I think when it comes to like success of puck groups, you are a bit reliant on the tank being good. I think tanks have a massive impact on results of any puck game. You're playing with a good tank that just plays really well, does good CCs and doesn't die. I mean, then it makes a massive difference. Like the only thing you can do as a DPS player really is you kind of get an idea of like how good your group is and like what's expected of you. To kind of like analyze a little bit of your teammates and what they're doing, and then you know, like, just as a Moonkin, what are you gonna do really? Like, you just press your beam on each pull and then you just do as much damage as you can. That's really all you gotta do. You can do some cool things though in this dungeon when you're playing the light spawns, and that's like when they're close to 5% HP is taunt them out, for example. So that makes it easier than the tank kiting the mobs, especially when it's mob that doesn't move that much. Like the paladins, for example, they have the divine toll and they have the consecration, and then you have casters as well. So there you kind of have a big impact on like making that clean, just haunting them out right before they're about to die, or using a knockback to knock them out of the circle, things like that.
So I guess one question that because just to explain like why this whole bootcamp thing was even happening, right? Like, I started playing this season, but I wasn't like super motivated because I really didn't like season 1 of M+. And then I was kind of playing, but I didn't really like try to push super high keys. I was just kind of like, you know, kind of not really paying attention, because kind of like chilling and just pugging a bit, right? And then I ended up doing, like, I guess I got up to like doing 13s and 14s, which I managed to do without having a super in-depth understanding of all of the dungeons, right? And then at some point I was like, you know what, maybe I should learn all of the dungeons properly. Maybe I will enjoy them again. Because obviously when you do a dungeon and you don't know exactly what's going on, you can maybe still time it and be there, but it didn't feel very enjoyable to not know what is exactly going on, right? So I was thinking I'm gonna do this whole boot camp thing. And then I was thinking there might be other people who are in the same boat as I am that maybe want to start getting into high keys halfway through a season. And at that point, it's kind of hard to get into M+, when people kind of expect a lot of knowledge from you without explaining it, because they're not willing to, because they assume that you just know. How would you kind of like improve your gameplay, I guess? Oh my god, I don't have Shadow Melt. Like, what can you do as a puck player outside of like obviously like reading mechanics and whatnot, to like increase your success chance in your puck groups? Like, can you, as you just said, you need a good tank, right? But what if like you can't really rely on a good tank? So what is there you can do, or what is there you can add to make sure that you're as successful as possible? And what can you do yourself to improve on? Like, what would you focus on the most as a player?
Yeah, like I said, I think how good teams are in your team is obviously completely out of your power, right? Like you don't decide if you're joining a group that's a good tank or whatever. So like, what can you do? I'd say that if you're someone that's like interested in getting better at M+, I do highly recommend that you have a way to look back at your footage, because I think most of the learning actually comes from analyzing your gameplay and not while you're actually playing it, because you might miss a few things, right? Like, or you wiped, or you died to this thing, or like what went wrong on this pull, and going back and looking at these things and then finding ways to like deal with them next time, I think is very important, right?
And how would you do that with something like shadow play, or would you just record? Or
so
would you
I
look
think
at like workout logs or something like that?
Yeah, so the easiest way, I mean, you can log as well, right? There's no doesn't hurt for you to live log and have your own logs to be able to look back on. But I think the simplest solution that I've used for many years now is to set up YouTube live streaming, and then to stream privately YouTube. So all of the footage is not public, but you have VODs of all your gameplay that you can go back and look at any time. And that, for me, I feel like is the best thing that I have found. Is simply just to set up YouTube live streaming and then stream privately to YouTube.
Okay.
That's what I recommend.
So a question, like one thing that happens to me sometimes is, let's say I'm doing a dungeon, I'm doing a pack, and in the middle of this dungeon, in the middle of the dungeon, I feel like, oh, there's something, either like a mechanic that happened that I didn't understand, or something happened, especially when it's the start of me learning the dungeons. There's so many things that I'm unsure about, where I'm like, oh my god, are we... Kill it! Oh, the hero! I guess we're still deflating this still. Well, anyway, so one thing that happens to me, like at the start when I'm trying to learn things, there's like a lot of things that I'm unsure about. But obviously in the middle of the dungeon, I can't check. And then afterwards, even when I'm recording, I forget some of the things that I wanted to check, right? Do you have a way of like noting things down as you're doing the dungeon to remember to look it up afterwards? Or do you just have a memory of steel and you don't need that and you always remember everything that you wanted to check out?
No, I do write things down, right? Like whenever there's, for example, if something went wrong in a dungeon, or like if there's certain things that I wasn't happy with in the dungeon, whether it was routing or whether it was an issue of like the pull was being set up or cooldown timings or something, I write it down, and then I will just have like things to look at like whenever there's like a break or something, or if I'm with my team, I just be like, if I don't have time to write things down, I'll say, guys, just can you guys remind me?
Yeah. I love that. Just give the burden to the other players. Did you mute yourself on purpose or an accident?
Oh my god, oops. Okay. That helps a lot, but I mean that's not something you can do when you're playing with other, like, let's say when you're playing with a team, right?
Yeah,
that helps. Yeah, definitely writing things down is a good thing. I mean, when you're pugging, I mean, if you have a notepad on your second monster or something, you can just quickly do that as well, I guess.
Okay, so you don't have... So you're doing it at a notepad on your second monitor, or do you have like a channel in game that you like write into or something? Or real life pen and paper?
Well, usually if it's just like for my personal use, it's like a notepad, or if it's things that, if it's things that's dungeon related, that is not just for myself, but like for the team, then what we have is like individual dungeon channels, right? So like you just have a list of like all dungeons, and then in that one, whenever there's a discussion or anything related to that dungeon they want to talk about, you write in that channel. And that helps a lot to, first of all, keep nice track so it doesn't get lost in the general chat with like tons of different messages. That's like when you're discussing different dungeons and things like that. It's nice to just keep them separated dungeon by dungeon. To always go back and look at things if you wanted to, see something, or like if there's anything discussion related to that dungeon, then you keep it in that channel. That's a nice way of doing it.
That's a good tip for, I guess, coordinated groups and stuff that want to get better as well. That's definitely something that they can pick up. All right, cool. So yeah, then you write things down, and then afterwards you just check your YouTube VODs. And I guess you're always going to be logging and stuff like that too, because sometimes you see something in a VOD, but you don't actually see exactly what happened still. Also, wait, one question real quick. How do you stop these neophytes here from coming up? Like, where would I put my vortex here?
You would put the vortex on the side where the demon hunter is not putting his fear sigil.
And it doesn't matter where, like, oh.
He put it. Yeah, so you go to the other side, exactly.
Okay.
But you have 2 demon hunters and they both did it.
Oh, sure.
And then, I mean, you can also do it at the top of the stairs. You lost way too many brain globals doing that just now. Like, you don't have to care about it too much. Like, and then this wave right here. I mean, he doesn't have a grip sigil. This is a good typhoon for you to do right now. Exactly. So that's what I mean, this was a good way of doing it. But yeah, you could have just stood there and like hit the shield, and then you could do it at like the tip of the stairs. That would have been fine.
Okay. I thought there was like some secret spot where it works really well or something. Oh,
no, and it also like you're playing with let's say an arcane mage as well. So like if they are vortex and slow at the top of the stairs, the arcane mage also gets resonance value, which is his funnel, and he gets a few orb procs as well on the boss, which would be able to hit the ads at the top of the stairs as well. So you help him out too. That's speaking from a mage POV, so like yeah, it would have been good to do it at the top of the stairs.
I do actually also have a question about mage funnel as well, because I mean I understand that they have funnel, but so how does it work exactly? You need to have a certain amount of targets for it to actually work, right? You need 5 in total?
5 is the max.
Oh, that's the maximum, but you also get value from already 2?
You get you get value from each target. So the way it works is that you have a talent called Resonance that makes your barrage to 15% more damage per target, up to a maximum of 5. But that's not the only thing though. You also, whenever you have something called like Aether Attunement, which makes your missiles cleave to more targets too. And you have something called Arcane Harmony, and if you have more targets there, your missiles give you 20 stacks immediately, which also increases your barrage damage. And you get a lot of orb procs as well, plus you have 2 charges of orb too. And orb gives you arcane charges back for each target hit. So you get max arcane charges all the time by having, say, that many targets too. So it's barrage damage, plus you rebuild your arcane charges faster, which makes you do more barrages in general. So it's not just increased damage, it's also just more barrages. So that's what the funnel is. So the whole theory behind Arcane Mage funnel is that you barrage, and then you build your charges back up, you barrage, you build your charges back up. That's kind of how they do funnel damage.
Okay. And how close do these targets have to be for you to get that extra damage?
It depends a little bit on the hitbox of the mob, but it's quite big. And the way it works is very similar to like a chain lightning. So if you make a line of 5 mobs, it will jump from your main target to the second target, from the second target jump to the third target, and it will actually spread really far.
Oh,
But then if you hit the main target and then you kill the target that's close to the main target, then all of a sudden the second target is too far away, and then it won't. But it will continue spreading from one target to another and like keep climbing in a line and spread like that. A good example was like Queen Antrek last phase with the spiders hanging. So if you put the boss in between, then it would spread like to the other ones as well. But then as soon as like the one that was like close to the boss got cleaved down, then all of a sudden it wouldn't spread to the ones that was on the far left side if the boss was on the right. If that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay, that's very interesting. That's very good to know. I did not know that. Okay, yeah, because I guess that information helps if you're not the mage player yourself, but obviously you still want to make sure that you get as much funnel as possible. And a lot of pack groups nowadays know this thing about the mages, so they are trying to pull stuff onto bosses. But I guess one thing, especially if you're a class that is not gaining anything. Like Moonkin doesn't gain anything from star falling, at least not. I mean, you gain overall damage, but not damage on the boss, right? So I guess I just want to make sure that I'm not AoEing randomly. And I guess for me, I never really knew like, is it mainly just important when the mage has the cooldowns up, and then I should kill them off to make sure we're not wiping to having the extra ads? Or like, is it always important for the mage to have them up? But when you're saying that it also helps you build, then I guess it generally is always important to have them up as long as possible, unless it's obviously super high risk to have them up for a long time, right?
Yeah, I think exactly like you just said it. A good way of like doing it is if you're pulling trash into the boss, and it's trash that like makes the pull really difficult, right? So it's annoying mobs that make your team die over time. Then of course you should be star falling. But if it's mobs that really don't do much and they're there for the sake of funnel, then of course you shouldn't be actively AoEing. You should just be focusing on hitting the boss and doing as much boss damage as possible. Because not only will you reduce your own boss damage by AoEing, you're also gonna be reducing the arcane mage boss damage.
Yeah.
And the only thing you're really doing is increasing your overall, but you're reducing, let's say, well, you're slowing your whole team down, timing the key by doing it. So it's a mentality that most people will not follow in pucks, because they just want to do damage and do as much overall as possible. But you are griefing your key by doing it. If, like I said, the ads don't need to die.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I mean, there's some trash that you add with the boss that is a bit difficult, right? Like I'd say, for example, the first boss in Priory, since you just did that dungeon, if you're doing the sharpshooters and you're doing the wall lynxes, and then at the same time, you also, because it's a 2-target fight, right? Like the 2 bosses have shared HP, you would definitely be star falling on that boss, for example, right? Because like it's dangerous trash, you don't want to have it up for too long. And at the same time, you're also benefiting from star falling on that boss. So there I would do it. But let's say, for example, in Rookery, for example, when we added trash to the first boss, or to the second boss for Arcane Mage Funnel. And in that case, it's like you have one caster and a few melee mobs just as tank damage. And at the second boss, it's just the Crushers. They're pretty easy to deal with. In that case, you don't want to be star falling. Like, there's really no point. Like, just focus on boss damage instead. Because it's not going to kill anyone in your team.
So, how is Unholy DK when it comes to like their damage? Can they hold back AoE too, or do they actually lose single target damage if they like don't hit them? How does it work?
Well, I'm not a super expert on it, but what's it called? Unholy DK is very similar to Arcane Mage as well in the fact that it does also gain funnel, and they both have really strong execute. So like, in your role as a Moonkin, you're not just actively griefing the Arcane Mage, you would also be hurting the damage of the, let's say, the DK as well.
Also, they also gain funnel. Not as much as the mage, I guess, but they also gain something.
Yeah, Arcane Mage funnel is the strongest in the game right now, but they are also gaining funnel. They have their Festamite, which increases their
okay. It's the same thing as, like for, I don't know, like ages ago. Festamite has been around forever, I guess.
Yeah, Festamite, but it's changed. It's like very easy now. Back in the day, it was. I remember like Festamite back in like when you had to kill the mobs at the same time, and like you had to like. I remember you were playing double DK in one MDI season. I remember they were setting up and they were like popping their cooldowns at the exact same timing. Otherwise, they'd grief each other. But I believe nowadays Festamite has its own duration. So like. They made it very easy to play around compared to what it was in the past. But yeah, Unholy DK also has a lot of funnel. So that's why, I mean, most routes now that people started playing Arcane Mage after the buff in high keys, most high key teams started making routing around those classes. So if you just have full AoE classes in a team, what you'll usually notice is that if you're playing something like a mini boss in Priory, that the mini boss would be alive at like say 30-40% HP when the rest of the trash is dead.
Yeah.
But that's not how. Yeah, but Arcane Mage changes that. Like, and that makes sometimes the high HP target die first, or as the rest of the trash is dying. And what you see happening is that even though Arcane Mage is not gonna be, let's say, top of all in most keys, it's still providing you with a damage profile that's different from the rest, and it does the most insane prior damage in the game that beats up certain trash packs that has, let's say, high HP mobs in them. And also, when you play around it and you add funnel to each boss, makes the boss kill times a lot faster. So it definitely needs some catering to, right, in order to make the most out of it. And in some cases, you don't really get that in pugs, unfortunately. So Arcane Mage can maybe be a little bit more annoying to play in pugs. But if you have a good group that plays around your class, that adds funnel to bosses, and let's say the biggest thing you can get is like you get funnel on pull with your cooldowns, and then you get another like let's say a few extra targets as well at the end of the boss fight in your execute burn, because like below 35%, you just get the 100% increased barrage damage on top of that's the whole thing, right? You have Kane Harmony that increases your barrage damage. You have Resonance that is the increased damage per target, and then you have an additional 100% in execute. So all of these things adds up, and that's why having funnel, rebuilding charges back with extra targets, makes it so powerful. I mean, it's just completely crazy how much boss damage you do when you have these things.
Yeah, okay, that is kind of crazy. Is there... Because I don't think I noticed many teams in the MDI last weekend actually delaying pulling trash in at the end, though. Would that be valuable, or is it still more value at the start when you have like all cooldowns and everything up? Or would it make sense just to see like some trash pack and wait until the very end to pull it in?
Well, it depends a little bit on the routing, right? Like, I think, so the dungeons that we played in the weekend, if you think about Cinderbrew Meadery, we did it, for example. You saw first boss. We had funnel on the start, and then we got ad waves in on each phase. So I had funneled the whole boss fight on the first boss, is Cinderbrew Meadery. The B boss, you don't necessarily need to funnel as much. You have the small bees towards the exit of the room, which you can add in at a certain timing, but you do have the ad spawning throughout the fight. That's funnel. There you don't really need it. And we also had 2 waves of packs come in on the EPA boss. We had the 4 mobs of pull, and then we added another 3 mobs later. And then on top of that, you have the blobs. So on that fight, like that whole dungeon, we had continuous funnel on each boss fight. It was only on last boss that we had on pull, and then we didn't have something extra. But that was also because we were doing some snap tech, and we have bloodlust and all cooldowns on pull. So it's also annoying trash, like you have the mob that spawns the barrels and stuff like that. So it's also like annoying trash you don't want to have up too long. But like when everyone has cooldowns on pull with bloodlust, it kind of just disappears,
Yeah. I guess since you talk about the Cinderbrew right now, is the main reason you played a Warlock there just for damage, or is there another reason? And Imp Dispel, I guess?
I think Dreadnought talked about it in his video, right? Like, there's the Imp Dispel for the debuffs in that dungeon. But it also just provides you with like more AoE damage for the large pulls that we were doing. And it was just like, it's just a really strong dungeon for Warlock. We just thought that we just thought Warlock was better than that key.
Even if you miss out on the Mark of the Wild, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Okay, so I did get invited to a Floodgate. Unfortunately, I kind of wanted to do a Priory again because there's one thing I wanted to talk about because we were talking about routing a lot. But I guess we can talk about that after this Floodgate. But I'm just gonna like prepare the question so you can think about it a little bit. So I basically wanted to ask, since when you do TGP and MDI, you obviously have to do a lot of routing, and you have to figure out what the most efficient routes are. And I think a lot of people that do pucks, they don't really ever do routes. They just copy other people's routes. But I do think that it would be a very valuable thing to understand if you want to improve, right? Like, because sometimes when you form a pack group, you don't have the meta comp. Like maybe instead of the priest, you have another healer, and instead of this, you have another thing, right? And then I do feel like if you just copy paste a high key route, then usually it's maybe not the best thing to do, because these high key routes that everyone plays are usually kind of catered around like the meta comp, right? And I think it would be good for people to understand what they should be changing and how they should be approaching like route creation. And since you have so much experience in it, I was thinking if you could give a little bit of a breakdown, understand that some of it probably is like secret, because I mean, you don't want to just tell everyone how you do routes, but I'm sure there's like a lot of things that people can learn that have never done it before, right? How you approach it, where do you even start? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, routing is obviously, I think it's not a bad idea to get inspiration and look at like what the top teams are doing. But I can say like from our POV, right? It's like we go in and then we start off a TTP season, and then of course you look at, okay, what are other teams doing that's doing the highest keys in live right now? And then you can use that as a template, and then I think once you play them, you start quickly figuring out what's good about the route, why they did it. You can also look at the footage from them doing the run and see how they're doing and whatnot. And I can say that from our POV, whenever we use that as a template, we very quickly figure out things that are good about the routes and really bad about the routes, or you find optimizations that are even better. And the only way you can really do that, like I said, this goes back to recording your gameplay and analyzing it, is when you are doing these runs and you're playing these routes with pugs, going in and looking at, let's say, the dungeons that you're doing, and then look at the things where things goes wrong most of the time, like what most pugs are failing at, where most of your depletes are coming from. And then if you start noticing a pattern to things that are good to play, easy to play, what you're failing at, then that's when you start making adjustments. And you're like, okay, so this mob is really difficult to play in a pug. Maybe I should remove that from the route and instead add this mob that doesn't really do much. Because there's definitely a big difference between, so when you're playing in a coordinated group, certain mobs that are really difficult to play, all of a sudden become really easy once you have like a, good communication and you plan your CC chains and things like that. But then in pugs, it can be like a completely crazy mob to play. That's really hard to deal with. So I think that changes a lot, depending on the people you're playing with as well, and whether or not you're playing in an organized group. So I'd say, how do you get good at making routes? Honestly, it's just by not just copy pasting it for the sake of copy pasting it and then like just doing it because they're doing it, but instead understand why they're doing it and like learning from it. And then eventually you're going to build that experience up of having your own ability to build routes in the future, right? I think that's important. You don't just like randomly click mobs here and there and like, oh, this looks good, blah, blah, blah. You're like, you look at your footage, you look at your, like, let's say the recordings, and then you start seeing, okay, so if we lost here, we're still going to have bloodlust back for this boss fight, which is going to be very difficult. So lost time is going to be fine. Okay, we follow this route, but we're not doing 20 keys, we're doing 17 keys. So we actually don't have bloodlust for this pull because we're too fast compared to them because they were playing lower level keys, right? So like you start noticing these things by actually like analyzing your own gameplay, and then you can make adjustments to your route afterwards that caters to the groups and the team and the players that you're playing with. Because I mean, I don't think it's the best just to copy paste what a top team is doing, especially if you're playing with like different classes as well all the time. But I think it's a good exercise to see what they're doing and then figure out, okay, so they're doing this with Mindsu for this skip with this class or whatever, or they're doing, let's say, they're gripping a 3-seater mount past this, this part or whatever. But now we don't have a priest for Mindsu, so we don't have grip. How do we deal with it? And then maybe you don't have the clash utility to deal with it. Maybe it's Invis pot or something like that. And you just need to understand.
Pull something else or don't do the skip, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. Or just don't do the skip with this composition. And then you don't run into these issues where you're like, oh, fuck. this doesn't work, and you figure it out in the middle of the key, right?
I guess
And then
like
you do
the
like
main
a random
the main
skip.
point that you're making here, which is a very good point, is that you all like you need to be open and like thinking about like making adjustments as you're doing the key and as you like actually playing. Because I had a very good example in a pug yesterday where I was doing a cinder brew and we were doing a really big pull in the IPA room where you had a bunch of these like totems spawn, right? And at the start we had all cooldowns and we were nuking the pack, and then another set of totems spawned at the very end of the pool and we didn't manage to kill them and we wiped. And it was a resilient key. So we wiped, and then like somebody started blaming the other damage dealers, like, why didn't you like do more damage? And then we explained, oh, like I didn't have cooldowns anymore. I tried my best, blah, blah, blah. And then that person immediately was like, okay, so what should we do? Just die every time, right? And the tank then said, oh, well, maybe we can line of sight the last spawn of totems. And then I was like, oh, this is like the duality of the pack players. One player immediately thought, okay, well, the fault must be at the other players just not playing correctly, and they just do better and do more damage. While the tank was like, oh, okay, what can we do to solve this issue that just occurred? Maybe we can line them, right? And I think you need the mentality of the tank in this case to be able to adjust your route and like find solutions.
I mean, from my experience, I think the best way to learn is by not looking inwards and blaming everyone else for things that goes wrong. I think that's the best way of getting better at the game.
I like it. That's what you do in your team as well, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Who's always at fault? Who is the one player?
No, but that is true. Yeah, always like go in with a perspective of like
Katsugo,
learning, and then when things goes wrong,
for the 2
instead of like
years.
doing like some crazy blame game or whatever. That's also why, like, okay, you just wipe the key instantly. Just go over to your, let's say, recording or stream, and you're like looking at it, and you're like, okay. So I looked at this, and the reason why the totems went off is that I'm checking it here, and I can also see from logs that everyone actively swapped to the totems in the end, but it still went off. We just didn't have enough damage. And then you're looking at it, okay, so we didn't have cooldowns ready, but in the beginning of the pull, we had all CDs, bloodlust ready, and it just evaporated. So, like you said, maybe it's a good idea that the tank just either lines of sights himself at the start, because that was also being said in Dreadnought's video, right? Like the totems spawn on the aggro target. So the tank can free line of sight, spawn the totems, or everyone else can line of sight at the end of it. You have two options, right? And that's a good way of dealing with, with the barrels.
I just need to admit something. I did not watch the Dreadnought's video. So first of all, I guess I should be watching Dreadnought's videos to improve. Okay, noted. But if you have not watched the video, then can you explain how that works with the tank line of sighting?
Yeah, so the brew drops, like the barrels, the totems, whatever you want to call them, they spawn on the location of the person that has aggro on them up. So in most cases, that would be the tank. So what the teams are doing now, that you can also see, like some of the top teams, they are having the tank, instead of everyone else line of sighting, go into a line of sight spot. And then the ranges are in a spot where they're line of sight from the totems at all times, while they're not in line of sight of, while they can still hit the mobs, if that makes sense. And you can take it even further and stand in a position where you're line of sight of the totems, but you're also standing behind, let's say, a barrel, so that if you're getting targeted by the Hobgoblin's charge, the Hobgoblin charges into the barrel and stops midway, so it doesn't move away from its position. And you can just stand there fully AFK, not have a care in the world about the totems, and not care about the charge, and you can just stand there the whole pull. That's what people are doing. That's a really good way of dealing with the mobs in that dungeon.
Yeah, that's very nice. I assume, I mean, obviously you need the tank to be able to know where to stand at that point, right? Like, I can't really do anything if the tank is not positioning themselves correctly for that strat.
Yeah. You can go and look at the MDI VOD if you want to see the position of it, of course.
I might have to watch this Dreadnought's video.
Yeah, or Dreadnought goes over, he pretty much analyzed the Cinder Brew as well.
Alright, so now focusing on this floodgate here. Actually, did he even post a route? I don't know. I guess we see the route as we're going here. On these like first few pulls, is there anything that you really wanna?
Yeah.
watch out for?
So here you do some initial like dodges here, and then the most important thing to stop here is the reload. Then you never have to dodge anything. So at the end of the cast, that roar was a little bit early. There was still 3 seconds left. I'd like squeeze a little bit, so like there's a second left.
I mainly did it to interrupt the trick shot, but maybe the trick shot is not actually that important, right?
They recast, yeah, they recast. But there's nothing else to beam other than that. And then I would use my vortex whenever these guys have their thingy ready as well, so that they just get pushed back in again. And then you just rotate CCs on. Now you need to dodge. One big dodge. Boom. But yeah, those you can kind of just like do one AoE stop every 5 seconds. They don't do anything. If they do their reload, finish their cast, then you have to dodge again. Then they do their RPG.
You could also stop the RPG, but I guess that the cast is much longer, so much shorter. So you would wanna.
Exactly. You want to stop the reload because it's way longer cast, and the RPG just permanently recast. So you have to do stops more often with that one. Yeah, it's way better to stop the reload.
Okay. And the pulls we did so far, they seemed somewhat efficient. I personally never like. I mean, these architects seem bad every time, but I guess you gotta pull some of them.
Yeah, I mean. Archmages have Archmages have a pretty strong at that. Like once the scaffolding dies, they can kind of just like absolutely send the architect and kill it before it casts a second time. That makes a big difference.
I guess you do need a mage to actually target the architect, though. I guess because a lot of mages don't go on it because of the scaffolding that spawns, right?
I mean, they just wait until the scaffolding. Everyone just hit the scaffolding and pull, and then he just sends his cooldowns as soon as it's gone.
Oh.
He needs to maybe hold the CDs a few seconds. It's not that bad.
Yeah, okay, so basically just be good.
Pretty much, yeah.
What do you think of this pull we just did? I feel like this is... I mean, it's a good pull, but I haven't really seen pucks do this very much yet. Seems like...
Yeah, I mean, you're going Big Mama... Yeah, Big Mama first. So, like, some teams have the idea of going Big Mama first, and like as the first thing in the dungeon. Some of the Chinese teams are doing that, and then they're just going there and sending Bloodlust with some extra trash and pull, and then they get good value out of the Bloodlust, right? Someone like an Arcane Mage, because they are target cap, will be losing quite a decent amount of damage on the robots. So you don't really want to, let's say, add too much trash all the time. Because it does affect the amount of damage, let's say, the mage is doing to the Mega Drones. But I mean, Bootcamp is pretty good at this fight. I would just, like exactly like you're doing, just start them up, spam Starfall the whole fight, and just Starfire off of the highest HP Mega Drone. That's probably a good way of playing it. And then if cooldowns are not ready or something like that, you can swap off of the Mega Drones and hit the boss a little bit more before the shield goes up. You can also push Mama too early, if that makes sense, if the key is too low.
Wait, why was I pinged? Am I standing in the wrong spot or something?
So these Mega Drones, the way they work is that they charge out to a target, and then they will pick another target and charge towards that one again.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is that you always want to be in the line of the mob charging out, and then in a line towards the boss so it charges back in. Does that make sense?
Okay.
If you're standing outside, the second charge could charge outside, and then you obviously lose cleave. I'm not sure if that's why he pinged you, that you were in a shit position. Also, this is kind of ass. You are sitting in bear form doing a damage increase. That was sad.
I felt like I had to because I was so low going in.
But you did press your bark skin outside of the AoE. I would not do that. The shots don't do too much damage. I would just have bark skin for each damage amp so that you don't have to sit in bear.
Yeah, I think actually, I don't know when I pressed it, but we had like the shield up because stats didn't die fast enough, I guess. So maybe that's where I felt like I'm in danger. But yeah, I should always just save it for a jump start. That makes the most sense. So I don't have to go bare form.
That's ideal at least. Yeah, of course dying is worse. You have to press it, you have to press it, but... Oh no.
Silence. I was riding the wave. Does the boss reset here at some point? Like, do you have to be careful, or...?
Sorry, say that again?
Does the boss reset here at some point? Do you have to be careful to not drag the boss?
No, you can go pretty far.
Okay.
You can go pretty far. But yeah, you can't take her too far up.
Okay, I pressed my bar skip again, but this time I got pains up instead, so it's okay.
You also got barrier. And mass barrier. You were like really safe here.
I guess we need to kill the ads again, alright?
I mean, I don't know if you have to. You can probably go boss here. I think you can go boss. He just sent Arcane Surge as well, the Arcane Mage. So he has his big cooldown with funnel in execute. The Arcane Mage is doing really, really big boss damage right now. I think you're gonna be fine.
Okay.
You can make it. You have 20 seconds to do 130 million.
I believe.
Easy push. Right. Nice.
So this,
do you know how to do this like thing? I don't know if they're playing them. Are they playing? Yeah, okay.
Oh, they're playing it.
Yeah, okay. Some people are skipping this. There's different ways of doing it. There's people that finds an exact spot where they can stand while being able to press it and it doesn't pull. And then some people are pulling the blood warper away and then melting it off afterwards while someone presses it.
I guess that works too. I didn't think of that. But yeah, I do know where to press it, but I've never tried it. Like, I only tried it in like a dry run, basically. I didn't do it in a key yet because mostly it's the tank that clicks it for the pucks that I've been playing at least.
Okay. I mean, if the tank is doing it, then you can't continue the key, right? Like,
yeah,
so that's not really the efficient way of doing it.
Okay, like almost any class can do it, right? But if you pull the soldiers at least, then that's that.
Yeah, any class can do it. You're not reliant on having stealth or anything like that. Get up on the spot, everyone can press it.
Yeah, as long as you clear the trash here, because if the trash here is not cleared, then somebody needs to be able to jump up, right?
Yeah. You have a priest in the group as well. He can also mind soup for the person going up, so he has like a clear path.
I guess this is like a decently difficult pull. We did back-to-back blood warpers, and now I at least on the cooldowns. Maybe we should be lasting this.
If you need. He did. Good.
Ah, okay.
I mean the only thing you really need to do is like you can have one guy assigned to a sniper, and then you just rotate kicks on the blood warper, and then you can have, if you have a good group, you can have someone stopping the demolitionist as well. But obviously in a puck you just need to,
just dodge.
Just press what you have. I mean, if someone stops it, someone stops it. I mean, it's not like the only bad thing I guess that can happen is like if he does the RPG while the blood warper is sucking off the team, then it's gonna lose a bit of healing.
Oh, I keep forgetting that I have to actually stir. At the very start, when I did this the first time, I thought it's just like an automated thing, because there's this like thing here, right? And I thought it would just like aims you here. And it took me quite a while to figure out that I'm the one aiming.
This is a pretty difficult pull, by the way, for pucks, because here these divers, they have what we like to call AI.
Yeah.
So they're designed in a way where you don't have 2 divers casting harpoon at the same time, but they're rotating, right? So here you kind of need to snipe the interrupts a bit. So this is generally when like things goes wrong most of the time, I think, in pucks, because you have the nail gun, people get like rooted. You need to kite the pull properly away from the bombs.
What do you mean when you say snipe interrupts?
Well, you need to see which of the casters, like which of the divers are casting the harpoon, and then you need to interrupt that one, right?
I thought you meant sniping like the other players' interrupts.
People being able to like target swap and kick. Not like too complicated, but in pucks, it's few casts can go off here and there for sure. Yeah. Then you can get gripped into a bomb and then die.
I guess what you can do, like if you don't trust your group to interrupt all the divers, then I guess you just want to make sure you position yourself in a way where you don't get gripped into a bomb.
Yeah,
that would be the last resort, I guess.
And press a personal as well, right? Like, because you get a big bleed afterwards.
Yeah.
But the dungeon so far has been going pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Only thing here is that I'll probably like pre-move whenever the blades are coming.
Yeah,
that makes a bit too much damage there. And then look at this. If someone gets double targeted by the surveyor, that is like that's a pretty dangerous combo. If you get
I guess maybe I want to stay in melee and potentially like incap roar or interrupt them somehow if there's 2 casts on somebody.
If you see someone getting a double cast, that's a good incap roar, for sure. Mm-hmm.
This pull that you guys did here on TGP, where you pulled like the trash from the bottom onto the boss, is that something you can do with like different kinds of classes, or is it a specific classes thing? I think I saw you do it with Shadow Fury, but or grip.
We did it with DK grips. We got them up. Is this something you can do with other classes? I mean, we didn't have to test it with like other specs, so I can't really say, but because we just played it with we had a DK in. Yeah, we played Floodgate day 1, so we had to play a little bit off metacomp, but we still had the Frost DK. So we didn't have to try and do it with like other specs.
What are the mobs that are in there again for that pool?
It's 2 contractors and 1 surveyor.
Okay. So I guess you have to be a little bit careful about the surveyor.
Yes, the surveyor, if it casts a dynamite on you and you're getting the quick shot from the boss at the same time, that's the combo you need to be careful of.
Okay.
That's what can kill you. Yeah, I mean it's good count with the boss. It adds 5 targets for the arcane mage. I mean that's why it's so good.
So in case people don't know what you're talking about, or what we're talking about, I guess, it's like we killed the trash now because we pulled it with the trash earlier. But it would be like down here somewhere, right? Like in this platform here, where my mouse is. Oh! Oh shit. It's pointing. Wait, why did he not charge all the way?
I mean, that was because you were too close to him.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he just charges all the way until he hits a wall.
No.
So he just charges through the player, but like a certain distance further, and that's it?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's how it works.
Okay, I literally had no clue.
I'll get him, boy.
Ooh.
Alright, so while we play the rest of this boss fight... sorry, yeah, what did I say?
No, I was saying, so if you look at what the Demon Hunter tank did here, I wouldn't do this. Whenever there's only 1 bomb up, the way I think you should always be playing the last charge is to just charge it into the boss to get 2 target clear faster. And then, because you always get 1 more dispel after the charge is over. You get 1 early dispel, then it does the charge, and then it does one dispel after the charge. So
Yeah.
ideally you get the boss into melee as fast as possible, and whenever you see one bomb up, you should probably already like do that.
And the tank is always getting the last charge guaranteed, right? So the tank can already knows that they're gonna be
But
getting
now this one will go off now because you killed the goblin.
Do I take it?
Forget to press it. No, that's not how it works. Just do damage.
Ah.
Melt. Good. Press a personal here. Maybe health pot if you drop really low.
This is gonna be
Fine.
something.
Yeah, fine. You tried to walk into the bomb. That was funny.
I didn't know. I thought he could like maybe explode it. So if you walk into a bomb, it does the same damage as if it would just explode.
No. I mean, the walk onto the bombs doesn't do anything. You can't remove them. No. You have to explode them with either debuff or the charge.
Oh, I
It just goes off after some time. But like, it's very healable. It's not like you're not gonna die to one bomb.
Okay.
So yeah, just press a personal if that goes off. But yeah, you guys killed one goblin a little bit too quick. Probably, well, the team should do a little bit more split damage. So here the kelps, I mean, they also have AI. So it's just about AoE stopping these. So the whole team doesn't take too much damage. And then, yeah, I mean, they also do a heal ability. Beam here, I do. Like right now, beam. Good. And then, this was perfect. Now they have long cooldown on their cast as well. I think the Demon has a silence rune that...
Yeah.
I don't think you're tracking as nameplate still, are you?
No, I forgot. I can beam it now.
This is one of those things, like, this is the... You write it down and then you're like, oh, after the true, I need to add silence sigil.
Yeah, this is one of those write down moments that I forgot again.
You can also knock this. This is not a bad pull to knock when people aren't doing stops on the kelp, like here. Yeah. There you just stop the triple. He also used Chaos Nova, but like... So this was a good knock.
And here, I guess as a druid, I would want to like click this before we do this pull, or as they gather up the pull, maybe. Like a self-pass and click.
Yeah, you can do that because then you don't have to wait these 20 seconds for the boss RP. So what you're doing right now is what the Chinese are doing also. The tank is off in the back, and he's probably bringing like some crocodiles. Yep.
Oh, okay.
I knew it. Yeah. So he brought one diver as well. We should kick that one. So this is what the Chinese team are doing as well. So this is just for funnel. So here, I would not stop for example. We talked about this. This doesn't do anything, this trash. But this is like a big gain for the Arcane Mage.
As long as we interrupt this, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty easy. There's just one diver casting every 15 seconds.
Yeah.
This should not be a problem.
I'm struggling though.
Watch the mine under boss, hard to see.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
Only the strongest survive.
Did we have enough time to do this, by the way? Even if this didn't happen?
I think you guys would have been fine on the timer. I don't think this would have been an issue. It was looking like it was gonna be fine. Can you check the tank's deathlock
Yeah.
on the last boss? Yeah.
Such class. Oh yeah, I guess that's just like a not super mitigated tank buster, right?
I mean, this kind of does happen a bit. I think it's not a bad thing that tanks are like trying out things that the top teams are doing, but sometimes they have a tendency to go overboard a little bit. They're like, oh shit, I saw, let's say, some of the top teams do this in a key. I'm going to try this as well. And then they don't really expect the amount of damage. Because One Phase does clap the tank a bit as well, as you can see. Yeah, how much damage it did to the tank. And then if you have that in combination with some extra trash, I mean, it's not easy. And that's one thing, like playing around the Arcane Mage definitely adds some pressure to the tank, because in high keys you might have a tank that like might have a boss that does a lot of damage to the tank already, and then you add trash on top of that to make, you know, the arcane mage gain a lot of damage. You do need a good experienced tank in order to be able to like well, play with it.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. And I mean, I guess that's where resilient keys are also nice. So if you're a tank yourself and you want to practice stuff, you just practice it on your own resilient key level, I guess. And then you can just deplete it a few times, it doesn't matter. And I guess the people that are in there, maybe you can even invite people that would get some score too, so they might stick around for you to try stuff.
No, 100%. I think resilient keys are a great way of like you know, getting better at the game without like being punished. So you can test things out, see what works, see what doesn't work, and then like once you find something that you feel, okay, this is good, then you can, you know, start pushing a little bit higher keys afterwards, instead of like trying to test things out in a key that you haven't done before, and then, you know, you deplete it and then it's kind of over. So yeah, using the resilient system to practice is not a bad idea.
All right, so
Good way of using the system.
while we wait for a priest here, can you quickly give me your opinion on the class rule that or the spec rule that they added to the TGP now that you played your weekend?
Yeah, so actually a lot of people talked about this. The class rule itself, I think it's interesting. I think it's, at the end of the day, the most important thing is having the viewers enjoy the content, right? Like that's more important than whatever the players like at the end of the day, because like the viewership is the number one thing. So most people like to see different comps and different classes being played. And I don't know if it's the best way it was implemented. I know some of the teams were, because like you have the good teams that are actively trying to get to globals and win the cups, they're going to be playing off meta comps. And then you have like mid-tier teams that are still good at the game playing meta comps. And the top teams need to play that much better because they are, you know, starting from behind. And then still end up winning the tournament. So it puts them a little bit, let's say, behind the other teams they're playing against that are just going for, well, we just need to make it to day 3. We're going to play meta comps just to get to play day 3. And then they are going to completely shamble on day 3 with like an off meta comp, right? That's what some teams did, for example. And I know 07 almost went out because of that. So my idea was that Blizzard decides what comps you play in the dungeons and you notify it ahead of time. Or maybe not to that degree, but they have, instead of making a full comp, because I think you can make a good comp and then at the same time have every spec in the game kind of being represented in a tournament. Because you don't want to like just throw random shit together. You want to throw comps that has different class buffs that kind of like synergize as well and complements the classes that are in the comp, right? So like you want to have Mistweaver in a physical damage dealer comp, for example, and stuff like that. You also want to make sure that you have a Bloodlust in the dungeon, and you want to have a few combat reses too. So like if you really balance the comps around it pretty well, I do think that you can play a lot of good comps. And then the teams will get notified ahead of time so they can practice those dungeons with that comp. And I feel like that idea is a bit better. It would have every team play the same comps in each different dungeons, but it would be on, like, say, everyone would be on the same classes, so it would be fair for a tournament format.
Don't you think it would be a bit like a tall task to ask every team to be able to play all classes, though?
This would be a format that would definitely play like into the strength of the very experienced teams that have been playing for many seasons. They would like this format better. So it would be harder barrier of entry for new teams that just plays metacomp and that's all they play and they push high with that. And teams that have been playing MDIs and CGPs for many seasons that have like experience on like every single class in the game across their team would of course have a big advantage there. So you could do it on a smaller scale to start off with, where instead of being a full comp, they are just making it so that you have to have a certain tank or a certain healer or a certain DPS represented in like different dungeons. That could be one way. So they start off a little bit slower by adding, let's say, 1 or 2 required classes in a dungeon instead of making the full comp. But
Okay, that's an interesting idea. Another downside, I guess, that would maybe happen is that like one of the cool things that I noticed when I was casting last time was that when we saw different comps in the same dungeon, there was obviously like route differences, which I thought was interesting, which would not happen with your idea, right? I guess. I mean, that's like a small downside. There's going to be downsides to all things that you do, right? But yeah, one of the things I thought was cool is like, oh, when they had the Warlock, they did this. And when they had the Guardian Druid, they did that. And now they're doing it differently, basically.
yeah, I mean, I agree with it. That let's say you're playing the dungeon with different comp, but it would also change week by week, right? Because like I assume that they are gonna make different compositions from different cups and for globals.
Yeah.
So like so it would switch over the course of like the whole MDI. But I think I'm not sure exactly what Blizzard wants, but I guess they want to be able to showcase all of the specs and classes as much as they can, because that's not a bad thing, right? For showcasing their game is to make sure that like all specs does get some kind of screen time over like the whole tournament.
guess,
but yeah, I mean it would be a big ask for sure for the teams.
Yeah, one cool thing that would happen, as you said, like if they're switching the comp for each dungeon between weekends, then I guess there's a possibility that teams might be more likely to stream their practice because they know that the other teams are like, you're not going to play that same comp again for that dungeon, right? And obviously the route that you're playing is going to be very dependent on the comp that you do. So another team cannot like fully copy your strat or like figure things out. Teams probably still wouldn't be streaming their practice, but maybe it would be more likely. And teams also would have to figure out their own routes a lot more and their own strats instead of just copying stuff, which would also make it more interesting to watch. Because if everyone just ends up doing the same thing, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the interesting part would be that the routes and strats would change from week to week, because you would have to come up with a way of doing the dungeon with a comp you're not used to, instead of like over the course of like each weekend. Watch aggro, by the way. You should share them out. Everyone starts start implementing technology from the other teams, and what ends up usually happening is that people have somewhat close to each other's strats. There's like only like a few differences here and there, of course, but people end up having very similar routing, because everyone will, have tech from each team, and that they would have because they implemented by the time globals come, so there will not be like massive differences in routing, but the different comps would definitely change that.
Interesting. Is there any suggestion you have for MD Anti-GP that would lower the barrier of entry for like newer teams? Because I feel like that is like one of the biggest issues we have for the tournament overall, that a lot of teams don't want to compete because they know they can't possibly win until they actually participate a few times in a row, which obviously is demotivating to like even get started, right? So I wonder if there's like a format idea that you have that would maybe fix that or make it better?
I think, I mean, maybe they can change the resilience system. I think the resilience system is great. I just think that they should make it a bit more similar to how it is on Tournament Realm, where if you've completed all 16s, right, as an example, and you have resilience 16,
Yeah.
Instead of it being, 16s don't deplete anymore, why not the key level above that you've just completed? And then it becomes more of like a steady progress where, okay, now I've done all 16s, now the next goal is all 17. And then now you have, the ability to do trial and error on 17 until you move up again. So it becomes more of like progressing and pushing each key level rather than, spending too much time building keys and then get, more players comfortable on, let's say, the key level above, and then like progress like that and get better and better. I feel like that would be a better way of doing it, because that's kind of how we're practicing, right? We don't ever deplete our keys. If we want to try out a certain key at the highest level, obviously we're gonna get depleted a few times and like get comfortable in the key level, know what kills are, know what's possible, and then eventually you get comfortable in that and you find a way to deal with that key level, and then maybe you move on to the next one. So I feel like that mentality would make more players on live a lot better at the game, and I feel like it would be a more natural learning curve for people to get better and plus.
Okay.
So I feel like that's one change I would do to the resilience system.
I do 100% agree with what you're saying, but for me personally, I'm just talking from a person that is not interested in doing TGP or generally just doing that. Because to me, what I dislike about TGP practice as a player is I personally am not super interested in doing a key over and over and over and over and over until we get it all done. For me, I really like the laid back kind of approach to M+, where you do a key, if it doesn't work out, you move on, you do something else. Because I feel like that is more laid back, right? It's less try hard, I guess. So I do see why people like your approach too. I guess there's just different points of views. And the thing, if you apply this resilient change as you're suggesting, then I think it would turn M+ high keys, even pugging, into a lot more of this more structured kind of TGP approach, rather than the laid back approach, which for me as a player would not be super enjoyable. I don't want to join a pug and then we do a key 15 times because we try this really hard pool that we can't do, so we just reset a million times, you know what I mean? But that's just me. I understand that other people would like it differently.
Do you think that's what people would do? They would go in and do a crazy ass pull and then Hail Mary it, and it would work out 1 in 10 times? Because that's not
and
really
hierarchies,
the way.
I think so.
Okay.
You don't think so?
I think some teams would do that, some players would do that, but I don't think it's the right approach to do that, though. I think you learn the most from a dungeon not by banging your head against the wall against really difficult pulls in the beginning of the dungeon, but instead having.
Well, that's not really what I mean, though. It's not just about a big pull at the start. I generally mean that, when things are really planned in detail, which is only something you can really do if you have those higher resilient keys, or if you're on Tournament Realm or whatever, right? It's impossible for you to do a key with the old key system, for example, on live keys, and plan every single detail, because unless you're a super experienced group that has been playing, that plays a lot together, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, I guess I don't like it when everything is super planned in detail when it comes to Mythic Plus, because that to me feels more like Mythic rating than it feels like M+. And I understand that players are evolving, and we've played M+ for so long that in general this is a thing that is happening nowadays anyway. But I feel like it would happen even more if we had Resilient on hierarchy levels too. But in the end, you never know if it would happen or not in packs as well.
I mean, if you're joining a group and they keep wiping and doing the same key 15 times, you can just leave the group if you don't want that. You can also just say, hey guys, we've been doing this dungeon, we've been doing it so much, when I try this dungeon instead, and just swap key, you're not forced to do that, I think.
Well, you're not forced to do it, but if everyone is doing it, you are kind of forced to do it, because otherwise you can't get anything done, right?
But that would also be so boring. I don't see a world where people would bang the head against the wall against a dungeon that they don't even see is remotely close to being possible. I think going in, playing a somewhat easier route, and then playing through the dungeon, and that's more enjoyable for most players than it is to make like super difficult dungeons that doesn't have very high success rate. And I also think that's how you learn the most, right? Like you don't want to just be good at the beginning of a key. You want to kind of just play through the whole thing. You want to like see every boss. You want to understand what does damage, what doesn't do damage, and like I feel like that's the best approach. And I just think that the overall skill level of each player, once you start getting to those higher key levels, they will kind of be on the same page as you because you're gonna have like a natural progression once you start doing 17 keys that you have done every key on 16. So you're going to be playing with people, unless they bought a boost, of course, that are on the same stage as you in terms of experience and skill, because you've all been progressing all 16s, and now you are at that 17 key level. So you're kind of like all on the same page. And I feel like if it is a progressive system like that, people also start having somewhat of the same, routing. There are probably going to be a lot of like public routes out there that are going to be pretty popular. So people will kind of have a basic understanding of the keys by the time you get to that level that you have been doing at the previous key levels. Now you just need to get comfortable with, everything having more HP and doing more damage. So I think it will be a very natural way of doing it. And I don't see you running into the problems. Of course, there's probably going to be a few groups that will do like you said, but I don't think it'll be a normal thing. You will already have done it before on the key level below, so you're kind of you should be ready for it.
Yeah, I don't know, like I do understand. Like I'm not. I think this is like a bigger problem. This is like a more like a point of view problem where you're. The things that you like about M+ are like just different to me and maybe some other players. People have different opinions, right? But one thing I guess that in my head could also potentially happen, that is something that is maybe not super noticeable, is that people just generally are going to be more knowledgeable about everything in a dungeon. Right? Because like just because I don't want to reset a key a million times and look at every single detail about every single mob, other people will do that, right? And that's something that at the moment is not possible, and therefore people, or at least in the past it wasn't possible, so therefore a lot of people did not know every single detail about every single ability and how it interacts with everything, right? And then everyone was kind of like on the same page in a sense. And if that changes and you approach dungeons more like a TGP kind of style practice rather than live server thing, then it's possible that the barrier, not the barrier entry, but like the gap between the best players, the most knowledgeable players, and more casual high-end players is going to widen, because these really like try-hard players that play all day, they'll have all of this knowledge and all of this stuff that they have figured out by doing resilient keys, right? And other people did not. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if they add it, honestly. Like it's not something I'm like super bothered by. I'm just saying that that's could potentially be something that happens that maybe I would not be the biggest fan of. But I'm not like necessarily against resilient keys going higher up. Like, and especially if it helps TGP, I personally think that we do need help with that. As I said earlier, because the barrier of entry is so high right now, and I would love if there was more teams that can actually compete with teams like you guys, right? So if that helps, then I would love to give it a try, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think if you like just the more casual vibes and you don't mind all the builder keys, but I can say that for a casual player, time is a big thing, and you were talking about the gap being big because the top teams will be able to play a lot and they would have a lot of time. But you also got to remember that in TGP and when we are doing these keys, we hit a ceiling. We have a end goal and a key level that we think is the absolute maximum that is possible. And then once you do that key, the only thing you can actively do is maybe try and complete that key a bit faster than what you did. You're gonna hit like a cap of like what you realistically can do with the gear that you have. So at some point that gap stops because you cannot complete the keys anymore. You're like kind of done. You hit the maximum key level that is possible in that dungeon because you just cannot put up damage enough to do the key level above, or you're not able to survive certain abilities, right? Yeah. And I feel like for people that don't have as much time, the resilience system working a key level above instead of, key level that you're at would mean that people would be able to spend their time actively getting score and getting better at the game instead of spending the limited time they have on building keys and having limited time on the keys that they actually need and progresses. So it becomes more of this like progressive system that, and whatever hour of the game time that they're spending actively learning, getting better and improving their score, rather than having limited time of playing and then spending much time building keys that they've already done. And whenever they are finally getting to a key level that they need, they deplete the key, and then the players that also needs the key, they start leaving, and you end up spending time in the dungeon finder again, and you end up not playing as much. That's what I feel like is happening with the current system.
Another problem with the current... Well, I think the number one biggest problem when it comes to time waste is not getting invited, right? Which I think has nothing to do with Resilient, honestly. Like, that's a completely different story. But one thing that I see happens a lot in puck groups is even when you have a Resilient key, people will either not continue after they deplete it because usually they think, oh, some player is not good enough, or that was this person's fault. I don't want to continue with this group. Like, this group sucks. Like, they will blame somebody and then think that they just don't want to continue, right? That definitely happens a lot. And then another thing, I guess, that happens is that you do the Resilient key, and then people do continue like once or try again once, and then they leave. But you are right. Like, sometimes I wish a key was Resilient when I feel like the group was kind of good, and we ended up, wiping for something that was not necessarily anyone's like fault, or I mean, I guess it was someone's fault, but it was like a super big mistake, and people are not like necessarily blaming them. Then I wish we could continue. Like, that definitely happens to me quite a few times, where I'm like really happy that I got invited, and then we wipe on the first pull because of some stupid thing, and then it's not Resilient, and we have to just go back into the group finder.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. I feel like everyone is like progressing 17 keys, right? Because you all have Resilient there now because you did all 16s. You're all like kind of at the same stage, and you're all progressing these key levels together. And you're like, damn, this group is really good, but we wiped to something very unfortunate on the last boss or whatever. But this group is like really good. And if the Resilient system was different, you could actually just go again. And you're like, oh, then you timed it the second try, and then you're like, damn, I want to continue with this group. And then you guys move on to the next key, and before you know it, you guys add each other on friend list, and you got yourself like some players that you like playing with. And I feel like that's a better approach than playing one key with someone and then depleted it and you leave, and you don't even know that you might have, like, let's say, it might have been players that you would have be able to play with in the future because like they were good players and you wanted to play with them again, right? And I feel like you might meet some good teammates that way.
Yeah, there's definitely upsides to the suggestion you have. It's yeah, and plus it's just this weird thing at the moment where it's like we kind of want this to change, but then maybe something bad happens. I don't know. It's like it's all over the place. So this dungeon that I'm doing right now, did I play the first boss correctly, or did you notice anything that I was like doing really wrong?
Well, you were very far away from the boss. It was good that you melted the charges. You did your bear wild chest and stuff like that. Good mechanical skill there. I just wouldn't be in Africa because you want to be able to have the bosses close to each other for maximum damage. So I'd say inch a little bit closer to the boss when so that the car doesn't charge too far away. But other than that, I mean, it was fine.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't really think of that, but yeah, obviously the mob still charges to me, and then it's not in melee anymore. That makes sense. That's a ranged player brain, or specifically a Moonkin brain.
I mean, you also getting Starfire from them being close.
That's true. That's true. My Starfall still hits them though.
That's true. That's true.
For this trash here, I feel like we wipe a lot here in pucks. A lot of it's like, I feel like tanks die a lot here.
Yeah, I mean, so there's so these skunks, right? Like they recast their healing absorb, right? Like all the time. So a nice way of dealing with this pull is like by pulling a lot of them and then doing AoE stops until they all cast at the same time. And then it's as simple as just line of sighting them during the cast. And then it goes on a long cooldown again. So there's a few line of sight spots you can use here. Like there's the pipes, there is there's a big pipe that you just went through from behind as well. That there's like some small line of sight spots as well there you can use. So they're not like, yeah, exactly like what you're doing now. I mean, obviously it keeps getting stopped right now, but yeah, you can just go behind this one, like right now. They keep stopping it. But you see, like instead of doing all of these AoE stops, you guys could just have line of sight at once and then not have to deal with them. Like look how many GCDs that is actively happening to try and control these mobs. Oh, yeah. And of course, like you can have the pull closer to the pipe as well, so melees they don't lose too much, right? Like right now, they would have to go on a jog to line. So positioning the pull a bit closer to the pipes is a good idea.
And this unit behind me, I'm not gonna pull it randomly when I walk here, right?
I don't know.
Do I?
Maybe.
Also, can you outrange it as well, the gunk? Do you know that?
I don't think so. I honestly, it's not something I've tried. It's probably a very big range.
One more thing about this boss. Can you still avoid the charge by melting or something? Or not anymore? Like, can you stop the jump that he does?
Well, it's been I mean, actually, I'm not 100% sure. It's a bit weird. I knew at the beginning of the season I could invis it and melt it. But it had to be very specific timing. It was. I'm pretty sure that they fixed it because it's been very hard to replicate. I've tried a few times and I just got annoyed because like it was like very rarely or almost never happening. So I just stopped doing it because like it seemed very inconsistent.
Okay.
You can, however, like disengage it.
Oh, you can disengage the...
It always goes on the furthest target from its location, right? So you know when it's going on you. Now it will... Okay, no, you didn't get it.
I guess on 1 key level higher, I need to bear form the dispel. Like, that almost one-shots me.
Yeah, without an Oracle Priest, you do need to press a few more cooldowns, that's true.
Do they always just dispel it instantly? Do I just...
Yeah, most of the time they dispel instantly.
Okay. Now that I have Mage Berry, I'm not gonna press Barkskin, I guess.
Good call. Barkskin the next one as well. I mean, I'd say probably like whenever you have... You can protect your Incarn with an Iron Bark, with a Barkskin. Oh no, Caro.
Okay, listen, I didn't know I was not the furnace. I also did not know that one-shots me. Okay, turns out the jump does actually kill me.
Unlucky.
I guess if you don't pull the dogs here, it's also kind of sketchy to disengage. I feel like I'm just gonna pull something.
Yeah, I mean, you could put, like, I guess the team could be a little bit further away from the middle of the room, so you have a bit more space. Go a little bit closer to the entrance. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess the
change
safest
that
would just be to bear form, because if I miss the disengage, I'll just die.
The change that it did to this boss, where you have to hide behind the box, and like there's no way of... It's so bad. I hate the change that they made on this. I feel like it's so boring, this line of sight mechanic.
It is very boring. What I think they should have done is make it so you have to hide behind it, but let you cast on the boss like everywhere. Because I understand why they changed it. Because basically you need a weak aura for its... Or you need to like do some shenanigans, right? It's not very intuitive. And with the new philosophy, where they want add-ons to not be like a big thing in the game and whatnot, then something like this would obviously go against that. So I do understand it, but then they should have just made it so you can just cast through the box everywhere, basically.
Oh, I agree. I think line of sight mechanics in general is just not that fun.
I don't like them. I think there's barely anyone that likes line of sighting stuff. That's not a very fun mechanic.
Nope. I remember on, what was it? Queen Ashara was also that mechanic. Like, you had to line us that all the time.
Yep. That was
boring.
such a weird boss because it was also boring to cast as well. Because it was such a coordinated fight and you didn't see line of sight on like the rage frames. So you had a hard time even seeing what the fuck's going on. As a like outside viewer and caster, it was kind of like, ugh. Thoughts out loud,
100%.
thank you so much for 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back.
I think it's a good change, like you said. Like, being able to hit the boss behind the box instead of doing the nerfed HP. But I do agree, it's not the best if there's like a... You're supposed to line behind the box, but there's like a little spot you can stand in, so you are line of sight. You know, that is... And the tank has to put it in a specific position. That's not very good for the average player, right? Like, so... Hiding behind the box and then being able to do damage, that does seem like it would just have been a better way of doing it.
Can you skip this jump as well somehow? From those docks?
Skip the jump. No.
Okay.
You just have to press personals and get this belt.
Okay. So why did we pull the boss first and then the dogs? Just because...
What people like to do it is because they have healing cooldowns and personals for one dog wave, and then they get it back for after the boss. And if someone dies, the spawn point is right there. So if someone dies to the dogs, you can just release, and then you're you know, right there at the dogs immediately without using a combat rest.
Ah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah.
that's why people do it. Because they are quite difficult mobs, and high keys do a lot of damage.
Where would we press last? Is there like a last spot that is coming up?
People are usually just holding lost for the next boss,
Oh,
and then for last boss. I
interesting.
mean, it is a 32-minute dungeon, so in order to get an extra lost in this key, you have to like immediately send them on cooldown. And then, of course, if you are doing a run that's 30 minutes or below, then you're not really gonna get full value from the last lost. Whenever a dungeon is like close to like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes or whatever, then, you know, you might want to, you know, consider not losting a cooldown and instead just planning out the amount of loss you'll get, and then, you know, skip the last use.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So here people usually do first pull, or they do like the next boss, and then they do the last boss. That's standard loss people are doing in this dungeon. The next boss is the hardest boss in the whole fucking season by far.
It is very difficult.
So crazy. Like
In the TGP, are you not allowed to use a safe spot, or are people just not using it?
you're allowed to. Are you talking about the standing on the stairs?
Yeah, the stairs and like that other like exit area.
Yeah, you can be there.
Okay. Yeah, people are
You
never
can stand
there.
up. You can go- I mean, it's like sometimes the dungeon forces you to go inside the boss room, right? Like, depending on like where the plants are spawning, they
Yeah.
need to be dragged there. There's fire spawning in certain parts of the dungeon, and like, it's only ranges that can use the saves, but realistically, right? So the melees, they kind of have to play the fight, and if the melees are like forced to be across on the far side of the boss room, then you're out of range from the boss standing in the safe spot. So
Yeah.
you can be on the safe spot for part of the fight, but sometimes you're forced to also play the game. But you can go up there whenever you see an opportunity to go there. And it's good.
I hate when I have to play the game as a range player.
Yeah.
I think range players by default should just always not have to play the game, honestly, if they choose to do so. On this boss, can you still outrange, I guess?
Yeah, you can.
It's not super
can out-
valuable, I guess, but...
I mean, it's good for not losing any GCDs, but I mean, bit bad for healing, but this guy doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
This is like, I feel like this dungeon is one of the easiest dungeons in terms of like what's going on in the dungeon. Like, there's not much. There's not like huge AoE pulls that require a lot of CC or anything like that. There's almost no interrupts apart from like the first pull, and then like one or two casters in a pull at a time. It's a pretty simple dungeon. It's just that it's a bit harder on the timer. So it's a lot about like output for timing the highest keys. You just need to do a lot of damage. And then you have the third boss, which is well, that's kind of what stops people from timing the third boss. The one that depletes most keys, I think.
So if there's a dungeon like this in the TGP or MDI that is kind of straightforward and there's not much you can do with routing and stuff, do you actually spend more time in this one trying to get an advantage through like smaller details, or do you just like like spend less time because it's overall easier? That's something I wondered about.
I think it's like, so some dungeons you of course spend a lot more time cooking, but then once you have a route, I don't think it differs from dungeon to dungeon. Once you have a route that you're happy with, then you start like running reps on a dungeon, right? And playing it more and more. And then sometimes you run into certain things and optimizations as you play the dungeons more. And then you look at, like you said, the smaller details. But I don't think that differs from dungeon to dungeon. By the time you get to globals, you have that mindset with every single key. Whether or not it's technical or not, just makes the dungeon easier and gets you to that point faster.
Yeah.
But you will have the same approach where you are looking at, let's say, these smaller details that helps you speed up time a few seconds here and there over the course of the dungeon. But you have that mindset in every key. It's not that just because the key is easier that changes. You just get to that point where you can look at those things quicker than others.
I guess I was wondering, because obviously when there's a dungeon where you can cook a lot, let's say Floodgates, I feel like if you're really like a veteran team that is very good at figuring out efficient routes, you're probably going to be a little bit faster compared to like a new team, I guess. And then you're going to have like a bigger advantage there. So I was thinking maybe you would spend more time in something like Workshop, because that's where it's going to be hard for you to gain an advantage over another team with just like routing and being smarter and more efficient. You just have to literally just play it better somehow, right? Because there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a bit different this TGP because this is the first time that the Blizzard is going in and like giving us a heads up on the dungeons that you're playing a week in advance. So this time around we're like, okay, so we're playing this these maps this weekend, and then we can actively just focus on those instead of having, let's say, an overall amount of keys that you have to do. But I mean, it also plays into the tiebreaker of the dungeon, of the whole tournament, right? And how the tiebreaker work. That if the top teams have the same score, it's the team that did the highest key that win. And then if they have the same score with the same highest key level, then it's about total time. And so the most important thing really is making sure that you are doing the highest key level possible, right?
Yeah.
So you can look at the dungeon that that would be, and then focus on that one maybe a bit more, and make sure that you are in the position where you're able to do that key level, to make sure that you would never lose a tiebreak. That's important, for example.
Yeah, that makes sense. And one thing I also want to say, like, do you like the fact that they're announcing the keys in advance? I guess you do.
I mean, so I'm back playing TGP, high keys in a tournament after a few seasons, and last time I played, we were holy shit, we were playing fortified keys, we were playing tyrannical keys, and we're playing different combination of affixes, right? We're talking sanguine, we're talking explosive, we're talking like all these kind of like afflicted, bowstring, all of these affixes that has an impact on how you do the dungeon. So you have to practice these keys on both tyrannical, on fortified, and then you have to prepare yourself for a potential combination of affixes that might, cock your strat completely. Like, okay, so if we have sanguine or bowstring, how is that going to affect our route? And how are we going to plan against that? So now you have to maybe practice certain dungeons with different affix combinations as well. It is way easier to practice now, because now you're just practicing the dungeon, So you're playing 8 keys as opposed to 16 keys and potentially different affix combinations on top of that, because the keys changed a lot when you played them tyrannical and when you played them fortified, and then add like some spicy affixes into the mix. You had to practice a lot of different shit. I feel like it's a lot easier to prep now than it was before. That to go back on what you talked about, are you looking at optimizing the smaller, finer details? You get to that point a lot faster now because you will have learned the dungeon at a way faster stage than before. So you are in a position where you can do that a lot quicker now than what you used to. So that, in combination with them giving us the information ahead of time, it makes it very easy to prep for the tournaments. And I think that, again, accessibility of new teams coming in and playing, it's easier for them to get accustomed to that versus a team that's very experienced and have been playing many tournaments and that is like actively practicing for a month straight, 12 hours a day. The new format now is easier for new teams, for sure.
It's interesting because I almost thought it's the opposite. I didn't think that before, but after I was watching the weekend, I thought because they announced the dungeons, it felt like the teams that are like the lower seeded teams, because they didn't know if they were even going to make it to Sunday, and they didn't really think that they would make it to globals. So for them, it's kind of easy to say, you know what, we're just not practicing the final dungeons. Like, we're not practicing the Sunday dungeons, basically. Right? Because when they don't announce the dungeons, then you can't do that. Then you have to practice kind of everything. Which, yeah, obviously it's more practice time than you need. But it almost felt like, especially those two, like Drive Puck and Firmawant, it definitely felt like they literally didn't practice the dungeons for Sunday, right? Because they were like, you know what, we focus so much to make it to Sunday, and then we don't have enough time left to like practice the Sunday dungeons at all. And I felt like that creates like a bigger gap between like the better teams and lower seeded teams. But I'm not sure if that's something that's going to change in the future or not. Like, maybe it was just something that happened to these teams. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's also cup number 1, right? So this is the cup where people have the least amount of practice time, right? Teams definitely get better from cup to cup, with more time. And yeah, I mean, if there's a team that's like after getting the keys announced and with like a little bit of practice beforehand, and their goal is just to make it to day 3, and that's all they practice for, I mean, you know, that's where that team is at then in terms of skill level, right? Like, what I do think that a team like Firmawant, for example, and then they almost like sent the 07 out of the tournament, right? Which would have been like a massive upset. So, but of course if they didn't time that last floodgate, or the other team did, and 07 would have been out, I mean, then they would have been competing against another, let's say, team that is playing off mid on Sunday. Then it could have been anyone's chance at number 2 from those
good point,
teams,
actually.
right?
Yeah, good point.
Could have worked out in their favor.
Yeah. I guess that's also something with the spec rule as well. Like, it obviously, like, for the viewing experience, I think it's nicer to watch Friday and Saturday, right? Because the lower seeded teams have a better chance against the higher seeded teams when they play the better comp, or like the meta comp versus non-meta. But then obviously on Sunday it makes it more one-sided towards the higher seeded teams. If the lower seeded teams not only lack a little bit of like the experience and the skill level in comparison to the higher seeded teams, but they also have to play like a not so favorable comp as well on top of that. And I guess that's like the downsides and the upsides for that rule too, that you can see, that you saw last weekend at least.
Yeah, I mean, that just adds to the like you said as well. Like, you felt like it might be a big advantage for the better teams, but I'd see it in a different way. If the better teams are gonna be practicing 6 dungeons, and they're gonna be practicing these dungeons by also having to play 3 of those with off-meta comps on day 1, they're gonna be splitting their practice time more versus a team that goes in full meta comp and just tries to actively make it to day 3, that puts the better teams at a disadvantage, because the worst teams are going to be playing with their full force on day 1 with a meta comp, and the better
Hudson,
teams are
thank you
going to
so much
play
for
with a
Prime.
handicap. That makes it harder for the good teams to, let's say, to get to day 3. Right? They're just going to be playing against the team that plays with a stronger comp at the beginning of the day, right? So they're kind of starting from behind a bit. That makes it easier for worse teams to win against.
Yeah, that's like upsides and downsides. Yeah, I do think it's an interesting rule that maybe can be iterated upon in the future.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the best way of doing it the way it is now, but I do think forcing different specs to be played, I think, is good for the viewer experience. It's definitely gonna be more rough on the competitors, and I think very experienced teams will have an easier time adjusting to a meta like that. But I think the viewers would enjoy seeing the different comps and specs being played, and see how the teams are, say, playing the different dungeons with a comp that they're not used to, right? Like, I think that is gonna be more interesting to watch and see the interesting ways of doing the dungeons with an off-meta comp.
Yeah.
And then people can maybe realize that there's not just one comp to rule them all, and maybe that would also make people more likely in the community to invite other specs too. Could be.
I do think so, because I guess a lot of the meta issue as well is that people maybe overestimate how good the meta comps actually are in comparison, right? Like, a lot of people are just not aware that other classes can be good too. So maybe something like the spec rule is going to point that out more, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think people like. I mean, of course, it depends from like season to season, but I do think that there's a lot of good specs now that you can do pretty well with. At the end of the day, the most important thing that, of course, you want to have a comp that's like has good balance, right? And that kind of works well together. But there's definitely a lot of classes that are pretty good in M+ currently. You can play most specs and do pretty well. Just about the player skill, really. That's going to make the biggest difference.
Why did you choose the comp that you were playing? Did you think it's like literally like the second best comp, or did you just like it's more like a comfort thing, or?
So, I mean, why were we playing the comp? So first of all, playing Fire instead of Arcane. Fire is obviously good. It's about like trying to not run into issues in the routes that we've been planning with the builder classes that we have. So we had the Warlock to replace, let's say, the Moongin, because Warlock is obviously great. Since we didn't have the Priest with the grips and with the Mind Soups, some of the grip tech that we did in certain dungeons, the Gateway fixed those issues, right? So we knew that Warlock was good for that. We're doing a lot of AMS stuff, a lot of gripping and things like that. So it was obvious to just play Frost instead of Unholy, because like we wouldn't have to change too much. Resto Shaman is obviously a great healer. Whether or not you play Priest, it's insane for damage. You have the extra kick as well, and the extra AoE stops, which help by not having a Vengeance Demon Hunter. Now you have a short interrupt, a ranged interrupt. You have the knock up. You have the cap stun. So, kind of provided you with some CC on top of, just providing you with the Sky Furies as well. So Shaman it was just a good overall comp that made us able to do our routes with no issue by getting other utility from the other class, while at the same time having a comp that still does really good damage, right? So you saw other teams go for, like, let's say, Casual Addict when Rogue, for example. So some teams are probably going to opt for comfort in the builder keys, and just play what they feel like they would do best with. Because, doing like building the keys, doing a 16 and 18, it's not gonna matter too much what you're playing. For those key levels, you can kind of play most stuff. And I think some teams might do a little bit different things, just based off like what they maybe main, You can also play Hunter. Hunter is also pretty good. You can play like the physical comp that some people are playing, right? Like bring the Rogue, the fucking Hunter, the Guardian Druid and stuff. The Mistweaver. That could also be interesting. Building with that. So
Yeah, it was
I think
interesting.
different teams will do different stuff for sure.
Yeah. I like the fact that people were like trying different stuff. And I guess since it was the first time we saw the rule in place, I think some teams were also being really smart. Like some of the lower seeded teams, they didn't want to like fully commit to an off-meta comp, but they kind of like protected some of their specs, right? By playing Prod Warrior in one key to make sure the Vengeance Demon Hunter isn't banned for Sunday and stuff like that. I thought that was very smart. I think Firma 1 did it, right?
Yeah, I think of different roles has bigger impact, right? Like I think the DPS classes are definitely, to a certain extent, probably more replaceable than let's say the Vengeance Demon Hunter and the Moonkin in some dungeons. I do think the Silent Sigil and the Solar Beam and stuff like makes the dungeons a lot easier, especially the ones where you need a lot of control.
Okay, very interesting. Well, in the meantime, I timed 18 workshop, by the way. It was no problem at all. But yeah, that third boss, seems interesting. I can only imagine how difficult this boss is on an even higher key level, especially when you're like also have the
Would you say
pressure of being in a TGP.
I mean, that was the goal, right? Like, goal was to get you to an 18 key, and that's we made it.
We made it. And we
actually-
were talking
that's
about
actually quite
completely
good.
different things, actually, too. Like, it was good.
That's actually one thing. Like,
Mike,
honestly,
thank you so much for 15
you have
months.
the
Good
ability
morning.
to hold a conversation and play the game at the same time. That is actually a skill set that a lot of players don't have, by the way. Being able to talk and play at the same time without making like, crazy mistakes or dying. You were pressing your bar skin, you were going bare form when you had to. Like, you could play the game at the same time. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, so I guess if people want to get better at that, all they have to do is start streaming or start talking to themselves when they do keys.
I mean, it's true. It is some. I mean, that's a skill trait of a shot caller as well. That's very important.
Yeah, actually, good point, though.
You need to be very good at like seeing information and then conveying that information to your team while playing your own class. It's you need to be good at like multitasking, for sure. And I mean, seems like you can do that with a conversation. It was good, for sure.
If you have a little bit more time, I know I've already asked a lot of you, but I did want to ask one more thing. If you don't have to go.
No, I've rated 6.
Oh,
That's,
okay. Perfect.
Oh yeah, are you walking on the treadmill as well?
Not at the moment, but
Okay,
usually, yeah.
Triple
Have you bought
tasking.
one, by the way?
No, I don't.
Oh, you should. You can do it while you practice for TGP.
I'm walking my doggo in the mornings.
Oh, okay. Then you get your steps in, I guess.
Yeah.
How's the dog doing?
Doing amazing.
Nice. But yeah, I did want to ask. Yeah, so because I talked to Lamike a little bit, and Lamike said when he started like participating in MDN TGP, he kind of noticed, and I guess this is different for you because you've been a high-end player for so long, so this kind of happened gradually to you. But Lamike said, so he went from like a somewhat casual, like high-end plus player on live keys to doing MDN TGP, and then he was introduced to things that like to optimization things that he didn't know how he would have even figured stuff like this out if he didn't participate in MDN TGP. Because I asked him, do you think that participating in those tournaments made you a better player? And he said absolutely yes. He learned so much from participating. He said, for example, like when he did these big pulls in MDN TGP, he had to make target macros, for example, which is something he never really thought of doing on live servers. He had to make last target macros for taunting and stuff like that. And that made me think, okay, there must be more things like these that people don't know to ask, right? Because sometimes if you don't know what a mechanic does, you look it up and you know what to ask. But sometimes if you're looking at improving your gameplay, there's only so many things that you're looking at improving that are obvious. And then at some point, there's things that don't become obvious anymore on how you can be better at the game, because obviously World of Warcraft has a skill ceiling that, in my opinion, isn't like super high. It's not like Counter-Strike or League of Legends or whatever. And at some point, you have to like really get creative on how you can get better at the game. And I was wondering if there's some things that you think that a lot of people aren't doing that would maybe help them out and get better at the game once they already like exhausted all of their other kind of avenues on how to get better. Like if they already acquired all of the knowledge that they can possibly acquire that are logical, like mechanics of bosses and trash and how to do this and how to do that. What is there else that you can do to like really, really get better at the game and that you maybe don't know how to ask or
I
what
think
those things would be?
So first of all, you learn how to play the game, right? You get good at a class, and then you start playing the content. And then, like, how do you get better from there? Like, I think you should go in with the mentality of, because of like weak Rs and the macro conditions in the game, that if you can think it and you have an idea of a certain way of like, oh, if I had this would be easier. You should expect that it's possible.
Okay.
That it
so
can be
we're not talking about
created.
macros, weak Rs, and add-ons, basically, yeah?
Yes, we
Okay.
are like, and because I think that's a big thing. What is possible in WoW, and when it comes to add-on development and weak Rs and all of these things that gives you information on your screen, because that's at the end of the day, having information on your screen that gives you the ability to counteract whatever is happening in the dungeon. And that is like, of course, you have the basic weak Rs that shows your personals, that shows your offensive cooldowns, and then you start tracking the mobs, the cooldowns of abilities in dungeons, so you're ready for them. So okay, the sharpshooters are about to disengage. I'm gonna use my vortex now, right? And you keep building on all of this information. And one thing is having the information on your screen and it being complete clutter. But being a good enough player to be able to play your own class and access all of this information and on your screen and be able to play around it. That's where experience comes into play, right? Like, because you can have all this information on your screen, but like, you need to be a really, really good player in order to fully utilize it in a dungeon.
I think, like I said, that's a very good point. I definitely sometimes get really overwhelmed by information, especially like when a season starts and I import a weak R pack from Mirrors or whatever, right? And there's like a million weak Rs on my screen. And I have a hard time processing this information. And as you said, it comes with experience. But is there maybe a better way? Like, is there something you can do? Because each player picks up information a little bit differently, right? A person might be more of a, like somebody might be more into visuals. Another person works better with audio cues, position of where they are. Like people look at different spots on their screen. Like, I guess that's something that people should consider when they import weak Rs, and maybe also like weed through them a little bit. Maybe like remove some that you think are not necessarily super important to you. Or would you say keep all of the information that, even if it's only helpful in like rare cases, should you still keep it and just get used to it and like learn how to deal with all of this info? Or should you try to minimize the information first and then add on to it once you're used to it?
Yeah, so this is what people usually do, right? Most people. They're like, oh shit, I'm going to download this weak R package on Waco. I'm going to download my my favorite streamers' UI elements for tracking and plater and scripts and all of these things. And now you have all this information on your screen that some of these top players are using. And then you just have it on your screen. And what happens is that most people have this on their screen, but they don't use it because they're not really in a, good enough to be able to do it. Or they just get overwhelmed with visuals, with bars, with audio cues. And before you know it, they just have so much that they just start ignoring it. And that's the bad approach, right? Like, I think it's fine to have this information, but it's also, once you have this information on your screen, that's also where we go back to like recording your gameplay and analyzing it, is you play a dungeon, you see what sounds come up on different mechanics, you see the bars, you see that, and you go through your VOD and you look at it pull to pull and you understand what it does, and then you actually understand what all of these UI elements do for you, and you will very quickly go in and see, okay, so I really like this. This helped a lot, or this was a little bit too much. And then you go in and adjust and edit these UI elements, cater to, what works for you. Because too many audio cues and it starts becoming something you ignore. Too little, you might be missing information when a lot of things are happening at the same time, right? So that's where audio cues can help a lot when you're looking at 2-3 different things at the same time, and then all of a sudden this audio cue mean like, oh yeah, shit, this is happening now as well. And that can help a lot. So it's about just finding a nice balance that works for you as a player. And then, really going in and making sure that, well, the UI elements that you have are not there just for the sake of being there, but they're being used, to optimize your gameplay. I think that's something that's going to help out a lot of people, because like I can tell you that we're spending a lot of time optimizing UI, and whenever there is anything that I'm like, okay, this pull was annoying because I had to do way too much, or had to like, if there's anything weaker related or UI related that would give you more information or help a pull being easier to deal with, we are jumping on that immediately. And that also goes with, like, we have the experience of like, well, we know what's possible with WeakRs. We know what we can do to make certain things easier to deal with, or if I'm missing some information, or this WeakR could be really cool for this boss, then we get that made as soon as possible, right? Like we just jump on that right away. So I think WoW, from a mechanical standpoint, like you said, you were talking about like skill set and CS and stuff like that. It might not be that hard, but WoW has a lot of knowledge, and I think it's a very knowledge-based game where experience plays a big role into like how good you are at the game. Because you can take all of these top and plus players and then you put them in a raid fight that both of them have done like hundreds of times, and they will perform pretty like close in terms of DPS output and rotating the personals and stuff like that. But the biggest skill set and the biggest difference between a new team and an experienced team is their ability to learn and tackle and come up with strategies, routing in a new dungeon, in a new season, faster than everyone else. And that's where the biggest difference is. It's knowledge. It's being able to tackle these keys, look at a route, come up with good routes, figure out how to optimize them. And they do that at a higher level than other teams. And that's where the biggest skill difference comes into play.
I guess one problem that I see, and I mean, this is partially also something that applies to me, but I think I'm more on the higher end. Like I personally understand how to edit my add-ons mostly. I'm not somebody who can code my own WeakRs, but I obviously I'm capable of using everything else in WeakRs. And I can, if I have to make my own WeakR about something somewhat simple, if it's not custom code required, then I can do it. But I think there's some people that are in the same boat as I am, but there's some people who really struggle to edit WeakRs completely. Where would you go, or what would you tell people that, like, let's say they install a bunch of WeakRs, install a bunch of like add-ons and whatnot, and then there's an audio cue that happens or something that pops up on their screen, and they don't even know what add-on this is from, because that happens to a lot of people. Where, I don't know, like, is this from DBM? Is this from Bigwix? Is this from WeakR? Is this from, I don't know, something? And then they're going to struggle to fix their UI if there's so many different add-ons that they don't even know how they work or how to edit them. Would you, tell those people to maybe, I don't know, get rid of some add-ons first? Or, where would you go to learn this stuff? I feel like we don't really have ways in the community to really pick up this kind of information, right?
I mean, I agree. I think WoW currently is so add-on dependent at a high level. But and people, they start playing and they're like, oh, take this WeakR, take this add-on or whatever, and they just install it. I mean, that's the number one, let's say, mistake, that they are just installing it, but they don't know what it does, and they don't look into the add-on first. So instead of downloading tons of different WeakRs and tons of different add-ons, the better approach is to, like you said, you import a WeakR or a package, or you install an add-on, and then you test it out in a dungeon. You can spend plenty of time doing that with the resilient key system, right?
Yeah.
And you start playing around with it in the settings. If you're unsure, you can. Most popular add-on developers, they have Discords as well, where you can go in and ask questions. And there's like support guides and stuff like that if you have problems doing some a little bit more complicated stuff. And once you start like playing around with weakers and playing around with add-ons, then you have, let's say, basic knowledge of them. And then it's a lot easier to learn other add-ons and weakers in the future, because they're not going to be very different from each other, right? Like modifying settings, modifying weakers, and like once you already start doing that on an entry level, it's gonna be a lot easier to do with other add-ons. It's just about getting into it in the beginning, and just playing around with it a little bit more, just like you would with other stuff in real life. You have a new TV, it has all of these cool settings, and this remote, how many buttons does it have? I mean, you might not know what the hell half of them do, but like then you read the manual, you play around with it a little bit more, you watch a YouTube video on like what your TV can do, and then all of a sudden you know about it. It's the same thing here with add-ons. It's not too complicated, but you don't know what you don't know. It's just about spending the time to learn it. And you don't have to be someone that's crazy good, like I said, a custom code weaker. I'm not that either. Thankfully, I'm blessed with the weaker team behind us. So if I need something super complicated, I will just ask, and then they will develop it for me. But I have the basic knowledge of being able to do standard weakers, right? And edit them and adjust them to my liking and stuff like that. So
I guess the TLDR is, or like the biggest thing is, do not install like a million add-ons all at once. Even if you want the UI of your favorite streamer, you can get it, but don't get all the add-ons at once if you don't know what they do. Like, look at the add-ons, install them one by one, see what they're changing in your game, so you're actually aware and have the information, I guess.
Not necessarily that, because if you install a UI from a streamer, like everything has already been adjusted to the way that the streamer wants it. So if you like that, it's fine to install it. It's just you need to be able to, let's say, edit it or understand where certain sounds are coming from, right? So like, let's say you install you have someone who really like it, but there are certain elements to it that you don't like. Should at least have the ability to go in and edit that or remove a certain sound if you don't want to have that sound on, for example. So that is the bare minimum that I think you should be at. But you don't necessarily, because it is a lot of work to build a UI from the ground up. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to get something you like from someone else. It just saves you time, because at the end of the day, not everyone is a pro gamer and they want to spend infinite time on like fixing UIs and stuff. Most people are coming home from like a standard work job and they just want to go in and want to pump some keys. And not everyone has time or wants to spend a fuck ton of time to like sit there and develop a UI. They just want to play. So it's an easy way of just like, I just press my Twitch Prime or subscribe to someone, and then I save all of that time and just get a UI that I feel like is pretty nice. But if you want to get good at the game, you should, of course, be able to adjust certain things or add something yourself if you want to like, okay, I feel like this is missing. Let me just add that real quick. And then you can build on something. You can build on a template.
Yeah. And I guess, the most important thing, like, I really like the comparison with the TV. Like, just make sure you understand what you're actually installing, I guess, in the end. At the bare minimum. So you know where the things are coming from. In case something happens that you don't like on your UI, you at least know, this is that add-on. And you're not completely clueless and are like, oh my god, there's something happening on my screen and I don't even know which add-on to disable to remove it.
Exactly. I think that's a good way of looking at it.
Alright, very cool. In the meantime, I've been doing this
17 theater
here. I guess there's... I'm gonna be honest with you, I still do not fully understand this first boss here. But there's really nothing that I have to understand, I guess, other than dodge frontal, some abilities, like the circle around me does big damage to me, and the stump is an AoE thing.
Yeah, the first boss, most people are doing it with the Bloodhorn. You can soothe that, of course. You reduce the damage of everyone. Other than that, it's you just rotate kicks on one of the casters. The big guy, he does a frontal, you dodge, can be baited. You can, and then he does an AoE slam that does a lot of damage. Then you have the spread circles debuff, does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And it's always like you stack up, you spawn the puddles, and then it's very shortly after it's spread. So it just keeps following that same script. So it's pretty, and I mean you just do AoE, try and kill them at the same time, because they do get a stacking damage increase. Once one of them dies. Some of them you can kill a little bit off before the other ones, because yeah, the spread mechanic, the dot does a lot of damage. If that boss is still alive and it has a damage increase, you know, that's something you want to avoid. You also don't want to have the AoE slam happening with the Desire having, let's say, damage increase either. So
Okay.
But I mean, for time, you of course want to cleave them evenly and kill them at the same time, right? Okay, that's gonna be the best thing. Desire has a bit more HP than the rest, so can put a little bit more
Is that the
damage
main?
into that guy.
Which one is Desire?
That's the slammer guy, the big
The
boy.
slam guy. Okay.
Yeah.
And in this
TDP?
build here, I mean, you just focus the Arbalist, I guess, because that one is the only thing that can really kill people here.
For safety, yeah, killing the Obelisk is the play. But of course, hitting the big boy is gonna speed up the dungeon. So it depends on.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
if
it's Ray, for the 40 months. Appreciate that.
If you want to go for a little bit more aggressive gameplay, you just focus the mini boss and cleave it down. But of course, one thing you need to be careful for is the AoE, and then if you get shot at the same time, I mean, you see just how much damage this AoE does, and then if you get a shot while that is happening, that can kill you, right? But what you can do is, of course, do some kind of AoE stop or stun on the Obelisk as the AoE is happening to avoid those combos. But
Does it like the shoot it recast, but does it also recast like the bleeds?
the bleed, the bleed recast all the time.
Oh, okay. I guess you can also line it in theory. It's
Yeah,
arranged.
you can.
3,
You can.
1.
I think you're doing the skip, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a skip that most packs are doing now too, I noticed.
Yeah, here is an interesting one. I'm not sure if you should be star falling, because while the captain is up, all AoE abilities does reduce damage.
Yeah.
So I would actually just single target star search this guy until he's about to die, because like your star falls wouldn't really do that much damage.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure about that either. I mean, I guess it does make sense though. It's
Then
just
when he's
single
about to
target.
die, yeah, you swap to star falls immediately.
On hierarchy levels, can you still do this pull, or does it like eventually just stop making sense when these arrows just shoot you down?
I mean, these mobs are rough. Is it doable? Yeah, I mean, of course. You just have to pick, do you want to do this pull or do you want to add the other count to the dungeon? The mini bosses, you gotta remember, they're also chunky. They have a lot of HP.
Yeah,
And,
they also seem pretty bad.
This is a dungeon that is similar to Workshop. It's not that difficult of a dungeon, but it's one of the dungeons that are a bit harder on time compared to other keys. So speed is very important in this dungeon in order to time the highest key levels. You want to make a good route for sure.
Is there any
can't
tricks
just,
to
like-
this boss other than, I don't know, just get lucky with who gets sent down? Because I hate this boss so much. Ugh.
Is there no? You gotta pray you don't get sent down. But actually, I mean, you do a lot of damage as a Moonkin to. I think you are like a prime person to go down. You kind of like just kill your teammate almost immediately.
Yeah, I still don't like the fact that he just gets sent down. I mean, I generally just hate this boss. It's not necessarily because Moonkin is bad. It's just I just don't like it.
Look, he's
Wow,
letting you
this
kill him.
DK thinks that I wouldn't kill him if he didn't try.
But But I mean, something you can do if you want to optimize this, right, is you can make like a macro, right, that removes, like, let's say that you are the one that should die, right?
Yeah.
You can have like, and you're up against the melee, you can have slash sit in it, you can have cancel hours for different absorbs and random hots. You want to remove things like well-honed instinct as well, so you don't just randomly heal yourself up while you drop low, stuff like that, so you die
That's a good
quicker.
point.
So those are things you can do.
Wait, can you repeat that?
To
So
die off.
basically, you want to make like a macro, like a cancel aura macro, I guess, where you just put a bunch of stuff in.
Yeah, exactly. Like as a mage, you would remove like your barriers, both your blink shield and stuff like that. Like random hots that you might get from your healer or increase the HP. Like right now you have Riptide, as you can see top right, things like that is healing you at the beginning. So your well-honed instinct also randomly topping you if it's not on cooldown. Stuff like that.
That guy
you can
just
remove.
blasted me.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Dude, that almost one-shots me. I guess I have to bear from this.
It does a lot of damage.
Jesus Christ. Is this just no priest diff?
I mean, Oracle does help a lot, right? Like, also we're playing with Avoidance on TR, so like, this doesn't really do too much. Yeah, pretty easy boss. I think the only thing that can kill someone on this fight is getting hit by the combo, like getting hit by one of these.
Can you stop the massive cleave happening twice?
It's random.
Okay.
Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
All right. We love RNG in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, but that is rough. I mean, some classes have issues dealing with not killing the banners, right? So, I mean, right now you're hitting a banner. This is obviously a big time loss.
Yeah.
You want to just hit the boss, but for safety, you don't want to have anyone being slow doing the combo here, right? So hitting them is definitely the right play. But most, I mean, I can blink in the metacom, right? You have the DK. It's obviously a DK. They cannot be slowed. You have the priest. They can play the Fate talent. Moonkin can shapeshift. And then yeah, the Demon Hunter can leap and glide and all kinds of shit. So it's pretty easy to dodge them even while having 5 stacks of the slow.
Oh. That's not good.
You also do have a paladin with freedom. Yeah, I mean the comp that you have right now should be fine as well.
Oh god.
Oh no. That was rough.
That was a bit rough. Success. Oof. For routing in this dungeon here, like which wing you go, like I've seen teams even in TGP just do different things with which like wing they go first. So what is it like you should consider when you choose the wing that like it's mainly just bloodlust things?
Cooldown timings and loss timings, yeah. That's I think the biggest thing you need to consider.
Okay.
Having strong cooldowns for the hard pulls and having bloodlust at times that you know, gains you a lot of like good efficient bloodlust. Okay, so here he's gonna silence rune, yeah. So after this silence, probably a good beam.
And they're all kind of
they're
spread out.
exactly. So when you put down after the grip, you remember when you put down the vortex?
Yeah.
That would have been a good beam because that would the vortex would have been protecting that initial leap, and there would have been a beam for full value, and then you could have silence off of that. Because what happened now is that he did his silence, and then your beam was kind of shit because they were all over the place, right?
Yeah,
So that's
I'm so scared. I don't know, like there's some. I think it was like the first pull in workshop that I did a few times where I sniped the Demon Hunter Sigil with my beam, because that's usually what I did with my beam. Like, it's almost like muscle memory, where at the start of the pool, everything is stacked, and I will vortex beam, or I will just beam if the mobs don't jump. And then I did that with those bombs in workshop, and obviously when I beam, like in case some people that are watching don't know, the Demon Hunter Sigil is an interrupt on every single mob that it hits, while beam is only a silence. And the silence obviously
Apart
does not
from
have
your
a...
main target, the
yeah,
active
apart from
target.
the main target, yeah.
Yeah.
Which means that if you only silence them before the sigil goes through, that means that they're not locked out as long as if the sigil would have hit them. And that's actually a major difference, and it can wipe you in the first pull in workshop. And I didn't know that until, you know, someone pointed it out. And then I was so paranoid to like not use my solar beam really early, because all of the puck demon hunters, in my opinion, they just use it fast. But then sometimes they do not. And then I'm just sitting there on my beam for way too long, and then I don't know what to do with it anymore. So I don't know. But I guess that's just like a thing where I have to pay more attention to the demon hunters cities.
I think that's a very niche pull, right? Because like you said, and this is why Silent Sigil is so broken. So people that do M+, they know that certain abilities, if you, for example, this Withering one right here, like if you AoE stop that one, it doesn't go on cooldown. It's gonna constantly recast and recast all the time until it gets interrupted. Yeah. So AoE stops, stuns, things like that, just makes it recast again. And the first pull of Workshop, like you said, is one of those pulls that the bombs will cast their explosion, and unless they get interrupted, they will just permanently cast over and over again after they come out of any kind of CC. But Silent Sigil is an AoE pick / interrupt. And that's what makes that ability like really, really broken for certain mechanic. So what you do, like you said, is that you make all of the bombs cast at the same time by doing some initial CC chain, right? And then use Silent Sigil, and now all the bombs cast will go on cooldown. And then now they won't do anything for plus 20 seconds or however long the cooldown of that spell is. And yeah, but you shouldn't get PTSD from grieving one Silent Sigil. It is not many pulls that are like this specifically. I think using beam early is a good thing because it's a short cooldown compared to silence.
What's the cooldown on Silent Sigil?
It's 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You should just go in and then you should just press like beam. It's that should be the standard.
Okay.
And then he can do stuff off of that. And then if the pole is really long, you get a second beam at the end of the pole as well.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna try to get rid of my PTSD and actually just press my solar beam. For this boss here, I feel like this is a boss where we wipe a lot in pucks. And I don't know if it's like should I be AoEing the leftovers a bit more? Like, am I just perma star falling here to make sure like we have less damage in the group? Oh, we're just dead, I guess. I mean, other than that, I guess there's not much you can do, right?
I mean, you were right. It did look like it's rough. I mean, what do people look at the devlog? So tank died to I mean, this was just tank death. So this boss is rough because of all the leaps. Do a lot of damage, but you can outrun those. So with mobile classes, you can. And ranges, they can just like move all the time. You can also use vortex for them as well.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly just about avoiding the leap, and then of course getting. The one thing you can avoid the gripping from the guy gripping you in, and then doing the AOE. If you are somewhat close to him as well. So like whenever that is happening, you can go close. You don't like randomly get gripped and leapt on at the same time, and then you step out, and they just need to. It's just a lot of dodging, I think. That's why it's a difficult boss.
One thing that also happens, like when the grip happens, if it overlaps with like the leftovers still being alive and leaping, they can also like splash on people in melee. Does a lot of damage. would there be a point to, I don't know, like save your stuns, like single target stuns or AoE stuns for the leftovers when the pull is about to happen, so people can safely go inside without them like splashing damage on each other?
I mean, you had a weak guard that tracked the leap cooldown, so you know when it's
Yeah.
happened. You can also be far away, and then you can just be ready to like disengage the grip in, right? Like in your case, I think most classes have a way of dealing with the grip. Mages can alter time. EKs, they don't care if they get leapt on 100 times; they're just invincible, right? Like so. I think it depends.
It's physical damage?
The leap, I don't even know, but they're just tanky as fuck. You can check.
Yeah.
There's some splash around it. I'm pretty sure it's magical.
Yeah, I feel like I would take a lot less damage if it was physical.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's magic. But I mean, they just have AM. They just have so many personals, baseline strong.
Yeah.
But you can check. I'm not
Leaping
100%
Thrash?
sure.
Is it that one?
Yeah, it is physical.
Oh yeah, it is physical.
Yeah, I mean then that's why.
And how much damage do other people take if I take a lot of it already?
Yeah, I can say. I mean, I get 2 shots from this.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I get leapt on twice, I mean I'm dead.
Okay.
As a mage.
Yeah, I never really thought of like sidestepping it, honestly. I just like CD it if I see, because you can see when they jump on you, I guess. And if I see two, or if one jumps on me and I'm worried the other one jumps on me, I'm just gonna like use something or go bear or whatever. But I guess it's much safer to just like keep moving.
I think that's a good way of doing it. Like, let's say you have cooldowns, right? You're
There's
like,
a
oh, I have
3+0.
Incarn, I don't want to
Thank you
move
so
here, I want to
much.
just pump. You can protect your Incarn with a Vortex, right? And then you just know that for the duration of that and the next sleeps, they won't do anything. That's something you can do. Or like you said, oh, I got leapt on. Now I need to be careful. And then you sidestep the following one in case you get leapt on again, right? So you can just stand still and then just only sidestep or move whenever you know that the next sleep will kill you. So you don't overmove too much either. That's a good way of doing it, I think.
I do love the way you worded that, like protecting your Incarn. That's what I'm gonna say from now on when I get hit by stuff. I was like, I was protecting my Incarn. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, there's many times when I'm just like, holy fuck, I have all my cooldowns here, and then I just press ice cold, and then I just know that for the duration of the ice cold, I don't give a fuck. You know, like I am not gonna die doing my CDs here.
I mean, it makes sense though.
Because
Okay,
like the
so-
worst thing that can happen is you pressing your strongest offensive CD and then you die.
Yeah,
That's the most punishing thing that can happen.
And it also punishes your group because then you're not actually killing the pack and they died too. So it makes sense.
Exactly.
Thank you for your streams. Our partner is going through breast cancer currently, and watching your streams, especially the IRL ones, has brought a lot of comfort and instruction through a very tough time. I'm so sorry.
But already
to hear
most
that,
of your
Jeremy.
wipes now has been,
so
except for
sorry.
in the priory
I
we
do
talked
hope
about, right? Like the first
they
key
beat
that you did, the
that.
15.
I'm so sorry. Jeremy.
You actually wiped to the things that we discussed, like what can you do? So when we're thinking back, so there was one light spawn that healed the paladin, right? We
Yeah.
had just talked about the taunting. You could have done something about that one. And then you died to the last mini boss because everyone was low, and then footmans were dying on top of that, and you exploded and died. So like those were the things that, you know,
Yeah, I
using.
started paladin healing, and then I was only
Yeah.
thinking about typhooning, and I know that paladin obviously is not typhoonable, but I could
Yeah.
have taunted, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You think about knocking the mobs, which is not knockable. That's like that would have been a prime taunt, right? And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
You could have Incap roared or typhooned the footmen when they were low HP. That would have stopped the explosion as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is just like, as a puck player, you kind of need to put a little bit more responsibility on yourself in order to increase the chances of you know, your group like timing the dungeons or something not going wrong. Because you cannot really 100% trust in players you don't know. So the more responsibilities and the better you are at the game, and the more things you can do for the team, the better. But of course, it's
Yeah.
limited to how much you can do. You can just do good beams, do good damage, do some good occasional knocks and vortexes here and there. Because your in-cap roar is like short cooldown, but it's kind of a dog shit AoE stop, right? It doesn't really stop that much.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a good mentality to have if you're pugging mainly to just. I mean, the only thing you can improve is your own gameplay, right? Obviously, you cannot change the way the tank's tanking or the healer's healing. So if there's something that goes wrong, like you just mentioned with the paladin healing from the light spawn, I guess, I mean, instead of saying, oh, the tank should have done that or the tank should have done this, I guess you can always think about it. It's like, I could have taunted this. And I guess it's the same for like everyone else in the group. Unless you really couldn't have done anything about it. At that point, obviously, there's not much you can do. But you should think outside of the box sometimes as a pack player, I guess. And
yeah, I mean, if the tank dies to a tank smash or whatever, and you deplete the key, I mean, there's nothing you could do from it. But there is like other cases when like, oh, you depleted to this, the other players in the team, they could have done something better and they could have fixed it. But instead of looking at it like that, it's a better approach to just look at like, what could you have done? Because like at the end of the day, that's the only thing that makes you a better player, really, right? Like it's just improving yourself, because like you have no control over what someone else do or like what mistakes they do. Of course, you give feedback to your team, right? Like, oh, let's say you have a resilient key and you wipe to something. You can come with like, oh, maybe we can do this instead, or oh, okay. For example, the barrel example you used. The guy that talked about line of sighting it, I think that was really good feedback. Whereas the other guy that what are you guys doing with your damage? Like, you do more damage to the barrels, right? Like, and that's a really bad way of looking at it. Better to look at like potential solutions rather than just blaming someone or like just blaming someone from the team, right? That doesn't really do anything at all.
now, since we're speaking about that kind of stuff, like improvement, like self-improvement, well, I tried to find a group. We talked about this earlier, like where, like once you've exhausted a bunch of your, ways on how you can improve, you talked about figuring out your UI and saying, when you do a dungeon and there's something that you feel like could help you when it comes to weaker or add-ons, then your point of view is, or your thought process is, it's probably doable somehow. Let me figure this out. Like, let me ask somebody to do this, right? Is there other things that are similar to this that you could also like suggest people look at to get better outside of just like making a weaker effort?
I mean, of course. First, you need to have the basics down, right? So like understanding the rotation and personal use and stuff like that. First, you build your own gameplay up, and then you start adding onto that afterwards. And then it becomes more than just your own gameplay. Now you are good enough to be able to look at your, let's say, having information on your screen that lets you see what your teammates are doing, right? Like, are they doing their control? Do they have kicks ready? Like all of this. But you need to be very comfortable on a spec before you have the ability to look outside of your own gameplay, right? So you kind of build on that little by little, and you can only learn so much by trial and error and playing your own game all the time, because at the end of the day, you have your own way of gathering knowledge, and you only know what you know, right? You're living inside your own brain and your own bubble of information, but looking at what other people do and learning from others gives you a different perspective sometimes. That's also important. So looking at what other people do and learn from them and understand why they're doing certain, and then like taking that information in and making yourself a better player is also a crucial part of getting good at the game, right? I mean, that's also at the top level. All teams take information from each other and build on that, right? Because it's unrealistic to be the best and to know everything. But the most important thing is that you are coming into the tournament with the best package, right? You're the best across all dungeons, but that doesn't mean that you're the best in every single dungeon, and it might not be that you have the best tech in every key, or that you came up with everything else that other teams might have come up with. They might have a few things here and there, way that they're doing a poll or a different route that could have been interesting to do as well, And it's just important that you feed off of that knowledge and information and use that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's also a good point, guys. Don't be too proud to consider other people maybe are doing something a little bit better, and like consider all of the different kind of angles, and also, as you said, like learn from other players. And I guess some people are only willing to learn from what they consider a better player, but are not willing to learn from somebody that is like at their own level. But obviously there's lots of things that somebody at your skill level might be doing better at than you, and something else you do better than them, right? It's like, it's not linear. Like, it's not that every single thing in the game is the same for each skill levels, right? So I guess that's something that some people are also not really willing to do when it comes to pugging. They don't consider that, oh, this other route that this other player posted might actually just be more efficient, or the way that they suggest to do this boss or to use your cooldowns or whatever. Like, just be more open-minded, I guess, when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but with that mentality, it would be as like all professional athletes, their coaches are completely useless because they're better athletes. Like, that makes no sense, Like, you can have good knowledge and be smart, but you might not be the greatest mechanical player or, good at playing the game, but you are very smart and you have, you might be smart at figuring things out and analyzing gameplay and stuff like that, Like, you can be good at certain things and be worse at others, and there's definitely knowledge to be gathered from a lot of people. Some tech we've gotten from viewers as well, like from MDIs and stuff like that. They're like, oh shit, did you see what I found randomly in a heroic dungeon? And I'm like, oh shit, that's interesting. And then sometimes it's been tech that we could use in MDIs. The idea of, if for those who watched the MDI in Dragonflight, where we were killing the mobs in Dawn of the Infinite that spawned the portals, so that we were able to teleport between different platforms. We didn't get the full route and strat from someone, but we got the initial idea that we got a clip from someone that showed that he could snap one of these portal guardians to a different platform using, let's say, RAF specifically. So RAF has a long, what's it called, travel time. So if you send one RAF on a target as far away, you will get in combat as the cast finishes. Yeah. Now, if you press Shadow Melt right after the cast finishes, you will drop combat, but you will re-engage combat when the RAF lands. So you were able to press RAF, press Shadow Melt, walk through the portal that you can't walk through when you're in combat. Then, because the RAF lands while you're in the portal, you will re-engage combat, and now the mob will have no path, and then it will now snap and teleport to the platform that you just ported to, right, using the portal. And this is something that we built on just from that information alone, and did it with other spells that had travel time, like Flame Sigil from Demon Hunters. And then we added another layer of that by using Warlocks to summon. So this way we could put a summon portal wherever we wanted to in the dungeon, summon at the Vengeance Demon Hunter, and he could stack up a ton of mobs, use a Fear Sigil, then he could press Flame Sigil, Shadow Melt, take the summon. Now he'll be wherever we wanted to in the dungeon. The Flame Sigil would then land, which would re-engage combat, and now all of them would just snap to the teleport, to the, let's say, the location that we summon them to. So you could technically port any mob to any location at any place in the dungeon that you wanted to using this tech, right? So that was like using a small part of information and then building on it with other things in the game, right? And so there's definitely a lot to be learned from just a little bit of information. And now that all of a sudden goes into let's say your library of thinking going forward. And like you just keep building on this, going from season to season. And so that's also why I think it's hard for new teams to come in and play, because you have so much accumulated knowledge of mob behavior in dungeons, different ways of doing routes, and different tech that we have built on over the seasons. So they start becoming a standard way of thinking when you're creating routes and you're coming up with strats. And that's why some of the top teams have been successful for so long, and why it's really hard for a new team to come in and compete, and why it's been the same teams winning for this many years.
Okay, first of all, that's really, really cool. Like that came initially from like a viewer and stuff. I didn't know that. But yeah, that's like when we saw that for the first time, like playing out in something like MD and TGP, we were like, whoa, what is going on here? Those things are very cool. I guess one of the things as well that happens when Evokers were at it and the Wernstone was a thing, all of a sudden all of these like things kind of got figured out over time, how Wernstone can allow you to do all of these different pulls and how to skip certain mechanics and whatnot. And I thought that was also really cool. I hope we don't see Augevokers back though, because I don't like them.
They just got buffed again.
Yeah, I know.
They're not far off becoming viable again.
And do you think they will be played in TGP maybe?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because like a big reason why Evoker was so good was because of the main stat that they gave to tanks and healers. So healers got more healing throughput, and tanks got more survivability. You still have Zephyr Rescue and Wernstone and Sleepwalk, which is tech that has been very valuable in keys. You do have Shifting Sands, which does provide some defensive utility to your DPS players, but even Might not going on tanks and DPS, I think, was a big nerf to the strength of Orc Evoker. So unless it does a lot of damage, it's going to be less likely that it's going to be played compared to in Dragonflight. Even though it was worse on DPS than the other classes in your comp, the defensive toolkit that it brought to the whole team just made key levels possible that otherwise really wouldn't. So
And
it needs to be really strong to be brought.
Yeah, and the defensives that it brings is not really. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's really like the last resort. If you really have enough damage and the only thing that's holding you back is surviving things, then I guess that's where you would consider bringing it again, right? Like it needs to be like really worth it.
I think at least for TGP standards, with avoidance being a thing now, you're not really wiping to dying. I think the key levels right now, it's a lot about like optimizing DPS and timing the keys, and not so much about just barely surviving and making it through the key, but really because of the avoidance and because survivability becomes less of an issue for DPS players, tank survivability is a big one now. So on live keys, it's actually because people aren't doing that high keys on live yet, right? The same way that you do in tournament room with avoidance.
Yeah.
Tanks have a bit of an easier time, but like once you do these like crazy high key levels, tank damage starts becoming an issue again. Actually. And then of course timing the key in time.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I have to talk about something because we're about to start this key, and the tank linked this route, which is, I guess a lot of people are doing this now because you guys did it on the weekend where, Fear sigiled these footmen and then had now go past and then Shadow Melt. It's interesting because the Demon Hunter linked this, and then the Rogue said Shroud starts, and the Demon Hunter goes, no, first use Fear Melt and after Shroud. But the Shroud afterwards doesn't really do much because there's self-detection mobs, right?
Yeah, the Knight self-detection mobs. But you still need to Shroud or Invis past the Sharpshooters and the Footmans in the middle. So
you have to?
Yeah, I mean, you need to walk through the middle. You still need to walk through the middle because the patrols are slightly to the left and to the right of you, and then you walk in between. So you still need Shroud. Now, the problem with the Knights are the ones that have stealth detection, so you need to be careful with those. But you have a Rogue in the group, and if you distract the Knight, mobs with stealth detection have, less detection while they're distracted. So you can just distract one side and then move slightly towards that side more. You can see he even made an arrow look the way you are supposed to.
Yeah, that was the rogue, yeah.
Yeah, that's the shroud. And I guess he will distract the right one in this case. I'd imagine.
Okay.
That makes it easier.
I'll explain something real quick because somebody asked how we would shadow melt because the shaman does not have melt. So basically, if you CC something that is not a true CC, so if you use like Fear Sigil or Sheep or Hibernate or whatever, then only the first person that actually gets in combat with them will stay in combat with them. Like everyone else can actually just pass without getting in combat. So you only need one Shadow Melt to skip these footmen, basically. So as long as you make sure that the Demon Hunter is the first person to go through. So if you guys ever do a skip like this in your Paki, then make sure you don't go through first, right? Because then if you're the first one that goes through, then you're in combat and you need to be the one that drops aggro.
It's a different case here because Fear Sigil does get the DH into combat already.
The Fear Sigil does that by itself. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It does engage combat. And funny enough, it's not just with Fear Sigil specifically, it's with any type of CC. Like as an example, if you walked into a pack from stealth and you used Incap Roar, for the duration of the Incap Roar, they could walk through the mobs over to the other side and you would be the only one in combat.
Yeah.
So it's not just with, but Fear Sigil is obviously a way longer duration than Roar, right? So it's a lot easier to do. But we actually used to use Mass Polymorph for something similar to the Fear Sigil in the past.
Oh, yeah, true. I remember that. I almost forgot that Mass Polymorph is an ability because no one's using it anymore.
No, it's way shorter duration. It used to be 1 minute, right? It used to be actually like really good. Now it's like Mass Root, just reduced.
Huh.
So bad now.
I guess Hunters also did that a lot in the past with just what's the trap called that ice blocks them up?
Trap?
Yeah. But I mean, you can't do an AoE skip that. It would just be like a side skip where one mob is the one that you would body pull. Because I guess that's something you can do as well. Like if you want to skip a pack and there's a mob, or basically you want to walk past it, but one mob is so close that you would body pull the pack. That one mob can also be CC'd, and then the other mobs will not body pull, and that mob that is CC'd is obviously CC'd, and that's why it doesn't body pull. But yeah, if you don't have a true CC, like what are true CCs? It's Sap,
Sap, Imprison, and Sleepwalk. Yeah.
And Sleepwalk, yeah.
Yeah, Sap,
So if you
Imprison,
don't
and
have any of
Sleepwalk.
those, then you need to do it the other way.
Exactly, and like you said, if you're not like, let's say you have a pack of 4 mobs and you are using something like a trap or polymorph, which is not true CCs, on the mob that is furthest to the left, you can have and that one is guaranteed to be body pulled as you're running through the pack on the left side. If you run far enough to the left, you're only gonna get into combat with the sheep, but because it is sheeped currently, it will not chain the rest of the pack. But it will when the sheep expires. So what you do is that the first person that gets into range of this polymorph will get in combat with the sheep without pulling the rest of the pack. But now everyone else can walk through the sheep without getting in combat. And then you can wait for the rest of the team to walk past that pack. And then the person that got in combat with the polymorph can, use, as a mage, can use Invis, Hunter can use Feign Death, or if you're a Night Elf, that person could use Shadow Melt to drop combat. And that's the way that you have you can skip packs as well.
That's one of those things, I guess. I think it's very cool that we have stuff like this. But then at the same time, I feel like how should a person, like an average player, know that? Like, because it's not like an intuitive thing that you can figure out without somebody literally telling you, right? Like obviously at this point, I feel like it's somewhat like knowledge that is widely known, that is kind of something that people just know. But yeah, at the same time, how do you even ask the question? How would you even know to ask this, how it works, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why I think WoW skill is a lot of like accumulated knowledge, right? And I think that if you start playing with good players and you start doing high end plus, you will start adapting and learning all of these things, right? Just by playing. Because yeah, I mean, if you're new at the game, there's no way in hell you even think that far, right? As if this is something. I mean, definitely.
Okay, so this is the pool I died the last time on, so this time we already improved.
But watch out, the sharpshooter's far away. This means that you have a high chance of getting aggro from this guy.
Yeah, I didn't want to dot it because of it.
Yeah, that was smart because that guy will just shoot you to death.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. Yeah.
It's not very nice. How do you deal with like reflective shield if you do a big pull like you do in TGP? What do you do with Blood Beast procs? For the
what
DK.
we do? Yeah, what do we do with the procs?
Well, yeah,
What do you
because
mean?
I mean I've played this dungeon and some like a DK had a Blood Beast proc just explodes basically on the shield and got one shot. And I figured that's something that could happen as well in TGV, no?
That's never happened.
Oh, really? Okay.
That
So I guess it was just like really unlucky timing then.
that sounds like getting one shot. I don't. Yeah, I've never seen that happening. I don't think people die to like just hitting the shield. Most people are dying when they're taking damage from the shield and then they're getting sucked from the light spawn or like a cast is going off at the same time. Like that's usually what kills people, not just reflective shield.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen that happen before.
It did happen to my pack, and at first I didn't believe it. I was like, no way. But then I looked at the deathlock, and it really was literally just 100 to 0.
Really, that's crazy. I've never seen that. Like I've
Yeah,
done this
me
dungeon
neither.
so many times. We've been doing it on 20, and I have never never seen it as a problem.
It's one of those unlucky things, I guess, then.
But one interesting thing to note, though, is that popping your cooldowns in the shield is not the smartest thing. Because the cooldown of her shield starts whenever her shield expires. So if you are popping all of your cooldowns into the shield, you are going to have less damage outside of the shield, which means you might get an extra shield because of it. So you want to put all of your cooldowns and most of your damage into her whenever the shield is down to be able to kill her off quicker. So yeah, like being an arcane mage, you don't want to pop arcane surge into the shield, for example. You want to do it outside of the shield.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's very smart. I mean, if your cooldown's already running and she shields herself, you still want to like put it into the shield, I guess. Like it's not that important.
I'm not gonna stop damage. Yeah, of course not. You just keep pumping. If I die, I mean, I don't. I mean, the thing is, the pull that we're doing, of course, like we are playing double light spawn with, let's say, the priest as well. So you're taking damage from the reflective shield. You're getting sucked from the light spawn. I mean, there's a lot of damage going on, right? And I never had any problems with like dying to the reflective shield. So I don't know if I'm getting a fuck ton of healing, or if I'm just, of course I'm also rotating my personals properly. Did you just check recap? Did you die to Impale?
I am. What's Impale? Is that frontal?
It's a knight that just targets a
Oh.
player and completely sends.
They have self detection, right? Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I pressed on this. Oh, it was just a disruptive shot and Impale. Oh, okay.
Nope. Yeah. You got comboed.
All right.
This is why like people skipping the knights and high keys.
Yeah.
The knight is not really a fun mode to play. It does a lot of damage.
But I guess I should have still like bear from the shouts, or like I don't know. I guess does the impale have a cast?
No, that's the
or does it
problem.
just happen? Oh,
It has a cast time, so you can
Yeah.
preemptively press a personal when you see impale and shout is happening at the same time, in case you get comboed. But
Yeah.
it does not show her target of the person that like gets the impale, and that's why it's a really shitty mechanic. I don't know why Blizzard creates mechanics nowadays where there's no way of like seeing what player it goes on. I think it's like really bad design, because it just adds too much RNG and randomness that people need to, instead of like playing around, oh shit, I'm getting targeted, let me press something. You need to like, oh, I need to press this in case I get targeted on this
Yeah.
overlap. And I think like that's like just a shit way of playing.
Yeah, I guess that's a big reason why people also didn't like that. What was it? Was it Dragonflight, where there was a seasonal affix where you had to get rid of the plus or minus thing, and it's not that you had
Yeah.
to like obviously you could react to it, right? But still, you had to kind of think ahead. That like, okay, in 10 seconds, I'm gonna have to solve this mechanic. And then you had to think ahead of like a million different things, because what if the boss does this on me and I still haven't resolved it? So let me resolve it now, just in case this happens later. And a lot of people, I think, dislike the ability because of that. It's not quite the same thing as an ability not being telegraphed, but I think in general, having to think ahead so much is something that people don't like when there's already so much other stuff that you have to think about in the game.
Yeah, I mean that affix was just like, there was a lot of different combinations of mechanics happening at once, and when you had to deal with the dungeon, and then that affix happened at the same time, especially with certain boss fights when it was like really difficult to also play the affix on top, right? Like there was definitely some really difficult fights when you had to play that affix too. But I mean, I agree. I don't think the affix was good at all. And I think it was way too punishing when you actually like messed it up. Being
Yeah.
stunned for that long and taking that much damage, it was almost a guaranteed death. So I think that affix, if they just gave you minus damage and healing or something for a few seconds, it would probably have been a better affix than getting stunned for 6 seconds and getting Omega destroyed. I think that was way too rough for an affix.
Yep, I agree.
I think the best affix we've ever had was Encrypt. I think it added
Yeah.
it added so much. So you had the ability to get mana back, HP as well, and then cooldown reduction. So healers didn't have to drink, which is something that the healers hate to do. Like drinking in between pulls and finding small gaps, having to drink. That was not an issue. People got the cooldowns back more often, which meant you could pump more often, getting our cooldowns out. But then you had the ability to do the invis with speed. So you weren't relying on like invis pods or shroud or something like that. And it just made you able to do a lot of interesting ways of doing the routes, right? Like there was funny ways of getting the woe. I remember what's this ball called? Laid on a boss pull so that it got cleaved down. So like when the boss was dead, you got the speed buff to like progress the dungeon. There was a lot of interesting ways using the affix, and I really liked that one. That one was one of the most
I didn't
enjoyable.
know Encrypted paid you. Is this a sponsorship? Hashtag ads? No, but I agree. It was a very good affix. I did like it a lot too.
I mean, I like those. I mean, I'm not opposed to the way we have it now, where high keys is just about high keys, right? Like you don't have these additional extra affixes. But like for 11 keys and below, I mean, I think the seasonal affixes are pretty good. I'm not a big fan of the Salatef ones right now. I mean, I feel like they're kind of meh. But I don't hate them or something. I just don't think they're as fun as the seasonal affixes we had in the past.
Oh my god. I don't think we're making it. At least I don't. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have a rest, I guess. Oh. Oh, wait, did we have a
I mean,
engineering rust?
so this is obviously a pretty rough pull, right? Like, I mean, in a pug, but yeah,
Well,
doing
fuck.
all the paladins. So I would like to add that this is the perfect example of just doing what top teams do without looking at the cups and classes you have. You're playing with an outlaw rogue and an hunter, and you decide to go in and do that many targets. It's not good. It's better to just go for a steady W route with a Suksuk comp like this that's target capped. Like, you don't want to pull too much. You just add high level of difficulty, but no one is able to do any type of damage. It's just not good.
Yeah. What's the first time? I guess I got smited as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just better to just split it. It's easier. You don't have the extra caster. You're not gonna lose that much time because you have target capped classes anyway. There was just it's not smart to do that big pull with outlaw and hunter.
Yeah, that
This is
makes sense,
another-
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. It's not a case of like not just doing a route just because other people doing it, but like understanding and being able to create a route around a different comp is important in this case.
Yeah, and this is also something I could have noticed, I guess. So, like when I looked at the route at the start, I was like, we were all like focused on the start here, but I guess nobody checked and like reconsidered that maybe this is not something that we should be doing.
Yeah. So that area is being done in like 2 pulls right now. You think you're better off doing it in 3 with this comp for sure. And you wouldn't really lose too much from it.
I guess it's also like a good tip to give to people to actually like properly check the route and actually, like, especially if you're playing a different comp that is not the main comp. I think really checking the route and thinking about if you can do all of this does make sense, even if you're not the tank, because a lot of people just give all the responsibility to the tank and like it's like whatever, the tank pull, like the tank links the route, we're doing it, and they're not really thinking about or not putting any brain power into it at all, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I wouldn't expect a tank to like understand the damage profile of every single like spec in the game when you're pugging. I think that in this case, you link the route. You as a Moonkin, you don't care. You can do 20 mob pulls, you're fine. But as an MO Hunter and Outlaw Rogue, you can just quickly look at it and say, I'm target capped. It's probably best that we split this area in 3 instead. You know, like that would be good feedback as someone that plays that spec, so that you don't go in and like just deplete the key like you did now on an unrealistic pull.
Yeah.
But I think most people, believe it or not, are doing a very quick skim at the route that the tank links and then just closing it again and then like not thinking too much of it. That's, I think, is the biggest problem.
Yeah, I think that's for sure happens. A lot. I mean, I do it as well. Sometimes I don't even open the route. But I mean, I do also have to say that as a Moonkin, I'm kind of okay with almost anything we do, right? Like, as I said, like I'm not target capped. I'm not responsible for interrupts usually. I have solar beam, so we can do big like caster pools and stuff too. So, I don't know would there be a thing that I really don't want to do as a Moonkin. I guess I don't want to do a bunch of like small pools. That's like the only thing, but no one wants to do a bunch of small pools, I guess.
Except like I mean, there's one comp that like don't dislike that too much. It's like the comp that like some physical comp that people are playing. They're playing Fury Warrior, as a Rogue, Hunter with
like
the Guardian Druid and Mist Weaver.
Yeah,
they have this like cleave comp that just press W, so you do very simplified routes, and they don't mind going like going big like small pull into small pull and just continue to just like progress the dungeon like that. Whereas you want to make the most out of your cooldowns, right? Like, ooh, we have Silence Rune, we have Solar Beam, I have my Incarn ready, and my House of Cards like pull big, you know, and get the most usage, get the most value out of that cooldown. It's definitely something that you do in your case, right?
Yeah, I guess there's one thing I remembered that in the past, it's not really a thing this season, but in the past, sometimes when Moonkin was not meta, you would sometimes do pulls where there's a bunch of single target interrupts that you had to do.
Yeah.
And I remember, especially when we had a priest healer, I remember that I had to tell people that we can't do this pull because we're not going to have enough interrupts with a Moonkin, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's like the
That's
only
good.
thing, I guess.
That's also one thing you can do, right? Like make the route around the amount of kicks you have. Like you said, they're like, okay, I'm a Moonkin, I don't really have a good kick, and you added like 5 caster mobs. That means that the mob that a different class would be assigned to, you cannot cover that one. Then maybe you want to change the route a little bit around that, but now you're playing a priest healer as well in the meta comp, so you don't really have a kick from the healer either. So you generally go in with like 3 interrupts in mind, and then Solar Beam is more of an AoE stop, seen as an AoE stop.
Yeah.
But I mean, Beam is so broken. Beam on 45-second cooldown is actually really, really good.
It's really good.
Some dungeons, yeah.
I still think it's, well, yeah. I mean, the sigil obviously is better when it does actually do the lockout, right? But yeah, it's a much longer cooldown, of course.
Yeah, the nerf sigil's duration as well, right? So it's like, it's good for what you said. I mean, it's just good for as a setup, right? Going into a pull and having, Chaos Nova, Silence Rune, and Beam means that you can go into a big, very difficult pull, and no one is getting disturbed by having to use GCDs on stops at the beginning of the pull. So people can go in, press all of their cooldowns without having to do any additional jobs or any additional global cooldowns on doing stops. And you can just do as much damage as possible, right? Which is very big value.
Mm-hmm. One more thing I guess I was wondering about is like when it comes to survivability, because I was thinking of things that you can maybe mention as like different kind of classes, and it's not really that true anymore. But in the past, Moonkin was like a lot squishier than most other classes, I guess. It felt like in Dragonflight, I was just dying to everything, and it kind of got frustrating. And I didn't really know. Like initially, I was like, oh my god, this is just like there's not much I can do, right? But I guess there is always, even in pucks, there's something you can do about survivability. Like if you have exhausted your own resources and you need external stuff to help you out to survive stuff, then you just, I guess, need to communicate with your healer and with your other classes. And you need to ask, like, the mage, when are you using barrier for, like, let's say there's a boss and it does an AoE spell and you don't survive it and it just one-shots you, then you gotta like rotate the defensives through and actually communicate this to your team beforehand as well, even when you're pugging, right?
Mm-hmm.
If things are one-shotting you. I guess it's not that big of a problem anymore this season, but on hierarchies, it still is happening to me, I guess. Like we saw earlier in the Theater of Pain, it was only a 17 and I almost got one-shot by that jump. Of course I can go bear form, but not everyone has a bear form.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely a level of more advanced pugging that you can get to. The easiest way to do this is actually utilizing a reminder tool, right? You have a lot of them. You have the liquid reminders, you have MRT and other things. You have that can do these things as long as people in the team have this reminder add-on too. And then you can actually, let's say you're a healer and you feel like, okay, I want to take upon myself to provide my pucks with reminders for specific bosses. And you can use these reminders and you can export these, right, within the add-on through these tools. And you'll get an import string that you then put into the MRT node and you push that to your group. So as long as they have this add-on installed. Now, of course, the players in your team needs to have these add-ons installed and they need to move the text or the icon wherever they want. But then that guy can just push an MRT node and then they will have that information on their screen. So this guy can already make a template for the dungeon that he has pre-made, and then he can make that for all classes. And then if you are playing that class, then you will see that on your screen. So you can do that without having the rest of your team in your group do a ton of work. They just need to have the add-on installed. So that is something a healer could do if he really wanted to.
Okay, yeah, that's actually a really cool idea. I have seen that very rarely in pucks, but I do remember seeing it a few times in Dragonflight when it was really about surviving things. But not even then, most healers did not do it. And I do think that in Dragonflight, everything was so much about surviving that I think for that expansion, would have made a lot of sense if healers would have started doing that a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think I don't think the bosses are as difficult this season as they used to be. I think in Dragonflight it was a lot about one-shots and figuring out how to survive one-shots and making a plan for each boss. I remember Laymore, for example, the first boss of a Shore Vault was like completely cracked.
Yeah, true.
Like you had an AoE stomp into first you had a debuff that broke the flowers, right, or the trees that did damage. Then shortly after you had a stomp, so you had two back-to-back AoE abilities that did a fuck ton of damage that just happened throughout the fight, and that's why the healer trinket, well, it was an absorb trinket. Some DPSs used it, like Orgavokers later in the highest of keys, that provided a targeted absorb shield to whoever you placed it on, which helped a lot of classes survive. So yeah, that was a season of like where reminders were just completely broken because there was way too many things that would just one-shot you, and you needed to make sure that you had a plan for every single mechanic in order to survive. It's not as bad this season though.
All right, so since we're going to be ethical players now, we're not just skimming over the routes. I did notice that I guess this skip here... No, wait. Yeah, this skip, I guess, we don't have Mind Sooth. We can still skip it, right? But we would have to do a Demon Hunter skip, no?
You don't have a priest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to... You need to fear sigil that one, and then you need to run through, and then he needs to melt. Because normally you Mind Sooth that one.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking if he's aware.
Yeah, so you writing in party chat right now, asking what his plan is with group 15, that's a perfect, like, you noticed an issue with the route. Ask questions so that you don't go there and you're like, oh, fuck, what do we do? That could easily happen if he's used to playing with a priest, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a good question to ask in pucks, 100%.
And outside of that, I guess looking at our comp, we're missing a mage as well, but I guess that only means that we don't necessarily have to do like a bunch of funnel pulls. But I mean, it would help the DK a little bit anyway. But yeah, outside of that, I guess we should be able to do everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure if imprison is enough. Like if you imprison the furthest right mob, if you can sneak past. I'm not sure. I'm used to doing it with Mind Sooth, but maybe cage is enough. Maybe. It could be. Not sure.
Somebody's saying that you wouldn't have the melt for the second skip afterwards, but I do think that pull takes 2 minutes. Or? Wait, actually, this is only a 15, maybe not.
It's just one pull. This is not gonna take 2 minutes, no.
Okay, maybe not. Yeah, you're right, because then obviously we need the melt for this skip here. Is there a gateway you can do past this? I guess not.
This is a route that's very, let's say, meta focused. Like it's doing like a lot of the skips that the top teams are doing. But yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe imprison is enough. Not sure.
We will see once we wipe there.
Yeah,
like a lot of these skips, the packs are doing that I'm joining, and a lot of them we fail. Like I definitely have seen this Hobgoblin skip fail a lot of times. Also the bubble skip in Floodgate or something that I see failed a lot. Like there's a bunch of stuff, a bunch of skips that are just generally not working out in pucks usually.
Oof. Okay, so the communication happening in the podgy right now. I would say, I mean, I guess the tank's English is just not so good, but yeah, you need to make sure that he understands that the group 15 skip might be an issue, and probably do like a different route. Maybe it was not be. What level is this?
I think it's just a 15 or a 16.
Okay.
The thing is, he now said, okay, go safe route, but then he didn't link a route, so I don't know what he thinks safe is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The communication is not very clear in what's going on right now.
Yeah.
What is the safe route?
Maybe just go over count and just play this group 2, I guess. G15, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so an easy fix would be to add that pack, and then you can. You don't have Mind Soup either. You need to play the Honor pack as well. He's also. I mean,
there's no reason to skip this.
I mean, he's skipping some easy trash. Like for example, if you look in the B area, there's 2 Bs and a Surveyor that does nothing except the kick. These, yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but you can get the Bs. That is actually. Not sure if you can get the Bs without Priest. Maybe you can't. With a Priest, you can get the Bs on the far right side without getting the pack.
Oh, interesting.
I think you need Mind Soup for it, though.
Okay, so now we're just skipping G48s. Which, I mean, I guess
skipping...
it's whatever. And then T soon is also...
I mean, yeah, I mean, that makes no sense.
It does make sense, but I guess there's not much else you can skip that does not require you to have a certain.
I mean,
skip,
you're gonna
right?
accidentally pull those anyway. Like this B pack will get pulled 100%. So, what you could do is can you? Yeah, I mean, it's probably good to clear the whole boss room on IPA, but you can skip parts of the IPA room. Like the bottom right corner pack can try and untack that one. Yeah, that would be a good route.
Yeah, that'd be good, I guess.
For example, this would be an easy fix. This one. I would link this one and suggest that.
Maybe we could like pull this together then? Or would that be too big?
You can add the Hobgoblin and then you can chain one pack into the boss. But I mean, I'm sure you want to have trash with IPA. It's good with like. I mean,
just do this in 2 trash pulls rather than 3.
I mean, it's possible. You want to spice it up, but it's not the easiest.
Not.
But yeah, I would say I would link that. Just suggest skipping group 28 and then add the Bs instead. That's probably not too bad. I mean, I should be fine for a puck route.
Okay, wait. Let me fix this so he doesn't do this pull. So like this, I guess, right?
Yeah. I link that to him. I mean, it makes no sense to add those 4 mobs when you can just play a couple Bs. It's also, then you skip a scientist as well. You have to deal with like less barrels as well. That's usually what people wipe to, isn't it? Like barrels going off. I feel like that's the number one thing that people are wiping to in this dungeon. Whenever I see other people play high keys. It's taking quite a long time for this key to get started.
Yeah. Man, this is taking a long time to wipe on the first pull. That actually is something that happens here a lot. Like in Cinderbrew, the most things we wipe to is the first pull usually, which honestly, if the key is resilient, then usually people do go again, which is nice. And then the other things we wipe to a lot is bombs going off in like the IPA trash area, and just generally like hobgoblins being ninja pulled when we try to do a skip, stuff like that, I guess.
But you got completely donor walled with your suggestion, by the way.
Yes, I did.
He didn't even look at it. He just ready checked and pulled. You got completely ignored.
I'm used to it. For this pool, what is it you like do if you don't want to get one shot by like a million things? I guess you just have to.
Well, now you need to be careful. Exactly.
Wish it
Yeah.
lasted a little longer.
I guess you just need to like pay attention at the chairs mainly, right?
Yes. So I saw you die there already, and I thought you were ready to go bear or press health pot, healthstone.
Yeah.
I don't think during Bloodlust on the first AoE wave, you don't have to necessarily press Barkskin on the debuffs. I think first two debuffs with Bloodlust and healing CDs and stuff. You should be more than fine just getting out healed, especially if you have Vigil. You're gonna heal the whole team as well and yourself. And I would just be proactive with personals and press Bark and go bear. If you have a debuff, let's say there's two debuffs you need to worry about. If you have the circle debuff, and let's say maybe the healer is not dispelling you, or the warlock in this case is not playing imp dispel, and you're getting a
Which
chair
they should,
thrown
I
at
guess,
you.
Right?
So you got a chair thrown at you, and that's like kind of where you need to be ready. It's just the combinations of things that will kill you. But if they're just by themselves and there's nothing else happening, you should usually be fine.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Did you pick up the healthstones? I don't know if I can see on your weak aura.
I do have them here.
It doesn't show how many you have, right? There's no number on it.
No, it's only my bar,
Ah, okay, I see.
but I should fix that, I guess. I think this is a bit interesting for sure. Should probably finish
up?
off Chewie here. Oh. No, I was a bit worried because we had a muscle and we had the mini boss still alive, but I guess we're fine.
It's fine to change the muscles, I think, if you like know that you're not gonna get another tenderize, but you did get that extra one before it died, and that's then it's obviously a bit risky.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh
Wait,
no.
I don't know why I'm resting. You can release right here.
Yeah.
Wish it lasted a little longer.
Yeah, I guess a tank death here is hard to recover. Unless, I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, if it is resilient, like 7 deaths in the beginning of the dungeon, probably a
I don't know
restart.
if it is.
Oh.
I don't even know whose key it is. I think it was, the shaman, I think.
But I don't have more time, unfortunately. I need to jump to raid.
Oh, okay.
I need to go now. But it
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
pleasure. I hope you learned a little bit.
I learned a lot. Thank you so much for joining and for staying around for so long. A lot of pitch has happened, and I enjoyed all of it. I hope the viewers also enjoyed it, a thing or two, and learned something. I'm sure they did. And now they all have to apply all of this knowledge and become really good, and then they're going to compete with Wunderbar next time on TGV and MDI.
I feel like it was a lot of yap about like basic knowledge of dungeons and not so much about like your gameplay, but I hope that was fine.
That was totally fine, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking a very general thing, learning about the game, how to approach learning, but we didn't analyze your gameplay so much, but I hope that was okay.
I would love to do that as well. The thing is just like I try to focus on general stuff because I feel like then people will learn more that are watching. But I do think that people would also learn as well if you analyze my gameplay. So maybe next time we can do that as well. I think a lot of people that I invite, they're like too scared to tell me what I'm doing wrong, you know? But I'm sure you would not be scared to do that. So next time, maybe we just do a full analyzing of what I'm doing wrong.
But they're scared to tell you what you're doing wrong, or what? Is that
Yeah,
the
like so that people think I'm like offended or something if they tell me I made a mistake or whatnot.
I mean, that's another thing as well. Being offended or taking criticism bad, that's just a bad trait to have. You know, you should put your ego
Yeah.
aside and just. There's really no reason to get offended. If you listen to our voice cams and heard like how direct we are with each other and how we talk to each other, you might even say it's borderline toxic. But like no one takes it to heart or personal at any point, right? We're just trying to win and we just want to do our best. Of course, you can say it in a nice way, but like you don't have to beat around the bush either. You know, like it's all about getting to where you want to be as fast as possible, and you don't have to like feel attacked personally at all, right? So
Yeah, of course.
It's really
yeah.
not.
I mean, if you play with new players, maybe you try to be not as direct. Like, try to word it nicely, but in the end, the person, if they don't take criticism, then they're not going to improve. And then, yeah, then there's no point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. I mean, when you're playing with new players, of course, like you shouldn't like randomly say, "Bro, what the fuck are you doing? You're so shit." Like, you know, like that's obviously not the best way to like tell someone something, but you also should be open to criticism and not take things like too badly either.
Yep, that is true.
If you can like say if you can turn it around, someone says like, "Yo, bro, what the fuck are you doing? You're so shit," and then respond in a nice, calm way, I think it might just throw that person off a little bit because he's used to
That's
getting
true.
flamed back.
Yeah.
Like you just gotta not give a fuck. I think that's what people online are saying really, and then just see what he wrote for what it is, and not necessarily take the tone to heart. Like so, because like why would you care about what
Yeah.
some random guy on the internet says? Take the important bits and ignore
Ignore the emotion behind it, I guess.
emotional one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Because that it's tough to do that. It's tough to not feel attacked. But doing that, especially online, that makes a lot of sense. And it's gonna, as you said, throw the person off, and maybe they're gonna start being super nice afterwards because they're like, "Whoa, I was being mean, and this person just responded in a calm way." Oh.
No, 100%. But thank you for your time, Carol. I'm gonna head off now. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Enjoy the raid.
Thank you. There's
Thank
too many raids at this
you.
point. I don't enjoy them anymore. Way too many splits.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, let's hope it goes past quickly and you don't wipe anywhere.
Yeah, but we're making a lot of gold. We're boosting like 2 people each raid now for 8 out of 8. So we're getting a lot of gold for the next race.
Oh, and for the dinar thing as well. I also need to kill the mythic bosses to be able to buy my trinkets, because I still only have dungeon trinkets, by the way.
Yeah, go to the Echo
So-
Discord and just buy a boost today if you want.
How expensive is it?
I think it's 40 million for 8 out of 8.
What? Okay.
That's with all loot included as well. If you just want specific bosses, like it's a bit cheaper, right? Like if you just want certain bosses for your dinar purchase and you don't care about the mount or loot, not as much.
So I need... can I get a discount? I have 4 million gold in total. I would pay half of that.
I mean, it is just with is handling the boost. That's not up to me. You need to talk to him.
All right, messaging just wait.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. See you later.
See you later, Mike. Bye-bye. All right, just wait. Where's my boost? I like how every single person that comes on that I'm doing these and plus boot camps with, I always try to convince them to give me a boost with their guild. First, I asked Petrarch yes with Krona. He didn't message me yet, by the way. He said he'll talk to them. Well, I didn't get a message. What the hell? Oh man, I'm not getting boosted for free, guys. It's a struggle. Yeah, that was really cool. There's so much we talked about. It's really cool because you just know that Gingi, like, has so much information like to talk about. It was very similar to Mirrors as well, where I barely had to ask any questions or barely had to like say anything, because it's just like his brain is just filled with like information about these dungeons, right? Obviously, as that MDI competitor, and it's just like things after things after things you can like mention and stuff that you can improve on. One thing that I can take away now though from, because initially when I did these boot camps, I had a lack of basic understanding of basic mechanics, yeah? Give me 1 second. This person called me earlier already. All right, they moved an appointment up for me tomorrow. Let me write this down. There you go. Okay. But yeah, so to go back to what I was saying. So the first few times I did these M+ bootcamps, I was mainly like asking them about basic mechanics because I was lacking basic knowledge. Which obviously I could have acquired this knowledge by reading other stuff. I didn't have to invite these people to get that info. I thought it was just like a more fun way for me to do it, and also like an interesting way for viewers to pick up this knowledge, even like if you were lacking some of this info as well. But now that I've acquired this basic knowledge, I was then trying to actually like figure out like where to go from there, right? Obviously, there's still so much information I can learn that I personally still don't know about a lot of mechanics and details and routes and whatnot. There's still so much. But I was thinking, okay, where can this series go? Because a lot of people have really enjoyed these boot camps and really learned so much. So I was thinking, okay, what is there outside of just like dungeon specific knowledge? And then I was thinking it's really cool to learn about how to like improve as a player and where to go if you don't know how to ask the correct questions, and if you don't know like what it is you can do outside of just learning like how mobs work, how bosses work, right? And that's why I asked Gingi today a lot about like how to improve like as a player. And I think he had so many like really good points that a lot of people don't do, and it's mainly just like, I don't want to say laziness, but it's basically like chores that people don't want to do because it's a chore, and it's not playing the game. Like for example, when he said it's important to have a way of watching back what you did, right? Recording your dungeon runs, and as you're running the dungeon, if there's something that's unclear to you that happened where you thought this was bad or something else like that we were unsure about, instead of thinking about it in a moment, writing it down, and then after the dungeon is over, going and actually checking your recording and see what you did wrong. Like, it's actually so valuable, and it's that short that a lot of people don't do because it takes a long time to set up. Like it's you know, like you're playing a video game in the end. It's not supposed to be some sort of like you're not an athlete, right? But I still think it is very valuable. And one more thing that is even more valuable than anything else, in my opinion, is having a properly set up UI. We talked about it today with Mike. Like, having a nice UI is so important. It's so important. And that's why I keep saying that the fact that add-ons exist in World of Warcraft makes better players even better, and average players that would need the add-ons the most, they don't use them properly to its full potential. And again, it's because it's a chore. it's a chore to set up your add-ons, your UI perfectly. It just takes time and effort, and a lot of people that are like more casual players are not willing to do that, myself included. Obviously I have my UI that I set up at the start of the expansion, and I've had this UI for a while, and I keep iterating on it and improving it and whatever. But there's many times where I import a WeakAura pack from somebody when a new raid comes out, because like I'm not somebody that raids Mythic anymore. I just do like packs once in a while, right? So I import someone's like raid WeakAuras, and I'm not sitting there changing them for hours and hours, right? And same goes with plus WeakAuras. I'm not a person that is really doing high keys anymore. Well, okay, I'm doing high keys, but I'm not doing like super high end keys anymore. For some people, I guess the keys that I'm doing are still considered high keys. But for me, from what I've done in the past, these are just like more casual keys to me now, right? In the past, I've done, like the highest keys. And since I'm not doing that anymore, like I'm not doing the highest of the highest keys anymore, I'm also, like I also feel like, nah, I don't want to like make my own WeakAuras. I don't want to like play around with the add-ons like for hours. I just want to play, like I just want to sit there, queue up and play, right? But sometimes getting these chores out of the way at the start, and as they come up, it just helps you so much. And this is like the same thing with like a lot of things in life. You know how it is when, let's say at home, that there's this thing that is broken. I don't know, that you need to repair. And that the trash needs to be taken out. And that you should be doing, like changing your bed sheets. And you should be, I don't know, like fixing this like light switch. Or you should change this light bulb, right? So about these things, like they just happen and you see it. And you're like, but I'm not doing this now. I'll just do it later, right? And the amount of frustration and time and effort you would be saving if you would just like do it at the start rather than like moving it up. I think it's the same about these like add-ons. Like if you would just set up these add-ons at the start instead of just importing them, not thinking about it, would just make so much more sense, right? And I keep saying that when I'm not doing it, because I just imported Mirrors' WeakAuras and I didn't fix them. I just imported them, bam, that's it, right? But then when Gingi talked about, you should, like there's information overload, you should make sure you know where each WeakAura is, you should take a look at them, see what they're doing in a dungeon, see what you don't like, change their position, blah, blah, blah. Like when he said all of that, I felt so attacked. I mean, well, not attacked, but I knew that I need to do this as well, and I'm also not doing it. So that is something. Sometimes you just have to sit down for like an hour or two and just get it done, because it will actually help you so much moving forward for the rest of the season. And you're actually going to be you're going to be depleting so many fewer keys. You're going to play so much better, and it really, really like pays off. And a UI is so important, because just installing someone's WeakAuras, in the end, it's just going to like be things all over the place. And if you don't take in the information, then what's the point, right? Because I have this right now. Like just now when I died to the chair throw and to the debuff, I mainly just didn't really see that the muscle throw is going to be on me. Like, because I have like all of these things happening on my screen, and I'm not used to it yet because I just recently started using these WeakAuras. I just recently started playing in plus keys, really, like high and plus, right? And I just recently installed these WeakAuras, and for me, it's still just like information everywhere, right? On top, of course, talking to Gingi, right? Which is obviously also a little bit distracting as well. So, yeah, if I would just sit down a little bit and fix my UI a bit more, I would play so much better. But it's annoying. It's just so annoying. I feel like the most I can do is turn off/on WeakAuras I don't need or want, but I can't change anything fancy. Yeah, and since I was thinking about this, I was wondering if it would be valuable if I make like guides that are more basic guides, right? I feel like in the past I focused so much on high-end stuff when I was doing high-end content. But now that I'm not really in this boat anymore where I'm like a super high-end player, like I'm still doing high-end stuff, but I'm not like all the way like at the top anymore. And in the past, when I was like, well, first rating and when I was doing high-end and plus dungeons, I mainly focused on like super high-end guides and stuff. And now that I'm in this position, I feel like, would it make sense for me? Like, would it actually help players if I would make guides that are like not super basic knowledge guides, but guides that are not super, super high-end information, but just kind of things that people need to learn, but no one really like teaches you in a sense. Like, for example, how to like do weak auras. And obviously weak auras are very complicated, and I am not a weak aura expert. Like, I don't know how to custom code my weak auras, right? But I know how to do basic changes to weak auras, and I feel like that knowledge that I have is like all you need to have. So if I would do like more guides like this, how to like just like a basic weak aura guide. How do you like figure out where these weak auras are? How do you change them a little bit? Like make them bigger, smaller, like move them around a little, make them glow. I don't know, add a sound to it, you know? Just like simpler things. Whose UI are you using? It's my UI. I'm using my UI. I made this. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I do know how add-ons work, yeah? I just don't look like I'm not so advanced that I would be custom coding my stuff. Yeah, how to snap them, how to align, like these kind of things that are more basic knowledge about add-ons. And I could do the same thing maybe about I mean, what else would be an add-on? Like nameplates, I guess. I think nameplates are so important. I think the amount of people that do not have proper setup nameplates is hurting their gameplay so much. And setting up nameplates is not that easy. It's not, because there's so many settings with nameplates, and a lot of people have nameplates either all over the place. They're overlapping each other. As soon as you pull more than 4 mobs, they don't see anything anymore. So I think just also like doing maybe a guide or something about nameplates would also be helpful to quite a few people maybe. I wish Blizzard improved their nameplates. Oh yeah, I wish too. Like the basic Blizzard nameplates are actually pretty bad. Oh. So many people have add-on overload or weaker overload. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, myself too. Like I currently have weaker overloads. Oh no, wait, you're talking about something else though, Freaka. I do disagree with you. Like when I say weaker overload, like that is a individual thing. Like if you're watching someone stream and you think they have too many weaker auras, then you have weaker overloads. Maybe they do not. Like there's some people who can take in an insane amount of information, right? There's some people who can have like 1 million weaker auras and 1 million information, like different ways on their screen, and they can take it all in and actually like not be overloaded by them. But obviously there's a bunch of people that don't. There's a bunch of people that have a lot of weaker auras and they are not taking in their information, which is my current situation as well. And I do think that's like most of the player base, right? So judging someone for having a lot of weaker auras is not, like, doesn't make sense. Because if they can take the information in, then they have the perfect amount of weaker auras, right? Because technically the more information there is, the better, right? As long as you're not overwhelmed by it. As long as you can take it all in without without like playing worse. Especially some people that are like shot calling for their group. They have a lot of info on their screen, and they also need it all a little, like depending on what you do, right? It's not like useless information to them. I do agree though that for like a standard, for a baseline, like obviously if you're a person that can take in a lot of information on your screen, then you're probably fine on your own. Like you don't need to listen to advice in the end, right? Because at that point you're like a really good player already and you know what to do. But for most players, I think you are correct. It's better to start with less information and then add on to it. I think that's, at least that's how I approach it usually. Because most weaker packs that you're installing they have everything. They have all of the things that could potentially be useful to you, right? And the first thing that I would do usually, which is, by the way, also teaching you a lot about dungeons. Like, and I know this is a lot of work, but like if you just take some time and do it, like it's actually very useful. It's like, for example, this is like the Mirrors, the War Within Dungeon Weaker pack. And you can see just like how many things there are. Like it's crazy. Yeah? Like there's so much info here. Wait. Oops. There's so much info here. It's crazy. Like there's these icons on the left. There's these bars here. There's bars in the middle. Like blah blah blah. Right. But one thing that you can do is you just like you see how many weakers there are. Yeah, this is insane. But one thing you can do is you go through them. Not only will you kind of like fix your weakers by removing some of them that are not important to you, but you will also learn more about mechanics. Because if there's a weaker about a certain spell that you don't even know what it does, well, then you can look at the spell, see what it does, and then automatically you already learned what the spell does, right? So you acquired knowledge while fixing your UI at the same time. It basically goes hand in hand, right? So it's like two birds with one stone in a sense, where you're fixing the setup and like where they are on your screen, and in addition you learn things as well, which I do think makes sense. But yeah, you can also like, one thing that also happens to me a lot, and I think this is a pretty common issue, is that I will install something and within the weakers it looks fine. Like if I look at Mirrors' weakers right now, you can see they're not overlapping, right? Like everything has its own place and whatnot. But then later I do a dungeon and I figure out, oh, my other weaker is on top of this weaker now. And then I forgot to fix it because I forgot again after the dungeon, right? So what you can do is like make a group, like a weaker group maybe. Or what you can do is like look at your weakers, right? And see which weakers could possibly be enabled in a dungeon. Like for me, it would of course be my own weakers. Like of course they're always enabled. So I make sure that I enable the view, right? Okay, so now I see where all of my weakers are popping up. Then I enable Mirrors' weakers that show me the dungeon stuff, right? I don't see anything overlapping, good. Then I move on. There, I have a weaker pack that is called General Combat Things. So these could happen in combat. You know, this is stuff like potions and maybe if I have PI or whatever, debuffs or whatnot. So now I enable this and I can see, for example, that this is fine. There's nothing overlapping here, but there's like this weaker here is overlapping with this. And then I can check, I don't know, what is this weaker? What does it even do? I think it's a quaking weaker, by the way, which obviously is not important anymore. Yeah, so this is a quaking weaker. It's like, okay, fuck, I don't need this anymore. Let's delete it, right? Perfect, fixed. There you go. And then you just enable all of the weakers that you can possibly like somehow see and see if it works. Then one thing you have to do is also look outside of weakers. So now I have all of these weakers that could potentially show up on my screen. Obviously not at the same time, but like look at the like position and stuff. And now what else you want to do is open up Big Wix or DBM And then you also want to look at your anchors, right? Because now, for example, I can see that these bars here are not overlapping with this, but you can see that this anchor, these emphasized bars, are actually overlapping with these icons. So I want to move it down a little bit. You can also change the grow direction. You can, if my emphasized bar would be growing upwards, then I can change it so it grows downwards, right? And then you do this. And then the last thing, I guess, in my UI that I want to be looking at is my my unit frames, where are my boss frames, right? So I open up my shadowed unit frames, which I use for boss frames, and then I unlock the frames. Okay, now I can see that my boss targets, they're here, and they're actually not overlapping with anything. You can see that the weaker is here, the bars grow down for big wigs, and then there's these timers here. The one thing that is covered by the bars is my focus frame, right? So if I would want to use a focus frame, it's possible that these bars are overlapping, and that is something that either I want to fix, or I personally never really use focus, so it's fine, right? So that's kind of like how you, I guess, want to look at things. I know it's complicated, and there's like a million add-ons and stuff, but that's just kind of how you want to deal with things, I guess. It is annoying, though, yeah. This is incredibly complex. Yeah, it is. The thing is, I mean, this is also the reason why Blizzard wants to move away from add-ons. Their philosophy is that they want to stop this from happening in the future, which is because of this, right? Because the truth is, having a really perfectly set up UI is so beneficial to you. Like, it adds so much to your gameplay. Like, a lot of people are underestimating it a lot. Like, you can take two good players, like both of them really good at the game. One has a shitty UI and one has a perfectly set up UI. That person with the perfectly set up UI is actually going to be so much better. It's actually so like beneficial to you to have it to see everything perfectly in UI. It gives you so much information that, I mean, it's obvious that the weak RS are helpful, right? But yeah, like a clean UI and seeing things you need to see, being able to not be overwhelmed by them, listening to the sound clues and everything. Like, it's actually, it makes you such a better player. What I use for bars, it's a standard Blizzard. I try to remove any kind of add-ons that are not necessarily helpful to me in any, like if I think I have an add-on that is only cosmetic, I will almost always remove it, because the standard Blizzard stuff that we have nowadays is pretty good. Like, as you can see, like, you thought it's an add-on, right? But it's not, it's just standard Blizzard. So, yeah, like, a lot of the standard Blizzard stuff makes sense to use if it doesn't lack in functionality, because then your PC will have to work less. Because in the end, World of Warcraft is still a game that can cause lots of FPS lags and stuff, especially when you're raiding. So you don't want to have extra add-ons that are just there for, like, making it look prettier. If there's no functionality behind it, you kind of want to get rid of it. Because there's just more potential of it lagging you out and whatnot, right? Doesn't matter if you have a lot of add-ons if you have a good PC. Oh, you can have the best PC in the world and still have FPS lags in the raid. Unfortunately, it does not save you from that. I just wish Blizzard would make chat windows like Elf UI, because my biggest issue with out-of-box UI is the chat window. What does... Wait, you're using Elf UI only for the chat window? Oh my god, I would not do that. Wow, that's crazy. That Elf UI is such a big add-on. Is there no other add-on that gives you a chat window that you would want? Also, what is it that Elf UI does with the chat that you want? Because I personally use standard chat. I don't have an add-on for it. What is it that you don't like? It detaches all the extra buttons that hang onto the side as I can flash up against the side of my screen. Oh, you mean these buttons here, like chat channels and this, whatever this is? Oh. Well, I'm sure there's a chat add-on that does that without it needing Elf UI, yeah? I guess this is another thing that a lot of people don't know, and you might be one of them. Like, a lot of people don't know that there are so many add-ons out there that are specific add-ons for like certain things. A lot of people use Elf UI. Elf UI is like, honestly, like a cancer. Elf UI is a combination of add-ons that is not set up though. Like if you use Elf UI, you're using a lot of add-ons all in one. But a lot of these add-ons you're not actually using or needing. And I understand it's easier to install something like Elf UI than to install individual add-ons. But it doesn't take that long for you to figure out what add-ons you need. Like all the things that Elf UI does, other add-ons can also do for each individual part of it. Like, let's say you don't like the way nameplates look, or you want to change your nameplates. You can use a nameplate add-on. You don't have to use Elf UI to get a nameplate add-on, right? You can use Plater, you can use different kinds of nameplate add-ons. If you don't like the way your player frame looks, and your target frame, and your boss frame, and you want to change that, you don't need Elf UI. You can use a frame add-on that changes your like frames. I use shadowed unit frames, but there's other add-ons that do the same thing. If you don't like the way your rate frame looks like in standard Blizzard UI, you don't need to use Elf UI. You can use a rate frame add-on. You can use Grid 2, you can use Healbot, you can use Voodoo, you can use a bunch of different add-ons that exist. If you don't like the way your action bars look, you don't need to use Elf UI. You can use Bartender or any other like kind of add-on that is specifically made to only do that, right? Because if you're installing an add-on combination, which is what Elf UI is, then you're making your PC kind of like go, like there's so many issues that can arise by having all of these extra add-ons that you're not using properly, and then you don't know where to look. I think that's a big problem with Elf UI, is sometimes people have the add-ons, they have Elf UI, and then something goes wrong with their UI. Like there's something that pops up over there, something pops up over here, and they don't know what even is that. And it's something within Elf UI, but you don't know what it is. If you have all individual add-ons, instead of just installing one add-on pack, then you'll be able to like pinpoint what the issue is much quicker. Because if it's something with your chat, well, it's your chat add-on. If it's something with your frame, it's your frame add-on, right? You don't have like a bunch of things that are just like randomly part of a add-on pack, you know? I can't let, I remember I almost got a heart attack after installing Elf UI, and I installed it, the setting up you need for Elf UI. Yeah, Elf UI is just such a big add-on. And a lot of people say, oh, but it's easier to set up as if you don't want to bother with add-ons. And that's not actually true. Like you actually have more add-ons than what you need, which means that there's more settings you need to actually think about and set up instead of just getting individual stuff, right? Like let's say you only want to change your nameplates and your rate frame. Well, you can install 2 add-ons and then you just deal with those 2. Instead of installing Elf UI and then you have all of these different things, right? No, I understand that you can disable different parts of Elf UI, but a lot of people, like there's like all of these like small little things within Elf UI that people still don't know what it's a part of, you know? I do understand you can disable certain things, but why install something like Elf UI when you're then only going to use 2 parts of it, you know? When you can install 2 individual add-ons that would do the same thing or something very similar. That isn't LVI's problem though, that's a user problem. I mean, if you guys want to use LVI, go for it. As I said, like I personally think there's almost never a good reason to install LVI when you can just use other add-ons that are almost always like a better solution. If you want to continue using LVI or you use like 90% of all of LVI that it offers, well, at that point it makes sense. If you literally use everything that LVI gives you, which I very highly doubt, but if you do, I mean, go ahead. What dungeon do we do? Maybe a TOP. Without a mage. I actually used LVI myself. Like, it's not that I never used LVI. Yeah? I did use LVI myself until they fixed their base UI. Like, as soon as Blizzard fixed their UI, as soon as they updated their UI, I stopped using LVI because at that point I didn't have a reason to use it anymore. Because a lot of the basic changes that they made to the UI now basically replaced the need for LVI. I've been trying to figure out how to get healing pot as a cooldown above your own health bar. Do you use a specific item for that, or how do you enable it? It's a weak aura. I personally use a weak aura for it. I do think that a lot of people that use LVI just use it because it's because they're used to it. Yeah. Yeah, because obviously it requires some work and time to change your UI. So I do understand that, but yeah, as I said, like it's the same with the chores that I said earlier. You know when I said going through your weak auras and setting them up properly, like all of this stuff, it's all chores that people don't like doing, myself included. But sometimes it's just worth to do it once and then you're done with it. Can you guys even hear the music? I'm going to turn it up a little bit. I turned it down earlier. Oh. Do you have a weaker pack that is your UI? I do have a weaker pack. Or what do you mean? I do have my UI. But my UI is not just weak auras, right? I mean, obviously I have a bunch of different things that are part of my UI. Yeah, you can download my UI, but not just weak auras. Like, you will have to like set it up a little bit, right? But I do have an installer like through Vago. Like this new like Vago installer thing, like that works for my UI as well, yeah. Hey Spoon, thank you so much for 2 months. What's up? Welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. LVI's mover system is better than everything else? Really? Because it doesn't have any interaction with itself. I'm confused. What do you mean it doesn't have any interactions with itself? I mean, if I want to move stuff around, then I just move it in whichever add-on it is that is creating the thing that I want to move, right? Like either I move stuff in my Blizzard standard UI, like in my action bars or whatnot. If it's a weak aura, I move in weak auras. If it's a shattered, you know. Like in the end, obviously everyone can use whatever they want. I just think that, as I said, like the biggest problem with Alfia is just that they're like you're getting all of this stuff, and so many of the things you're not actually using properly. And which obviously the more add-ons are part of these like add-on packs, the more points of failure you have within it. If I log on and my game doesn't work anymore and I get a Lua error from, let's say, Quartz. Quartz is my cast bar add-on. Then I disable Quartz and I will be able to move on with my life, right? If something in Alpha UI breaks, all of a sudden you're fucked. And I understand like there's obviously good support with Alpha UI too, but it's just hard to pinpoint what the issue is sometimes when you have such a big amalgamation of add-ons. Dude, I'm not getting invited to any key. As soon as Gingi left, no one's inviting me anymore. Well. To be fair, earlier when Gingi was here, I was also queuing up for lower key levels to make sure that I actually get invited. Hey, Pulverizer, thank you so much for 19 months. Welcome back. Thank you very much. I would like to do a brewery. But we keep wiping. Yeah, let's kind of do a cinder brew, because I also need my highest is 15. Oh, let's go. They know you're an Alfei hater. It's interesting to me that Freaka, though, that you like Alfei, but you're the one that says that people are overloaded by like weakers and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, you can obviously use whatever add-ons you want, but earlier we're saying that people are so overloaded by weakers and add-ons and whatnot, and I didn't think that you would be an Alfei user, I guess. MF Cineruki of a Hunter +4, nice, Avery. Also, hello, Avery, what's up? As soon as they ban all add-ons and the devs focus on building a good UI, the better. I agree. I personally also think, I mean, again, this also speaks of my just like not willingness of setting up stuff properly. And when I say I'm not willing to do it, I already did it for years. Like I've been playing this game since vanilla, yeah. And the amount of time and effort I put into, you know, doing add-ons and fixing up my UI and changing weakers and stuff, like it's quite insane overall. So at this point, I'm kind of at a time where I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, just remove them. I'm not saying they should remove it right now, but their approach that they suggested, I think I really want them to do it, is what I'm trying to say. I do want them to move towards this like future where we don't need add-ons because they're not actually helping you in a in such a way like they are right now. If they ban add-ons, they have very little incentive to make a good UI itself because you are just stuck with theirs. Oh, that's definitely wrong. It's the opposite. Like, it's a video game that people choose to play, you have to remember, right? Like, people are not forced to play World of Warcraft. They don't have, this is not a monopoly that they have. This is only the way a company can think if they have the monopoly over something, right? But no one's forced to play World of Warcraft. People can choose to play the game. So if they make a bad game, including a bad UI, then people will stop playing the game, right? Now they have the luxury to not improve their UI because add-ons are a thing, and people can just install add-ons, in theory, to circumvent the bad UI thing, element, or whatever it is that Blizzard has. But if add-ons are not allowed anymore, and the UI is bad, and people cannot improve it by installing an add-on, well, then they will leave eventually if you don't improve it and it's affecting you, right? No, because we are playing no matter what. I mean, speak for yourself. You're not speaking for the whole player base here, yeah. There certainly are people that will stop playing if the game is bad. Are they actually banning add-ons? Have I missed something? They want to. They basically want... Did we just invite... Oh no. Dude, for a second I thought we invited a second Moonkin. They want to move away from add-ons that help you in combat in some... Basically, they want to move away from add-ons that are helping you with boss fights and trash and whatever. So they want to remove something like weak auras that tell you if there's a debuff on you, weak auras that tell you when the next cast is happening, weak auras that warn you when there's this ability coming up or whatever. And they want to do this by very slowly. Like, they don't want to, like, from today to tomorrow, disable all add-ons. They want to basically improve, or not improve, that's the wrong word. They want to change the way they create dungeons and bosses and stuff and raids first, with that philosophy in mind, that add-ons should not be needed or should make it easier for you, and then they will slowly like remove add-ons as they go. So basically the boss designers and the dungeon designers, they will change the way they will design everything. Because right now, the way they design them is, with add-ons in mind, right? They know, okay, if we make this mechanic, they'll get a weaker for it, and then they'll do this, right? But moving forward, they want to change that philosophy, and they want to kind of think, okay, how do we visualize this mechanic to the player without them requiring a weaker to see it? Like, the designers are going to think about mechanics in a different way, in a sense. Like, either they make it more visual for you to see, or they don't create certain mechanics at all that kind of require weak auras to do it properly. And then once they figure that out, because obviously that's a process as well. All of the boss designers that have been creating bosses with add-ons in mind for so long, for them it's going to be a learning process too, right? Because, yeah, this is like a new territory for them as well, I guess. Because all of these mechanics and stuff that they have been able to do in the past, maybe some of them they can't really use anymore. Maybe some of them are too complex without add-ons and too frustrating for the player. So yeah, they'll have to figure it out how they approach this. Are they gonna make weak bosses like old WoW? No. Like, no, that's not how it works. Like, you can just think of other games that are MMOs that don't have add-ons. If you play them, like, think of Lost Ark, for example, or think of FF14, and think of the way they do mechanics that are still hard, but they don't have add-ons, right? Like you just need to you just have to switch your focus to different difficulties, because like you can totally design a boss fight that is really hard, but you don't need add-ons to execute it. Or like it doesn't mean that the boss fights are going to be super simple. It doesn't mean that you're going to have like Baron Geddon where you just walk out with a bomb and that's it. You can definitely make very hard boss fights still. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, they already, like, even though they just recently announced that this is what they want to do moving forward, they obviously already knew this before. So a lot of the boss designers and a lot of the developers within the game, they probably already had this information that Blizzard wants to move towards a game without like add-ons. And that's why a lot of the like we already saw a lot of changes like this happening, where you know how they made a lot of things more clear, like the visuals, a lot of them are a lot more clear now than what we're used to. Like a lot of the frontals are now outlined, a lot of circles now have a circle outline around them, a lot of charges now have a beam that you can see on the floor. So things are just generally are made more visual. Like for example, a very good example I guess would be the hobgoblins. When you get charged by a hobgoblin in this dungeon here, in the past, before we had visuals that tell you stuff, you just had a debuff and you checked the debuff. So I had a weak aura, or I would have a weak aura that tells me you are fixated. And then it's like an air horn. It's like bam, fixated, right? And then I know, oh, I got fixated by a hobgoblin. I'm going to position myself so it doesn't hit me, and so it charges in a good direction. But now that the hobgoblins have this line on the floor, you don't necessarily need a weak aura for it anymore, right? Like, of course it can still be useful to have weak auras. It's not that weak auras are not helping, but you don't necessarily need it. Because if you just look at your character, you will see there's a big line on you. I have to move to the wall. Does that mean that the mechanic is easier? No, like the mechanic still has to be dealt with. But now you at least, like you see it by just looking at your screen without needing any kind of add-on to tell you, right? They will not ban add-ons? Oh no, they what? Like, I'm not trying to, I don't know why you're clarifying this, Rob. I'm not saying that they dislike add-ons. Wait, I mean, what they do dislike add-ons. These types of add-ons. They don't, like, Blizzard is not trying to take away all add-ons. Blizzard is trying to, I mean, this is like very obvious to me. I don't know if some people are not understanding it, but so far from what I've seen in chat, people understand it just fine, right? So I don't think we need clarification for this drop. But like, again, TLDR is they don't want to remove all add-ons, especially not the ones that are like quality of life add-ons. Like they want to keep those around because people are used to them, and that's fine, right? They want to remove add-ons that make that basically if you don't use them, you're at a disadvantage. And there's many of those. To say that they wouldn't be banning a lot of add-ons, in my opinion, is an understatement, because there's many add-ons that make the game like easier for you as a player, right? And they want to remove those add-ons. Does that mean that you as a player will be affected very drastically by that? The answer is probably yes, but in a good way. Like, this is a very good thing when you really think about it, because you know this whole talk I just had with Gingi? You know when we talked about the fact that, oh, if there's something that he doesn't like about a pool, then there's probably a weak argument you can make about it, right? He just said that like earlier. He said, oh, if there's something that I can think of, it's probably doable. You can probably make a weaker for it. And he said like the things that are possible with weakers is crazy, right? The thing though is, they are very complicated. Like weakers are super complicated. They require custom coding, the like most complex ones, which are the ones that help you out the most. The most complex weakers are usually the most beneficial to you. And obviously, if you're not a coder yourself and you don't know how to code weakers, and you don't have the luxury to ask somebody to code a weaker for you, then you're fucked. Same with all of these other things that I just talked about earlier. When you have a perfectly set up UI with perfectly set up weakers and perfectly set up like everything, you're going to be a much better player than somebody that is at the same skill level as you with a shitty UI. Shitty UI, or not shitty UI. The UI in general has such a big impact on your player skill and how good you are at the game. It is pretty crazy. And that's what they want to remove, which is good. I think almost everyone would be happy about not requiring to set up all of these weakers and add-ons every single time, right? I think the amount of people that love setting up weakers and love doing add-ons and love doing like this stuff is probably kind of not very many, right? I don't think there's a huge amount of people that like, oh yeah, new raids. Let me just figure out all of these weakers and set up the big wicks and do this and set up my raid frame cooldowns and set up this. Like, yes, you know, like I think most people are like, oh, let me just install this weaker pack and not think about it. So the fact that you don't have to do that anymore, or that we want to move towards a reality where that is not true, I think that would benefit almost everyone, right? Like, it just makes things so much nicer. How are we skipping this?
Well, what do we have here? New customer?
Wait, can a guardian druid actually skip this? Or how are we skipping this? We gateway, I guess.
Show him what we got on tap, L Dryer.
Or how? I guess the druid can pull and then gate and then shadow melt. Demon Hunter melt. Oh, I guess our Demon Hunter is just gonna melt. And cage, yeah, I guess our Demon Hunter is gonna cage. All right, perfect. All right, guys, let's do this. I know my gear's yellow, but I'm not going to repair because I can't mount up here. So this would just... I don't think I actually have repair bots anymore. Oh, no, I do. It's okay, guys. I just don't die. It's simple, guys. All you have to do is just not die. Oh, somebody put out a repair bot. Oh man, I wanted to play this gear with. I wanted to play this key with yellow gear. Ugh. Now I'm upset. Ugh. I wanted my whole chat to just say repair every 2 seconds. It's so entertaining when people just spam repair in my stream chat.
3, 2, 1.
Ruined all my fun, god damn it. Kuros, can you send the screenshot for Boris, maybe? Potentially?
Well, what do we have here? New customers? Or are you looking for something a little harder? Show 'em what we got on tap, Alfire.
Oh. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no, pain up. Oh, thank God. Ah! Okay, I'm alive. Oh, what's Chewy? Oh, I can just pull that guy, I guess. We're playing an interesting comp for this one, yeah? We have a Guardian Druid, Diamond Warlock, Elemental Shaman, Rest Shaman. This is a sick comp. Dude, we're totally timing this, yeah?
You're driving away my paying customers.
I'm totally feeling this. Oh my God, I can't cast Starfires or what? I hate this tree guy. Oh no, wait, we don't have a Rest Shaman. Oh, for a second I thought we had a Rest Shaman. Okay, I guess our comp is not that off meta. Oh, okay, not really, I guess. Just a little bit off meta. Well, I mean, we still have a Guardian Druid. I would consider that pretty off meta. Hey, Lindar! Thank you so much for the 79 months. What's up? How are you doing today?
It's to be a bar fight now. Goes down smooth. Break it off.
Is Elemental Shaman target capped? Or are they just like free falling like my stars.
Goes down smooth. Goes down smooth. Time for happy hour. Keep 'em coming.
Oh! What happened? Oh, they did still have the debuff. This is a bit bad.
Keep 'em coming.
I guess we can still do it? But not very fast.
Break it off.
Oh, our priest just died too. Well, now we can't do it anymore.
Your tad set.
Well, shit. Man, I really believed in this key.
Don't gotta go home, but you can't.
Hey,
stay here.
Cool, what's up? No, I'm talking about you yourself, Crows. Like, you don't need the screenshot from my POV. It can be your POV, is what I'm trying to say, though. I mean, I guess it would make sense if my character's on it. Whatever, I'll do it now. I'll go get the screenshot.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you.
So, Augevoker. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Augevoker, guys. Honestly, like, I had no clue Augevokers aren't buffing tanks and healers anymore. Honestly, like, if they don't do that anymore, I don't actually care about them. When did they change that? So Ebonmite doesn't go on tank and healers anymore? Like, is that how it works now? Because if that is the case... Or, no, wait. Or did Gingi just say that they don't need that anymore? Dude, this is literally... Honestly, if Augevoker only buffs damage dealers, then... That is literally the best thing they could have done to Augevokers ever. This is what I suggested like a million years ago when they introduced the Augevoker. I can't believe they actually did that. That's crazy. That's literally what I've been asking for so long. Because that's, like, then, why do you care about Augevokers then if they don't buff your tank and your healer? Like, then they're just a damage dealer, right? Like, then they're literally just a damage dealer. Then it doesn't really matter if they're there. Like, I think... I'm not sure if this, like, Aug PTSD is reversible. I think a lot of people have a bad opinion of Augevoker because of how they worked initially. But if they don't do this anymore, if they don't buff tank and healers anymore, then whatever they do is not actually, like, affecting you badly anymore. Like, then it's just like a Shadow Priest, right? Shadow Priest has PI, right? Shadow Priest is also kind of like making damage meters kind of dumb, and Augevoker is kind of just the same thing, but like more straightforward. Like, PI is worse than what Augevoker does, because Augevokers is a little bit more not linear, but Augevokers whatever Aug Evoker gives you on damage is more easy, like it's easier to remove it from your damage and apply it to the Aug Evoker, which makes damage meters not as bad to read as something like PI. So yeah, I honestly think that maybe we should lower our Aug Evoker hate a little bit now. If they actually removed the Ebonmite and tanks and healers, then they're just a damage dealer. Then there's nothing to be afraid of, really. Honestly, at that point, I'm not even upset if they become meta anymore either, because so what? Oh my god, I can't believe I've been hating on Aug Evoker without knowing the Ebonmite change. I take it all back. Also, Blizzard, thank you very much for the Ebonmite change on the tank and healer. That was a very good change. It should have happened a little bit sooner, but, you know, better late than never, I guess. No one wants Aug meta. Buffing tanks or heals doesn't change that, lol. Yeah, but then explain what you don't like about Augs. What is it you don't like about them? What is it you don't like about Aug meta? Like, to all the people that are hating Aug Evokers, what is it you dislike? Like, can you actually tell me what it is? And why you wouldn't want them to be meta? Because when they're viable, every group has to have one? But no. What do you mean? That was only when they actually were played for survivability. But if they don't buff tanks and healers anymore, then they're not going to be played for survivability. Then they'll actually be played for damage mainly, right? And the utility that they have. The fact that they took away the 30 DPS spot. But Evokers are a DPS spot. It's the same as saying mages always take up a DPS spot. Again, like, I think you guys have PTSD from the old Evoker where you needed them for survivability. But if they work differently now, which I think they are now with Ebonmite not buffing tanks and healers, then they're literally just like any other DPS. Which means that you would also hate being, like, mages being meta, which I do. Like, in general, it's always bad if a class is so good that you always play it. But Aug Evoker wouldn't be like that if they're good. Unless they're, like, super broken damage-wise. But then they would be the same as, like, a mage always being played, or a DK always being played, right? Or a Moonkin always being played. I dislike not knowing my contribution to the key at a glance without diving into the logs due to the way Aug works. But details now shows it properly, right? And it's not that big of a portion of your damage anymore. And in addition, like, there's stuff like PI that does the same thing, right? Like, we have a bunch of things in game that kind of, like, distort the damage meter. And don't get me wrong, I don't like that either. I hate it when we have stuff like PI that kind of, as you said, distorts the damage meters without you having to go into logs. I personally am also, like, a big hater of that. It will be 2 biggest DPS plus Aug, or it will be 3 DPS, middle ground, kind of impossible. No, like, again, you guys are thinking about this the wrong way. Like, why would Aug Evoker be a mandatory spec or not be played at all? You're thinking about it again when it comes to survivability. You have to change the way you think about Aug. Like, I understand this is hard, but in the past, Aug Evoker was played for its survivability. Not because of the damage they did or provided. You needed an Aug Evoker to survive keys. So it was a mandatory spec. Now Aug Evoker works differently though. Aug Evoker's survivability that they provide is a lot less important, very similar to other damage dealer survivability. Just like a mage has mage barrier, which is also really good survivability. Or how some people have off heals, like I have Nature's Vigil or whatever, right? That's how you should think of an Aug Evoker now. They basically are just a damage dealer that gives some survivability, but they're not required for survivability anymore now. So when Aug is being taken now, it's because they actually provide enough damage to be taken. Not because their contribution to the group is required for survivability. So as long as that is the case, then we're fine with them existing, right? At least, I mean,
5,
at least I am.
3, 2, 1.
Because I was a big hater of Aug Evoker when their survivability was so strong that they were basically a damage dealer and half a tank and half a healer, right? But as long as they're just a damage dealer, then they're just a damage dealer. Like at that point, I don't hate them anymore. Well, that's a good pull. Let's see if this is gonna work out.
Or are you looking for something a little hotter? Show 'em what we got on tap, Albriar.
Oh, nice pace up. Oh, whoa! I dodged a share, did you see that?
Wasn't necessary.
I dodged a share, but we still died. It's still broken baseline because of their utility, but what utility are we talking about? Because you understand, like Dev Evoker has almost the same utility as Aug Evoker has, and so does Preservation Evoker, right? Looks like he got no procs. Who? Oh, the MM Hunter. Well, MM Hunter is just target cap, no? We pulled like 20 million mobs. Oh, the Hunter also says unlucky no procs. Okay. I guess I'll do it. Cypher, the other Evokers have Cypher too. Pseudoscale Group Death, okay, that they don't. Rescue, the other Evokers have that too. Warrenstone, other Evokers have it too. See, a lot of these knockbacks, see, almost all the things you're mentioning are things that the other Evokers have too. Which, by default, means that if it was that broken... Because think about it, if it was that broken to have these utilities, then why are we not playing any Evokers? Clearly, these utilities are nice, but they're not needed, because otherwise everyone would play an Evoker. You would just play a Dev Evoker. Dev Evoker does really good damage.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ox basic rotation has knock. Yeah, but so do other classes that have knocks and stuff like Again, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I love Aug Evokers, but I am pretty certain that a lot of players just kind of have this PTSD from Aug Evokers with their defensive survivability that they gave to the party, which was horrible. Like, that was really bad.
New customers?
But if that's not a thing anymore, like if they're changing that particular aspect about them, then Aug Evokers are literally just like any other damage dealer. And then they don't actually deserve that much hate anymore. The main reason why I'm defending them so much, because I mean I couldn't care. It's not that I care that much about it, yeah. But the main reason why I'm defending them so much is because Blizzard changed the exact thing that I wanted them to change, which I knew is gonna fix them. If they would have done this a long time ago, then this whole negative opinion of them would have never happened in the first place. And now it's hard to reverse it, right? At this point, it's hard for people to reverse their opinion about Aug Evokers. Right? So even if it's true that they're just like any other damage dealer now, that's not gonna change the opinion of people. As we can see right now in chat. Like literally everyone is hating on them, even if whatever was the thing that we started hating them for has been fixed. So the only reason why I'm defending them is because that's literally what I said they should be doing. Like more than a year ago. In fact, it was when they introduced Aug Evokers. Like, as soon as they introduced Aug Evokers, I was like, just fix fucking Avonmite, buffing the tank and the healer. Done. And it took them, like, forever to actually implement it. And at this point, it's just too late, I guess. At this point, the damage has already been done. At this point, it might just be irreversible. I mean, the main issue with this support class is... Okay, I do think that Blizzard made a pretty big mistake when they introduced this. I do think support classes can work really well in WoW. It just needs to be... It needs to fit into a role that already exists, because we cannot add a new role to the game. The game is too old. We cannot actually add a separate support role. So Aug Evoker never should have been something that you consider as a separate thing. Which is what people look at when they see an Aug Evoker. They think, oh, it's a support. But we don't have fucking supports. We have 3 roles. Tank, healer, damage dealer. We don't have supports. Like, it's just because you call something a support, if the game doesn't actually have the addition that is needed to add supports, then the role doesn't exist. Like, you can call it support all you want, but we don't have a support role. Like, when you queue up for a dungeon, does it allow you to select support? No. There's 3 damage dealer, a healer, the tank. Right? There is no support. So why call it a support when it's a damage dealer? An Aug Evoker is a damage dealer. They're not a support. If anything, Aug Evoker is a damage dealing support. That's what you can call it. They are a damage dealer that should only support damage dealers. And then they would totally be fine. So the biggest mistake that Blizzard made was when they introduced it. They tried to make it a damage dealer that somehow supports tanks and healers as well. And supports also damage dealers, which obviously is completely imbalanceable. There's not a world where you can balance that, as we saw, clearly. So what they should have done from the get-go is make them only support other damage dealers. Because if you do that, like if you have, let's not talk about Aug Evokers, because Aug Evokers are obviously, like, people can't change their opinion about it. But think about Shadow Priests. Shadow Priests have PI, which is a really strong, like, damage buff to another class. You could consider them damage dealing supports. Because they do damage themselves, but they also buff other people's damage. By quite a lot. Right? And it's not a class buff, because then people always come up with the argument, oh, so everyone has a class buff is supposed to be a support? No. Obviously not. But if you're buffing like individual players with a buff that contributes to your own damage in a sense, or it doesn't contribute to your own damage, but it contributes to the damage that you provide for the group. Because the damage that a player gets from PI, that damage is the full contribution from the Shadow Priest. Because if the Shadow Priest was not there, then you wouldn't get that PI and you wouldn't get that extra damage, right? Obviously, if you have a Disc Priest or whatever, a Holy Priest, then you would also get PI. But not everyone. Like, it's an individual buff, right? Even if you have 2 priests, you would be able to buff 2 players with PI. And they both would give you their own value, right? So you can consider, in theory, you can consider Shadow Priest a damage dealing support. Now, obviously, the damage that a Shadow Priest provides to the group is lower than what an Aug Evoker, in theory, provides to the group. But why does, like, it doesn't actually matter how much damage you provide. Well, of course it matters how much damage you provide overall, but it doesn't matter how much damage you provide yourself versus how much damage you give to the group if the overall damage that you're providing is the same than a pure damage dealer, right? If you really think about it. Like, what's the difference between a mage doing 5 million damage or a support DPS doing 3 million damage and giving the mage 2 million? Overall, that's the same damage, right? As long as they don't do anything else that is broken, then a damage dealing support is totally, like, fine to have in the game. And it can also be really easily balanced. Like, people have this whole, like, PTSD from Aug Evokers, right? Because of the survivability that they provided and the utility. But in theory, as long as this support only supports damage and not survivability, then they're totally fine to have in the game, right? And they're also, like, as I said, totally balanceable. Obviously, Aug Evoker did not have that. Aug Evoker not only provided damage to damage dealers, it also provided survivability to everyone, made the tank tankier, made the healer heal more. Like, they did a bunch of stuff that was not just supporting damage dealers, it was also supporting the other 2 roles. And that was the problem with Akivoker. But if they would not have that, we're in combat. Oh, this thing is gonna explode.
Only the strongest survive.
Oh, fuck. I don't know how we got in combat with them. Did someone attack that? I honestly didn't even see what pulled that. Toad, thank you so much for 99 months in a tier 3. You're the absolute best. Thank you so much. How are you doing? What's the point of a support that just provides damage to damage dealers? What do you mean, what's the point of that? That's just a DPS with extra steps? Yeah, some people just like doing that, right? I mean, it's about the gameplay, right? Some people, like, when you look at bards in other games, right? Or let's say FF14, like Dancer. Like, there's a bunch of, like, other games have these kind of supports that support other damage dealers. And they do a little bit of damage themselves, and that's just what the playstyle is, right? To say that there's no point in that, why wouldn't there be point in that? Some people just like doing that. Some people, because it's like a strategic kind of thing. I personally think there's value in that gameplay, right? I personally probably wouldn't like playing it. Like, it wouldn't be my type of playstyle. But some people like figuring out when other people use their damage cooldowns to make sure that they give them the maximum damage exactly at that point. And like just generally making other players do more damage makes them feel better. I don't know, like some people kind of like that, right? Yeah, in theory, okay, so this doesn't actually work that well, but I think in World of Warcraft, if you want to add supports, I think it only really works for damage dealers. Because in theory, you could also have tank supports and healer supports, as long as you stay within your role. Because as I said, we don't have a support role. I guess, I mean, you could, in theory, of course, add a support role to World of Warcraft, but that is a little bit of a bigger undertaking that is not really possible just like that. Because they would have to add a lot of supports and not just like 2 or 3. And they would have to change the way dungeons work and raids work. Because if you add an actual support role to the game, like a proper role, then you also need to require them for like dungeons and raids. Because then you would need to turn... You could do something like turn dungeons into 6-man dungeons where it's 1 tank, 1 healer, 1 support, 3 damage dealers or something like that. But like it's like a bit, that would be like a big change. It can't really possibly happen. Like you can't just add another role to a game that existed for that long. Like that's kind of, I don't want to say impossible, but that is kind of tough. So the only way to, in my opinion, the only reasonable way to add supports is make the supports stay within their role. So don't add a new role. Just make damage dealer supports, healer supports, tank supports, right? Because then you're not changing the way World of Warcraft works. Then you still have the Holy Trinity. And the support gameplay still is there. Because you're still like supporting others, but you're staying within your role, right? The problem, of course, as I said, tank supports and healer supports are not really possible because of dungeons. Because a support doesn't work by itself. Like a support damage dealer doesn't work if there's no other damage dealers to support, right? So for tanks and healers, it wouldn't really be possible except for raiding. A healing support would, in theory, work, but only for raiding content, right? Because then you could have a healer that makes the other healers heal more, And they heal a little bit themselves, but they mainly just buff the other healers. And as long as the overall healing that they provide is the same as a singular healer would provide, then they would be a viable choice to bring, right? And same would be, technically, you could do the same for like, for tanking supports, it would be a little bit harder, but, because then I guess a lot of mechanics would break. But I guess you could make a tank support, just to give an example, usually why do you need 2 tanks? Well, because there's a tank buster that gives you a debuff, which means you can't take the next tank buster. Well, a tank support could maybe like clear the debuff off of you in some way, and then you could continue tanking, you know, just like, I'm coming up with this shit on the spot, right? So don't understand it's not that simple, but as long as they stay within their role and only buff the classes of the role that they are themselves, then supports are fine. As I said, the only really viable support that could possibly be added to World of Warcraft is a damage dealing support because of dungeons. Because in dungeons, you don't have 2 healers and you don't have 2 tanks. So a support healer wouldn't work in a dungeon because there's no other healer to support. Same with the tanks. Imagine a battle cook passing out meals during a fight. Evoke a tank sounds awesome. Yeah, unfortunately it just doesn't really work because we have dungeons, right? But for raiding it would be kind of fun. I can't believe making turrets that shoots mobs and buffs DPS. Well, now you're talking again about like a proper support that buffs all roles. But as I said, I don't think that's really doable. At least not in any feasible way. Understand that that's like a proper support. Like an actual like proper support would support all roles somehow, right? But that just doesn't really work because it's not balanceable. It's not balanceable unless they have a separate role that is actually properly implemented in the game, which, I mean, obviously, that's just not a thing. Alright. Do you think I can time a Cinder Brew? What do you think? Or should I try Priory? What are my chances to time a Brew versus a Priory? What do you think? Do you think Brew is easier or Priory? I want to time them. Same 0. What the fuck, guys? You gotta believe in me. This is messed up. A solid 0% for both. Priory's easier, you think? Okay, let's give that a try then. We've seen enough Cinder Brew now. Oh, that's a lot of Priories, so maybe we should look for a key level first, huh? Yep. I did join a lot of like... The amount of keys that I joined that was a full meta comp was actually kind of low when you think about it, right? I don't think I've done like many full meta comp keys. Brew timer feels too tight, especially if we can't skip goblins. Yeah, the brew timer does seem a bit tight, I agree. It does seem a bit rough. Ah, fuck it. I'm leaving. Fuck this. Wait. Ah, shit. You know what I should have done? You know what? I think I can do quickly one-armed bandit, I think. Ah. Shit, I forgot. I wanted to do that today. I wanted to do one-armed bandit and I completely forgot. Shit. Do you think I can quickly find a group? What are the odds of me doing one-armed bandit real quick? Eight out of 8 heroic only. Well, that's not me, but let's sign up anyway. Oh! Okay, this is gonna be easy one-shot, right? Certainly. True, good point, Kuros. Oh, we can just do that right now. So before we do one-armed bandit, guys, I did want to give a quick shout out to the Amazon Tech Week. It's a very small thing to read. Understand that it might be... But yeah, it's Amazon Tech Week. It lasts 1 week. So basically, it's a lot of tech stuff. Anything that you can think of that could be tech could be discounted right now for a week on Amazon, on your Amazon. There's different deals depending on which Amazon shop that you're ordering from. And these are focused on EU and UK. So if you're in the US, unfortunately, you don't have the tech week going on. But yeah, if you want to check out your store and see if there's any kind of deals that that would help you out, that you're interested in, then definitely check it out. I do have this like influencer store. Why don't we have the influencer store in like a command? Oh, we do. Okay. Ah, and I got summoned. So I have this weird influencer store where there's a bunch of things that I added that are currently like at a like cost reduction, like they have a deal for them basically. So if you want to check that out and there's anything that interests you, then definitely give it a look. But keep in mind, it's like different deals for each shop. And Maru, thank you so much for the 1 year. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. So anyway, there's loads and loads of stuff. I personally think these are the times where you want to order these things that you know you need, but you don't need them like immediately. For example, I just recently ordered like HDMI to DP cables, and I actually needed them though. And if I would have ordered them earlier, whenever there was a deal or whatever, then they would have been cheaper and I would have been happier. It's just generally good for stuff whenever you feel like, oh my god, I know I need this thing, this like battery or this cable or whatever, right? Just check out whatever deals there are. There's a bunch of Razer stuff that is on a discount. Maybe you need a backup mouse. Maybe the mouse that you use is currently really cheap. At some point, you're going to need a new one anyway, right? At least in my opinion. They're not going to work forever, right? Sometimes I personally think it's really cool to have a backup mouse. Because if your mouse breaks and you're super used to it, and then you don't have a backup on, you're kind of fucked. If you can't buy it immediately. Same like maybe a keyboard or whatnot. There's monitors that are discounted too. Game pads. Lots and lots of stuff. And you can see some of the deals are actually pretty big discounts too. So yeah, just give it a look. If you wanna, as I said, if you wanna check out the store, I will link it in the chat. And otherwise, if you wanna check out your particular store, you can see the links in the chat. One is like Germany, one is UK, one is Sweden, one is Netherlands. Do these emotes not work, by the way, Kuros? Can we enable them? Or do they work and they do work? Okay. I guess they just don't work for my OBS then. But yeah, check him out, guys. Make sure you stock up on whatever it is that you need. If it's heavily discounted. And give it a look. I do love me some Amazon discounts. Wait. Wait, this is not One-Armed Bandit.
5, 4, 3.
Wait,
2,
really?
1.
Wait, are they trying to say that this is like a fresh, clear, up until Bandit? Oh my god, that's literally the biggest bait I've ever seen. Whatever, I need to kill the first boss anyway. Otherwise I don't have a vault. So I guess we're doing the first boss and then we're joining a Bandit group. I can skip to Bandit. So you kill first boss and then skip to Bandit? Oh, wait, that's perfect. That's exactly what I need.
I'm out of range.
Perfect. Wah! That's a boss.
Great. New plan. Champions?
What if I just win House of Cards just like that?
We check on our cartels.
Without needing to get it in the vault. What do you think? Do you play around Mugjack Drink in any way as a balance? I would know because I don't have it. I do play around my candle though. My candle is pretty nice. I got 2 times G502 Lightspeed, 1 times 502 KDA, and 2 times MX Master 2. Nice!
5,
Kisseran.
4,
Nice, nice, nice.
3, 2, 1.
You want a piece of me?
Oh, there's a weaker in the middle of my screen. Wait, I just realized as well that I'm playing this different spec that I don't know how to play. I never played Keeper. I'm so confused. How do you play Keeper again? Yeah, this is where you put these pedals, guys. This is exactly where you put them. Perfect. Perfect position.
Forget this, I'm out.
Oh my god. My screen! I don't see anything. Oh my goodness. Nice week, Garas. So what would you say about how much overview I have from my weak RS, guys? What would you say? Would you say my weak RS are well positioned and I am gaining all of the information I need from them? Yes? Okay, I thought so. I agree. Very clean, very unintrusive. Thank you. Yeah, I think so. So, I agree. I'm not sure if we have enough damage to kill bandits, looking at the damage meters. Because I certainly have not been playing optimally. I know about this, guys. I feel like this boss is alive for quite a long time. This might be bad news. Guys. Dude. Yeah, about the damage. I don't know.
Nice work. Huh, that's one
Ooh,
nuisance
100.
out of the way.
Good job, morons. While you were playing with Vexy, my crew was moving in.
Yesterday during raid, my phone rang. I didn't pick it up. I thought it was the Naguura.
Bellagio is sealed tight. Clear out those
That's
drones
actually
and see what
hilarious.
can be salvaged. We'll put together something that'll blast the doors off that casino.
Okay, I'm leaving. They don't actually do bandit either. They're doing reverb. My boy Rick. The one and only. Okay, bandits. Real quick. Man, we might actually reach this point where people don't invite me anymore because I actually don't have curve. Okay, just kidding. I got invited, so thank God. Richard Reverb, yep, that's the one. Man, it's cold here. It's cold. I'm hungry. We need to kill this boss quick so I can eat. I also need to do a bunch of stuff still. Oh my god, it's so late already. Wait, oh my god, there's no warlock. Wait a second. Oh god. I don't know how to get into the raid. I'm right next to it.
The cartels
Yeah,
are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs. See if you can lend a hand.
I keep Not knowing where the entrance is. I always walk in a circle. Oh, here. Okay. How do you get to the boy?
What's the damage? Time's a wasting. Well, well, well.
We do high roller, right? And not Tower of Spades. Or? For a one-arm bandit. High roller spades. This is like... This is such a Twitch chat thing. I get two answers, and one is A and one is B.
Watch yourself.
What the hell, Pop Squad? Can you explain yourself? It's either spades or high roller. What the hell's going on here? Oh my god. Guys, I have a very, very important question. Make sure, to all the people that are lurking right now, make sure you get ready to type something in chat. This is super important, okay? I need you to think this through. Listen, if you could either have a whirlpool or a Finnish sauna, which one would you choose? Sauna? I think I'd also go with the sauna. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Finnish whirlpool. Oh, now there's some whirlpool people in here. I would for sure go with the sauna. Both? If you can afford one, you can afford the other. That's not the question though. It's one. Just one. Sauna's not expensive? I would definitely call a sauna expensive. I would definitely... That would definitely fall under the things that I would call expensive, yes. Unless you build it yourself. Or you could just create your own sauna by just locking yourself in a bathroom and turning on hot water for a long time. That's somewhat cheap. In Helsinki, there are Ferris wheels that have sauna cabins. That's so dumb. It's right next to a sea. So you can exit them and jump into ice cold water. That is so funny, but so stupid at the same time. And it's also very Finnish. Man, I can't believe we don't have a warlock, but everyone is here. This is insane. How did that happen? I think so, Harald, and yes. I think everything you put into an IKEA automatically turns Swedish. So every person that shops at IKEA is automatically Swedish. Sorry, I don't make the rules. There's so many Swedes around the world, it's crazy. Is Nokia located in the Netherlands? What do you mean located? You mean their headquarters? Does it matter where its headquarters are? A lot of things have their headquarters in some other country where it's cheaper tax-wise. That doesn't make them like from that country, right? That's a very common business practice that companies do. But it's strange to me that they would go to the Netherlands. Because the Netherlands is not necessarily a tax haven either. Wouldn't it make more sense to go to Ireland or something? In Europe? I think most companies go to Ireland. Better in Sweden? Yeah, better in Sweden. But if you're gonna move your headquarters somewhere else, then you might as well choose the best one rather than the second worst one. Ireland is for tech? I don't know, actually. My research into tax havens and general, like, I don't know, countries that you can move to manufacture things cheaper is not very deep. I didn't do much research into it. Ferrari is a postbox company in Netherlands. Really? What is cheap about the Netherlands? Like, what is it that they go there for? Because it's not income tax, right? Netherlands doesn't have low income tax. Or do they? I thought they don't. Yeah, it's fairly high, right? Yeah, I thought so too. The corporate tax is low. Oh, interesting. What is the corporate tax for like an LLC? I guess these companies wouldn't be LLCs though, like for like big corporations, I guess. It's only 19% up to 200k and 25% for profits exceeding that amount. Okay, most of these companies will be exceeding 200k.
4,
26 is still not that low, I guess.
1.
Maybe it's a little bit more complicated than I care to do any kind of investigation about now. Wait, what is it we're killing? Oh my god, no one's pinging anything. I don't know what to do. Okay, there we go. I only react with pings, guys. All I can do is pings. Ooh, I got a candle proc, guys. Oh, candle proc? Nice. Whatever, I'm starfalling. Okay, House of Cards, guys. It's happening. Well, first we do have to kill a boss, but... Oh my god. I thought I'm gonna get knocked into that coin. We're good though, we're good. Ah, I missed that coin. Shit. Alright, so far so good. Oh, fuck! We don't rest for 20 seconds. Fuck! What happened? Oh, we actually didn't do the coin thing. Shit, it looks so good. Can you see the calendar? No, I cannot, Heraldin. Well, I mean, the weaker doesn't work. If that's what you're asking, I guess. Hey, Taurus, what's up? What's up, what's up? We have a chip machine factory called ASML, which is a fucking giant, and they had a very favorable deal with the government, so who knows? Interesting. The bananas are gone. Oh no. Did you know it's Mother's Day on Sunday? At least in my country. I don't know if it's the same with yours. You better double check. Oh, got some flowers for your mom. Or some cookies. Bake some cookies. She'll be happy with that. Bake a cake. Okay, my Mookin mother. You're getting her a new vacuum, nice. So she can, you know what? Wait. I'll make you mana buns for Sunday. Nice, perfect. I would love some mana buns. If you make every day of the year Mother's Day, you need to do less and never forget. Does your mom know that you're making every day Mother's Day? Or do you just not want to make cookies for your mother? Why is the lighting so weird today? I feel like my face is so bright. But the light that I have is not that bright. I'm turning it off for a sec. Maybe it's not bright enough. Maybe it needs to be brighter. Nope. I don't know. Whatever, this is what it is. My mother gets bored quite easily, so I make sure to show up every now and then and make a mess. Okay. Okay, we need to kill this boss, because I need food. Let us go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ready to win big!
There's like 1 weaker that keeps saying I have a token when I don't actually have a token. I don't know what the... My weakers are so fucked up. Whatever, good. I'm playing with hard modes, weakers. My weakers are, instead of helping me out, they're trying to like throw me off. They're telling me the opposite of what's happening. Dude, some people just do not walk out with those. Fuck. I couldn't get it. I need a buff. Perfect. I didn't get it. There we go. Oh, we fucked up, didn't we? No, we did not. Okay, all good. Except all of these people that don't walk out with their debuff. Those people did indeed fuck up. Or I guess it's also possible that the healers are dispelling too fast. I don't want to blame the damage dealers, and I guess it is possible that is also true. Sometimes the healers just kind of dispel instantly because I don't know why. They feel like it, I guess. Which was the second one? That one? Okay. Ah, shit. God damn it! Don't most groups be out on pool these days? I don't know. I'm doing one more try and I'm gone. Hey, Argentirana, what's up? What's up? How are you doing? Okay, don't worry, guys. We got this. This is a try. This is it. Hey, Stay Soft. I just finished watching your 2-day biking streams. It was so fun. Oh my god, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. That's so good to hear. I'm currently thinking of potentially turning it into a YouTube video as well. That'd be really cool. And yeah, there's lots of bikepacking streams that I want to plan in the future as well for the summer. I have some plans. First, I need to get fitter though to make sure I can actually do it. Dude, cycling is so hard. Who would have thought? Turns out cycling up a fucking hill is difficult. I'm a bit disappointed you're not eating. Man, I wish I was eating because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since lunch. Okay, this song's too sad. Sounds better. Oh, we're going. This is the one.
5,
One and
4,
only try, guys.
3, 2, 1.
Ready to win big!
When I say one and only, I mean one and last. I can actually count most of the time. And I know this was not the only one. Actually, I'm not very good at counting now that I think about it. This was indeed a lie. No! Oh, that's fire. These are a lot of points. Wow. Heal me. Wait, somebody spelled me so fast. Okay then. Fine. Oh no! Lag? No! I just pressed my E-card. Fuck! No! Hey, nobody could have known that these fires go that way. It was literally impossible to tell. How could I have ever known? To be fair, I was distracted because I've completely misplaced my force of nature. I don't know if anyone of you saw that. But I put my force of nature, like, at the opposite side of the room. And that distracted me so much that I decided to just do another fail on top of it and just die. I thought that was a great idea. Shit, we didn't make it in time now. Fuck! Brought the tactic, guys. Okay, one more. Last one for sure. That's good. People who die in fights usually get the loot. Wait, you are right. This is so true. I increased my chances of getting the trinket. Look at who hits the ads, but what if they hit the wrong ads? That doesn't count. What if people are hitting the wrong ads? You wouldn't see that, right? I mean, I'm just fucking starfalling. For example. Like, I think this is a very bad indicator of who is doing the correct thing and not. Because, like, the last ad that you don't actually have to kill, like, the third one, I'm doing a lot of damage to it because I'm just starfalling it, right? But that's not actually important damage, really, I guess. Yeah, no, I understand that the quicker they die, the better, but you don't see who does damage to them fast. Like, by looking to on the damage meter, you see who overall does a lot of damage to them, but not who does a lot of damage to them fast. Because there could be people that do a lot of damage to them very quickly and save their cooldowns and stuff, but they still could be, like, at the bottom at damage done to them, right? So, all I'm saying, it's not a good indicator to look at the overall damage done to them. Okay, really, I'll only do one more though. If this is not the pool, then we're done. Because why is it so cold? When is it gonna be warm again? Sorry. I know I'm complaining a lot, but it's because I'm hungry. Oh, it's supposed to be much warmer again on Saturday and Sunday. Nice. Oh, thank God. Today the maximum temperature was 13 degrees. What the fuck's that? On Saturday it's gonna be 20 and on Sunday 22. Thank God. It's still gonna be 3 degrees at night though. Which means my tomatoes cannot go outside just yet. I don't want to kill the babies. I don't know what that is in freedom units. I cannot tell you. You need to do the math yourself. You chose to play a different game and chose to use a different system, so you also gotta do the math yourself, guys. Those are the rules. Sorry. Okay, I lied. I'm not doing this anymore. Sorry, but this takes too long because we don't even have a warlock. Sorry, guys. Thanks for group. Appreciate it. But I'm hungry. Alright, guys. Oh, I'm out of here. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. You're the best always. I hope you enjoyed the bootcamp with Gingi. I had a really good time talking to Mike. I will see you probably not tomorrow. I mean, I guess there is a slight chance. Nah, I'm not streaming tomorrow because I have an appointment in the morning and I'm probably going to be out until at least noon, probably more like 1 p.m. And then I'm casting the TGP tomorrow at 5, or I have to be there at 5. So I would only be able to stream for like 3 hours or so, which kind of sucks anyway, So yeah, no stream tomorrow, guys. But I will be casting the MDI, so if you guys want to watch the MDI, then, which you should, then I'll see you at the MDI tomorrow. And if you're not watching the MDI, well, then I will see you again on Monday for stream. In the meantime, you can follow my Instagram for like updates and what I'm doing on the weekend. If you give a shit about what I do on the weekend, then follow me there. And yeah, on Monday I'll stream again. I don't have a schedule yet for next week for what I'm streaming each day. have a think about it over the weekend. And once I know a little bit more about the weather. Because I definitely want to do like a cycling stream and maybe not a gardening stream. I think the gardening stream I need to move another week forward. Because I do need to plant my tomatoes and stuff outside. But I don't think I can do it next week. I need to wait another week at least, I think. Thank you so much for 6 months, McCavity. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, definitely need to wait a little while longer for that. But once I'm able to actually put stuff outside and plant my vegetables and whatnot, then I will make sure to do another gardening stream so you guys can keep up with my gardening adventures. So, alright guys, remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. Check out my YouTube channel. I post the bootcamps there, the M+ bootcamps. And I also posted a lot of IRL streams there in the past. I haven't uploaded an IRL stream there in a while, but I might be doing some again soon. Then I did want to give a huge shout out again to Sam, Annalie Sam, for the 50 sub gifts earlier. That was so incredibly nice. Thank you so much. And Spell Shivers as well. If you guys are still around, then I appreciate you very, very much. And of course to all of the other subs as well and to all of the other people that were hanging out too. Really, really appreciate it. And that's it. Let me find somebody to host real quick. Oh, we should host Mike. Yeah, Gingi for carrying us earlier. I'm gonna throw a rate to Gingi. He's doing his re-clear right now. Oh, he just died as I was watching.
Mine.
He is so stupid. He is so stupid.
And below.
That my officer or what? What's going on? Oh my god.
That's perfect timing. We're hosting Mike just as he died. You're gonna get the floor POV. Alright, thank you so much for watching. Have a nice rest of your day, guys, and I'll see you on Monday, or I will see you on MDI if you're watching. Have a good one, and thank you so much for watching. You're the best as always. I appreciate you very, very much.